The latest version of string theory is called M theory, M for membrane. So we now realize that strings can coexist with membranes. So the subatomic particles we see in nature, the quarks, the electrons, are nothing but musical notes on a tiny vibrating string.
If M theory proves to be the complete theory of the universe, will it prove or disprove the idea of a benevolent creator?
M theory doesn't disprove God, but it makes him unnecessary. It predicts that the universe will be spontaneously created out of nothing, without the need for a creator. If you accept, as I do, that the laws of nature are fixed, then it doesn't take long to ask, what role is there for God? It's my view that the simplest explanation is, there is no God. No one created the universe, and no one directs our fate. This leads me to a profound realization. There is probably no heaven, and no afterlife either.
Dr. Davies, we are having this conversation because the conclusion that Dr. Hawking makes is nothing short of breathtaking and certainly controversial. Is there any reason to believe that that should be the final word on the matter?
Well, in science, nobody ever has the final word on the matter. What I think Stephen is doing here is drawing a rather obvious conclusion, that if the universe had a beginning and a Big Bang and that there was no time before the Big Bang, and that's a crucial point, if there was nothing there before it, not even time, then the notion of a sort of cosmic magician who exists for all eternity within time and then creates the universe at some instant doesn't make sense. But that's not the God that most theologians I know talk about.
Well, there are questions, though, about what role God actually plays. Here's what theoretical physicist Dr. Michio Kaku has to say.
I believe that Stephen is going a little bit too far in saying that because time itself was born at the instant of the Big Bang, therefore there is no God. If the universe is a bubble of some sort, it's expanding, that's the Big Bang theory, but in string theory, there are other universes out there. There's a multiverse of universes. Think of a bubble bath. These bubbles can collide, merge, or they can split apart into baby universes. And so we can talk, therefore, about a world before the Big Bang, a multiverse of universes. And then the question is, where did the multiverse come from? You could argue, therefore, that maybe you need a God to create the multiverse, or a creator to create string theory, perhaps.
One of the points, though, Dr. Davies, the idea of multiverses, if I understand his meaning, is, look, there may be this universe, there may be multi-universes or multiverses, something so large that science has yet to really get its collective head around it, and that's the role of the ultimate creator.
Well, now this one's easy. This multiverse follows in a very natural way. If Stephen Hawking is right, that a universe can pop into being entirely in accordance with the laws of physics, no miracles. If it can happen once, it can happen many times. So we've now moved to a picture where there is a multiverse of many universes, many Big Bangs scattered throughout space and time, and we're just in one of them. That's the fashionable view today. But you still have to explain the multiverse. That still has laws. You need a universe-generating mechanism. You need to know where those laws come from. That's where the mystery lies, the laws.
Many religious scientists credit God as the ultimate creator of all existence. Astrophysicist Dr. Jennifer Weissman is a Christian who looks to God to answer the timeless questions that science is not equipped to explain.
We do have these bigger questions of why are we here? Is there a purpose? Is there a God? And if so, what does God want for my life? These kinds of things that are outside of what science can directly address. Certainly the God that I believe in, the God of the Bible, is one who'd be responsible for whatever we find, whether it's a universe or a multiverse. None of it will surprise God.
I think the key point here is that these very laws that we're talking about, the laws that permit a universe to pop into existence, are simply, for most scientists, unexplained. But when you come to where do the laws of physics come from, most scientists say that's not part of science. You just have to accept them as a package. And in the show, Stephen Hawking gets very, very close to saying well, where do the laws of physics come from? That's where we might find some sort of God. And then he backs away and doesn't return to the subject.
Alex, literally all my life I've been obsessed by the question of why there's anything at all. And you've addressed certainly one of the subset questions, and why this universe, how this universe can emerge literally from the nothingness of the laws of physics. How does that occur, and what is the deep significance of that?
If the universe has some matter content and it has space and time. So the question is how all this came into being. You could think that it's impossible for the universe originate out of the state with no universe simply because of energy conservation. Matter has positive energy, and that is conserved. This is one of the fundamental laws of nature. However, another fundamental fact is that the energy of gravitational field is negative. And if you have a closed universe, that is the universe such that the space closes on itself, just like like a sphere, then you can show that in such a universe the negative energy of gravity exactly compensates the positive energy of matter. So the total energy of such a universe is zero. And other quantities that are conserved, like electric charge, for example, you can also show that they must be zero. Like if you put a positive charge in this spherical universe, you can follow the line of electric force, and they have to converge on another side and have a negative charge. So the total charge of a closed universe must be zero. Then, if all conserved quantities in such a universe are equal to zero, then there is no conservation law forbids creation of such a universe out of nothing, out of state where there is no matter, no space, and no time. And in quantum mechanics, anything that is not forbidden by conservation laws happens with some probability. So that's basically why a closed universe can spontaneously nucleate in quantum theory of gravity. And in fact, there is an elegant mathematical description of this process where you can try to do a calculation and try to figure out what the initial state of the universe is most likely to be in when it nucleates.
And how does quantum tunneling relate to that?
If you consider a universe filled with some, well, I should say that even if you don't have any matter in the usual sense, like particles and so forth, there is still vacuum. And for physicists, vacuum is a state which has energy and pressure. We live in a vacuum with a particularly low energy, but still non-zero. But there are other vacua which have high energy, and that's presumably the vacuum that drove inflationary expansion in the early history of the universe. So when this closed universe forms, it is filled with one of these vacua. And if you solve the Einstein's equations for a universe filled with vacuum, you discover that it describes a contracting and re-expanding universe. It kind of bounces at some small size. It cannot go smaller than that size. So that is classically forbidden according to classical Einstein's equations. However, in quantum mechanics, things that are classically forbidden by energy barriers can happen by tunneling through energy barrier. So if you have a universe of zero size, there is no universe at all, that can tunnel through energy barrier to this minimum size and start expanding. So in this classical solution of contracting and re-expanding universe, only the expanding part exists. And before that, you can have tunneling.
So quantum mechanics gets you from zero to this small size, and once you get to this small size, then you're able to use general relativity and Einstein theory to generate all the rest.
Right.
Now, this is remarkable and awesome, But it is not something from nothing, because you're starting with the laws of quantum physics, you're starting the laws of general relativity. I mean, there's a lot of somethings there. This vacuum you talk about, as you said, is pulsing with energy and fluctuations and pressure and all sorts of things. I mean, there's a lot there.
That's true, but I'm not starting with the vacuum, right? Vacuum is what comes out of it. So what I'm starting with are indeed the laws of physics, or general relativity and quantum mechanics. And of course, and these laws are assumed to exist in some sense, in some Platonic sense, even prior to the universe, although prior I should put in quotation marks because there is no time. And the question, of course, is an extremely intriguing question of why these laws, who gives the laws. It's a deep mystery, and I don't have much to say about that. I would like to.
Paul, on multiple universes, I've talked to all of our friends, everybody that you and I know who have originated and talked about multiple universes. It's enormously exciting. It's the most mind-expanding thing that I've ever confronted in my life. Everybody assumes that it's real, it's just how it works. But is it real?
I usually say 2 cheers for the multiverse, because there are good reasons of physics and cosmology for supposing that what we see may not be all you get, that there may be other regions of space and time that could be different. So it's not an unreasonable speculation. However, it falls far short of being a complete theory of existence, which is often presented as, that as if, well, if there's a multiverse, we can forget about all the mysteries of the universe because it's all explained. Everything's out there somewhere, end of story. Well, it's simply not true, because to get a multiverse, you need a universe-generating mechanism. Something has got to make all those big bangs go bang. So you're going to need some laws of physics to do that. All of the theories of the multiverse assume quantum mechanics, quantum physics, to give the element of spontaneity to make the bangs happen. They assume pre-existing space and time. They assume the normal notion of causality, a whole host of things. You write down a list, there's about 10 different basic assumptions they have to make to get the theory to work. And you can say, well, where have they all come from? What about these meta-laws that generate universes and impose effective local bylaws, as Martin Rees would call it, upon these universes? What is this distribution mechanism? How does that work? Where do those rules come from? So all you've done is shift the problem of existence up from the level of universe to the level of multiverse, but you haven't explained it. So
but if it's real, you certainly have described what a new reality is. But how strong can we believe in that reality? Even if it's hard, even if it doesn't explain everything, is that what there is that we have to explain?
Right. Now, the big problem is how do we test? How do we test this idea? It's all very well saying there are all these other universes, but is there any way of testing it? Well, it turns out there are ways of, in some sort of weak sense of testing it. We can falsify it. If you claim that a particular feature of the universe is due to the fact that only a handful of these universes in the multiverse are inhabited by beings such as ourselves who can observe these things. If you say that that it's selected for that reason, this particular feature, there are certain statistical tests that you can apply, and if this particular feature fails those statistical tests, you can say that's evidence against the multiverse, but it is very weak. I suppose for me, the main problem is that what we're trying to do is explain why the universe is as it is by appealing to something outside of it. In this case, an infinite number of universes outside of it. And the problem about the multiverse is not that such a thing is unreasonable scientifically. It's not. It's very reasonable. It's that how on earth are we going to know about these other universes? They're not directly observable because in the fashionable view based on eternal inflation, these other universes are being conveyed apart faster than they're expanding. And so even in principle, you can't see across the gulf between them. It's possible you can apply some weak statistical tests to the fact that the universe we see may have certain features which are there because we exist, that is, that only some of these universes within this multiverse support life, and so obviously we're going to see a universe which has those features which are important for life. And there are statistical tests one can apply there. But, you know, it really is pretty feeble. And so I think the main objection, it's just a philosophical, not a scientific objection, is that what you're doing is trying to explain the universe we see by appealing to, in this case, an infinite number of universes that we don't see, appealing to something outside of the universe. And that is no better than traditional theology, which, and as a matter of fact, I believe that if somebody did a proper mathematical analysis, they would find that the complexity of the explanation of the multiverse, an infinite number of universes we don't see, is the same as the complexity of the explanation of traditional theology, an infinitely complex God outside the universe that we don't see. They're really the same thing in different language.
So how sure are we that the universe is the way that string theory describes it? Is the world really made up of strings and membranes, parallel universes, and extra dimensions? Is this all science or science fiction?
Well, the question we often ask ourselves as we work through our equations is this just fancy mathematics, or is it describing the real world?
These exercises in our imagination and mathematics are all, at the end of the day, subjected to a single question. Is it there in the laboratory? Can you find its evidence?
String theory and string theorists do have a real problem. How do you actually test string theory? If you can't test it in the way that we test normal theories, it's not science, it's philosophy. And that's a real problem.
Strings are thought to be so tiny, much smaller than an atom, that there's probably no way to see them directly.
I think it's actually stronger than that.
Okay.
That what is referred to as M theory isn't even a theory. Yes. It's a collection of ideas, hopes, aspirations.
Exactly.
It's not even a theory. And I think the book is a bit misleading in that respect. It gives you the impression that here is this new theory which is going to explain everything. It's nothing of the sort. It's not even a theory, and it certainly has no observational... partly it's this 10 to the 500 you refer to.
This is one of the interesting aspects of what he appears to be saying, is that M theory shows that the universe can create itself, so to speak, out of nothing. I mean, is that something which science can ever really tell us or be definitive? Take us
certainly not doing it yet. I think the book suffers rather more strongly than many. I mean, it's not an uncommon thing in popular descriptions of science to latch on to some idea, particularly things to do with string theory, which have absolutely no support from observation. They're just nice ideas that people have tried to explore.
But they will always remain theoretical. I mean,
always is too strong. It may well be they just be refuted, but even that is something which is they're very far from any kind of observational
or testability.
Tests, yes, they're hardly science.
Conscious, sentient beings.
It is, of course, a mystery as to why the universe exists in such an intelligible manner, but it suggests to me, at least, that there's a deep link between the universe, the grand scheme that's unfolding, and beings like ourselves. Somehow the universe has become self-aware. It's engineered the emergence of comprehending, thinking beings like ourselves who can come to know the universe.
Some people marvel at the fact that the universe has, over billions of years, given birth to beings who can appreciate its complexity. We can even ponder where and how we fit in.
We're all struck by the beauty and majesty of the natural world about us, the trees and the sky and the beauty of a sunset. It is awesome in its majesty. How can we make sense of it all? We need to look at the hidden subtext of nature, the mathematical relationships that underpin it, forming a sort of shadow world. Some people think of this as like a cosmic code.
Regardless of whether or not they believe in God, most scientists agree the cosmic code appears to exist.
Everything in the universe is determined by the fundamental forces of nature. The strengths of those forces are characterized by numbers called fundamental constants that are so sensitive that if they changed by just a little bit, the universe as we know it wouldn't be here. For example, if the rate of expansion of the universe right after the Big Bang had changed by 1 part in a quintillion is 1 with 18 zeros after it, the universe would continue to expand or collapse back on itself, and none of this would be possible. To illustrate just how small a number 1 part in a quintillion is, imagine all the grains of sand on this beach. In fact, imagine all the grains of sand in all the world's beaches. That number's probably somewhere around a quintillion. In this analogy, if all that sand represented the rate of expansion of the universe right after the Big Bang, how many grains of sand would I need to add or subtract to wreck the universe? Just 1 grain, 1 in a quintillion. That's how precise things had to be for us to be here.
But even though the Big Bang was perfectly calibrated, intelligent life would never have formed if matter had spread evenly across the universe.
Had it been perfectly smooth, then there wouldn't be any clumps which would gravitate and form stars and galaxies. So we needed slight irregularities in the distribution of matter in the universe. Had those irregularities been much smaller, stars and galaxies wouldn't have formed. Had they been much larger, everything would have collapsed to form black holes.
But even with the right distribution of matter throughout the universe, life would still never have formed without a complex series of processes inside stars that converted helium and hydrogen into heavier elements like carbon that form the basis of all living beings.
Some of those stars explode, providing raw material with which to form new stars, planets, and ultimately life. Had the laws of physics been a little bit different, or even if the physical constants had been a little bit different from what they really are, this process of nuclear fusion and the explosion of stars might not have been possible, and we wouldn't be here discussing it.
I don't know a single scientist who would disagree with the statement that the world is exceedingly ingenious. Not just mathematical, not just beautiful, not just elegant, but the manifestation of something truly extraordinary.
Is the emergence of intelligent life an accident? The laws of physics, the nature of the physical environment, and the physical constraints of replication and mutation ensure that in a universe with the basic physical constants and laws of this one, carbon-based life forms with opposable digits, eyes in their heads, and large brains are bound to come into existence. But Conway Morris argues that the landscape of biological form, be it at the level of proteins, organisms, or social systems, may in principle be almost infinitely rich, but in reality the number of roads through it may be much, much more restricted. There are only some feasible roads through protein hyperspace because of physical constraints that force a convergence of paths upon mutating organisms. There may be many paths to take, but they will converge on a number of solutions that are likely to be repeated wherever life evolves. Conway Morris's view is quite subtle. Even though, he says, the possibility of intelligent life is already laid down in the basic structure of the universe, the deep structure of the universe indicates life's inevitability. Nevertheless, life may be very rare or even unique to this planet. That is because conditions for its existence need to be just right. We would need planets of the right size and distance from their local stars, with large satellites, some protection against stray comets, and an atmosphere to ensure just the right amount of safe radiation from the nearest star, which also needs to be just at the right stage not to fry or freeze the planets in question. These conditions are so various and so precise, and need to be so exactly correlated.
I'm on my way to talk to Stephen Hawking about some of the questions we are both still asking. I want to ask him his views on evolution. As a physicist, does he think that the origin of life on Earth is just a happy coincidence?
The existence of the Earth and the properties that made it possible for biological life to develop depend on a very fine balance between the so-called constants of nature. If they were more than slightly different, either planets like the Earth would not occur, or the chemical processes necessary for life would not take place. One might take this as evidence for a divine creator, but an alternative explanation is what is known as the multiverse. The idea is that there are many possible universes. Only in the small number of universes that are suitable will intelligent beings develop and be able to ask the question, why is the universe so carefully designed?
Physicists believe that when time began, at the moment of the Big Bang, matter and antimatter were created in equal amounts. And based on recent measurements made at CERN Laboratory in Switzerland, it seems there is perfect symmetry between the two, which they say implies that our universe should not exist. What? Okay, here to talk about this perhaps disconcerting discovery is CBS News science and futurist contributor and theoretical physicist Michio Kaku. All right, Professor Kaku, so can you explain, first of all, what antimatter is and how is it different from the matter that we interact with every day?
Well, there's a Nobel Prize out there if you can figure out how this thing works. Antimatter is the mirror image of ordinary matter. It's extremely rare. If I had some in my hand, it looked like ordinary matter. It has the same chemical properties, except if I touch it, it would explode and destroy all of New York City, parts of Connecticut and New Jersey. Every Star Trek fan knows that this is the greatest energy source in the universe, matter-antimatter collision.
Okay, all right, so that's it. Well, what is it about this symmetry between matter and antimatter that, you know, leads CERN's physicists to this conclusion that we shouldn't exist, the universe shouldn't exist?
Well, at the instant of the Big Bang, there should have been equal quantities of matter and antimatter, which annihilated, driving the Big Bang. So, by rights, we shouldn't be here.
Right.
Because we have more matter than antimatter in our sector of the galaxy. We've looked for anti-galaxies. We've looked for anti-planets. We don't see any.
I don't even understand what that means, but okay, go ahead. Antimatter, anti-planets, because they would be made up of anti.
That's right. In fact, we see no evidence of that at all. So physicists say by rights we shouldn't exist. This means that at the instant of the Big Bang there was a slight overabundance of matter over antimatter, and here we are as a consequence. Now, why? This is one of the greatest mysteries in all of physics. We are clueless to understand why. And like I said, if you want to win a Nobel Prize, figure this one out. Why was there's a slight overabundance of matter over antimatter?
Yeah, all right. Well, tell us more about these experiments that CERN is doing to answer, or at least try to answer, these questions.
Well, they take an atom smasher and they take the energy out of it and put it into a bottle. It's called a magnetic bottle. You can actually trap anti-hydrogen, anti-electrons going around anti-protons. And when they measure the property of anti-hydrogen, it's exactly like ordinary hydrogen, except, of course, they would annihilate it if they touched each other. And that's so frustrating. You want to tear your hair out. They were looking for an asymmetry between matter and antimatter. They find none. And so that's the mystery. Why do we exist at all? By rights, we shouldn't be here. By rights, we should have been disintegrated at the instant of the Big Bang.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there are all kinds of theories out there, but what are physicists kind of focusing in on? Is there one theory, two theories that are kind of the main focus?
Well, the leading theory is something called string theory, which is what I do for a living. I'm one of the founders of the subject, in fact, years ago. But even string theory has a hard time because you have to sort of like put it in by hand. And we want the theory to naturally come out with this overabundance of matter over antimatter, which explains why we don't see anti-galaxies out there and anti-planets. But we have a hard time doing it. So right now, nobody has a convincing answer to this question, why should we be here?
The apparent fine-tuning of the universe is one of the hottest and indeed most controversial topics in our intellectual life today. Among physicists, argue about it among each other. philosophers, theologians, and then philosophers, theologians, and physicists all together. I want to get your sense, first of all, about the legitimacy of the question in terms of, is the universe fine-tuned, particularly the initial condition?
Well, the universe is certainly fine-tuned in the sense that the initial state of the universe was extraordinarily special. Now, there's fine-tuning in the origin of the universe, which has to do with the second law of thermodynamics. It has to have been extraordinarily precise, and in fact, it has to have been at least as precise as 1 part in 10 to the power 123. Now, that's
it's an
ridiculous.
Extraordinary number.
It's a ridiculous number, yes. That's right. And it's nothing like, people worry about the constants of nature. You see, you want to fix those constants. Okay, they're just a few numbers. 20 numbers, maybe.
Yeah.
And those have got to be fixed to, I don't know, just a certain amount of precision. And that's nothing by comparison with this number. The precision that we see in the initial state of the universe completely dwarfs any of these other considerations.
And that level of precision is so impossible to conceive of as from some random point of view. I mean, that's not something that you can achieve in a random fashion under any. I mean, in infinity you can do anything, but obviously, but that's a.
It's no explanation. I mean, that's right. I mean, you can't say, well, there are lots of universes, and out of that particular one, which we happen to be in, that number was that thing. Well, no, it doesn't explain it.
Right.
You don't get anywhere close to that number.
Right. What is the implication then in terms of the generation of such incredible precision? Can the argument of multiple universes achieve that?
Well, I don't think any of these are going to, you see, it's such an improbable. We're talking about how special the Big Bang was.
Yes.
Now, you could imagine other Big Bangs which weren't so special. But, I mean, you can have other Big Bangs not so special, but that's not what we got.
Yeah.
See?
And we're here in this one.
We're here in this one. We could have been here equally well in zillions of the other ones, you see, which weren't so special. You could have a universe which is special in our neighborhood. Our galaxy could be just as it is, but the distant universe would be different and not special out there. And that's much more likely. If you're just talking about probabilities, all these other alternatives are far more likely than the one we see, which is saying we're here and that's why the universe is as special as we see it, doesn't go anywhere to explaining the specialness of the Big Bang. It's just, it gets you nowhere because we don't need the universe to be that special for us. It's not any use to us at all why the distant universe is incredibly special and why it came from a Big Bang, which is just part of the Big Bang, which is just as special as the part we came from. And you can't say, another argument, you can't say, well, okay, you could have got lots more people by having a bigger universe. That doesn't work either, because there's lots of cheaper ways of making lots more people. You make lots of universes. And it's far cheaper in the sense of improbabilities, that's to say it's far more probable, to make lots of universes with a few people in each one than to make one universe full of people. I mean, that's just a simple way of saying it.
In a sense, this is an even deeper mystery than the anthropic people normally put out for us.
Yes, it is, yes. No, it needs a scientific explanation. It needs a good physical theory to say why the Big Bang had that nature that it did. And we have no theory which really explains that. I mean, people usually say it's quantum gravity. No quantum gravity theory I've ever seen incorporates the asymmetry in time, which is necessary to explain why the Big Bang had this special nature and not the singular states which come from black holes, collapses, and so on. There has to be something asymmetrical, because the second law of thermodynamics is asymmetrical. And any quantum gravity theory, which is going to explain why the Big Bang has this special structure, has got to have that in it. And no theory I've ever seen has that character.
Who created the nothing? How can something come out of nothing? Where did the nothing come from? Does there have to be a something, a beginning?
And according to quantum theory, there is no such thing as nothingness. You can have nothingness in quantum theory, but from that, things will arise. They will pop into existence and out of existence again.
So there can be a nothing.
So there's nothing, but nothing is not stable. Things come and go from nothingness.
Wait, so there are two kinds of nothing.
I'm going to talk about three.
He's got three. You got a fourth over here? Sorry. All right. I didn't know this. All right. We have more than one nothing.
From Christian metaphysics is that God created the world out of nothing. So it's God plus nothing equals the world. And you take God out of the equation, and I'm all for that. But so now we have blank plus nothing equals the world. And what you put in the blank is the laws of nature, the laws of quantum field theory. And I think that actually in worrying too much about the problem of why there's something rather than nothing and trying to find something to put in the blank where God used to be, you're actually still in thrall to Christian metaphysics. And I think you see the laws of nature, particularly the laws of quantum field theory, very much as divine commands.
So Jim, when did philosophers start weighing in on this?
Really with Leibniz. Why is there something rather than nothing? And by nothing, he meant a state in which there are no existence at all. There are no entities, there's no chaos, there's no space, no time, absolute nothingness. It's very difficult to grasp in the imagination. And there is a genuine question, why is there a universe rather than absolute nothingness? Well, the only even remotely persuasive definition of nothing I've heard from a physicist came from Alex Vilenkin, who said, imagine a closed spherical space-time. Imagine the surface of a ball. It's a finite space, but it doesn't have any boundaries. Now imagine the ball shrinking down to a point. Its radius goes from finite, shrinks down to 0. So now you have a closed space-time of 0 radius. This was Alex Vilenkin's definition of nothingness. And he did some quantum mechanical computations and showed that given a closed space-time of 0 radius, there's a finite probability that a little nugget of false vacuum will spontaneously appear, will nucleate out of that, and that, by the miracle of inflation, will evolve into the world we see around us. And I think that's a really nice story. But there are two problems with it. One problem is a closed finite, a closed space-time of 0 radius, is that really nothing? Well, there's no space and there's no time, so anything that exists in space-time can't be a part of it. But what about physical laws? What about mathematical entities? What about consciousness, value, all the things that are possibly non-spatial, non-temporal? Those aren't ruled out, so it seems to me that the notion of nothingness is a very parochial
We'll get back. You raise a really important point that I want to get back to. What you're saying is you could have a universe that's got nothing in it, but if laws of physics still apply in that universe, the laws of physics are not nothing.
Yeah, where are the laws of physics?
Okay, why don't you like his nothing that he built his universe in?
But that's, okay.
Why don't you like his nothing?
Now the question isn't, was there something else that existed? The really amazing thing, the question that really matters, and it may not be the question that matters to some classical philosophers, but it's the question that really matters is, how did a universe of 400 billion galaxies containing 100 billion stars, how did that come into existence if there weren't galaxies, if there weren't stars, if there wasn't energy? And that is the question that physics is coming close to answering, and that may not be the ultimate question of whether there was nothing before that, but there was nothing, our universe didn't exist. And our universe coming into existence when it wasn't there in the beginning with 0 energy, but still enough gravity to create everything we see is the amazing, remarkable miracle that science creates. And that's the important question.
Yeah, it's a great story. There's lots of empirical evidence for it. You've told a miraculous story about how a universe like ours was spawned by a piece of rubber. But where did the piece of rubber come from?
In the multiverse.
Wait. Yeah, you said a quantum fluctuation brings the universe into existence.
That's because I can talk in our universe about quantum mechanics. But it could be, although this is wild.
Nothing else we've been talking about until now is wild. But this is wild. Okay, go.
This is even wilder. Okay, so it's quite plausible. In fact, if there are many universes, as current theory suggests, that in each of them, the laws of physics essentially come into existence When the universe comes into existence, there are different laws of physics
then
in
you
each
can't
universe.
invoke a quantum fluctuation to give you the universe
but I
that has
don't know,
quantum
but
fluctuation.
what-
Lawrence, just to put, so your universe that's created out of nothing, where there are no laws, no space, no time, no anything, that nothing had to know to create the universe.
Well, there may have been something else there, but our universe
Oh,
was
now
there.
you confess. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
understand,
there was
because
nothing.
if there's no laws, then there's nothing to know to create a universe.
What if there's every law? Is that the same as no laws? That's the
I
point. Well, I think Jim was sort of saying.
I wasn't
Jim was
listening. What was
alluding
it?
that to every possible law, every possible universe. There may be universes with no laws, or maybe universes with laws. That's certainly a possibility.
All I'm saying is, if you have a place, whatever that is,
There was
where
no
there's-
place.
If you
You're
have a
thinking
no
wrong.
place with no laws, and then you birth a universe, something in that place had to know to birth that universe.
Why?
Okay?
Purporting to offer us an
theology.
explanation, and
What?
you're offering us no explanation. All you're saying, it just is.
Yeah, he's kind of doing
Yeah,
that.
To get a universe from nothing, you've described the process, and I've heard it described before, but what you're starting with doesn't sound a lot to me like nothing. It sounds like the laws of quantum physics.
Yeah, it's a quantum foam, yes.
Yeah, so that's not nothing, that's something.
That means something, but it's nothing in the sense of that there is no geometry in particular,
Right.
because our universe has a geometry.
Yes, there's no geometry, but it is a geometry generating mechanism.
In principle, yeah, there could be through the tunneling you generate this.
And
now, mind you, as I said from the beginning, this is all speculation.
Of course,
we
of
don't
course,
know
of
how
course.
this
we like
happened.
speculation. That's
Yes.
okay. But my concern is it's speculation and very interesting, and it may be right, but it's not answering the question. The question is, why is there something rather than nothing? And you're
and my answer is that I do not know. I only can say that
because you're starting with,
according to the laws of physics that I know,
Right.
this was possible.
Right.
But
Right.
why it is, I don't know.
Right, but the laws of physics, if we have quantum physics, which is the generator, whether it's the indeterminate principle or whatever it is that is part of the quantum physics, is very complicated. But it is complicated. It is something, and it's a lot of stuff. Maybe it'll be reduced down to something even more simple, and string theory, or who knows. But quantum field theory is a lot of things going on to make that. And so, if you start with that, and you have a mechanism to generate a universe with geometries and everything else, but you're starting with something pretty rich.
Right. Well, you start with some laws.
Some laws.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're right. So the question is, why are there some laws? And again, I don't know the answer to that.
Michio Kaku is a theoretical physicist. As a pioneer of string theory, which proposes the world is actually nine-dimensional, he believes scientists need to keep an open mind.
We physicists are conservative revolutionaries in the sense that we have to be open to all sorts of crazy, bizarre phenomena. Who would have thought that there's something called radioactivity? Who would have thought that we would have quantum forces? So we have to be open to these things. The most successful physical theory of all time is called quantum mechanics, the theory of the atom, because it's based on the idea of probabilities, that you don't really know where an electron is, and electrons can exist in some sense in multiple states at the same time.
The fuzzy nature of subatomic particles might just provide a way to explain the sixth sense. Erwin Schrödinger, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, designed a thought experiment to drive home the strange rules of his theory. Let's say we put a cat and a vial of poison in a box. We add an atom of radioactive uranium and a Geiger counter. If the uranium decays, it sets off the Geiger counter, which then releases the poison and silently kills the cat. Before we open the box and look, we can't actually know whether the uranium has decayed or not, since radioactive decay is a probabilistic quantum event.
Here's the question. Is the cat dead or alive? Well, according to quantum mechanics, the cat is neither dead nor alive, but the sum of the two states. Well, at that point, you say, well, that's nonsense. That's preposterous. How can you be both dead and alive simultaneously?
Schrodinger's cat was supposed to show that nothing in this universe is certain until someone makes a measurement. But another pioneer of quantum mechanics, Eugene Wigner, believed it could teach us something else about the working of the universe. That consciousness controls everything.
Wigner said, let's take it one step farther. If I, a human being, looks at the cat, I am conscious. Therefore, consciousness determines existence. At that point, Einstein went ballistic and said, what? You're saying that the fact that you are a conscious being determines the fact that the cat is alive? Answer is yes. And Wigner made one more step, and that is, how do I know I'm alive? You see, the cat and me, we're part of the same universe. If I don't know the cat is alive or dead, I could also be dead at the same time and not even know it. So who determines that I'm alive? Well, Wigner's friend looks at me, I look at the cat, and we exist. But then who looks at Wigner's friend? And there's an infinite chain of people looking at people, until finally you hit cosmic consciousness. Some consciousness that's ethereal, that envelops the universe, which looks at us and says, aha, the cat is alive.
Wigner believed that consciousness is an inextricable part of reality, that nothing really happens in the physical world unless a conscious mind observes it.
What are your thoughts on questions of spirituality and religious questions and religious explanations for these kind of things and so forth?
Well, there is a loophole in the quantum theory.
Yeah.
As I said before, there's a quantum transition between nothing to these small bubbles.
Rather.
These bubbles start to expand.
Yeah, there's a big quantum leap from nothing to something.
Something, right.
Yeah.
However, even within the quantum principle, and I'll work in the environment in a second.
Oh, we'll get to it.
Right?
Yeah.
There is a loophole,
Yeah.
and that is that in order to make sure that you know the state of an object, like whether or not an atom has decayed or not,
Yeah.
or whether I'm even sitting here at the table,
Yeah.
you have to make a measurement.
Yeah.
And before you make a measurement, you don't really know whether the person is really there or not. There's a famous experiment of the Schrodinger's cat, which a lot of spiritualists have rediscovered in the last 10 years. If I have a box with a cat in it, and the cat is attached to a gun,
Yeah.
and the gun is attached to a Geiger counter, and the Geiger counter is attached to uranium, you don't really know whether or not the uranium atom is going to decay, set off the Geiger counter. The Geiger counter is going to set off the gun and kill the cat. If the cat's in a box, the quantum mechanical description of the cat is I have to add the live cat and the dead cat. The cat is neither alive nor dead. The cat is represented by a mathematical wave function, the sum of a dead cat and a live cat. When you open the box, you make a measurement. At that point, the cat is dead. Now, the question is, before you open the box, is the cat dead or alive? And the answer is, and this will shock you when you hear about this.
I'll get ready. Let me hold on tight. Yes.
The fact is, quantum mechanics says the cat is neither dead nor alive.
Uncertainty.
Uncertainty.
Principle.
Right.
Heisenberg. No.
Right. Now, the question is, if you have to observe something to make sure the cat is either dead or alive, this means, of course, that somebody has to do the observing.
Yes, right.
Consciousness has to open the box. Now, the question is, therefore, was there consciousness before humans?
Yeah. Oh, well, okay.
Now, Einstein asked this question. He said, this is ridiculous. He didn't believe in the quantum theory. We now know this is, of course, Einstein's great mistake. And he had a very famous interaction with a guy named Abraham Peiss. They were walking down the street one day, and he said, look at the moon. Yeah. And Abraham looked at the moon, and he said, I see the moon. And he said, do you believe that the moon exists only because a mouse can look at it? Mice have been on the earth before humans.
That's right. Yeah,
Mice have looked at the moon. And he said, do you think the moon sprung into existence just because a mouse looked at it? Now, Einstein was very puzzled about this. Now, of course, the average person hearing this for the first time thinks that scientists have finally gone wacko, that this, of course, is the end of physics. Scientists have finally gotten off the deep. They're mad. But actually, this has been tested experimentally. We have atoms like cats, that are neither dead nor alive. And before you look at the atom, you cannot tell whether they're dead or alive, whether they have decayed or whether they're still there or not.
Yeah.
Okay? So in fact, the act of observing means the thing springs into existence. So in other words, did the dinosaurs really exist? Okay, now of course every scientist will say, every non-quantum scientist will say, of course the dinosaurs exist. We have bones.
We do.
Right? We have bones.
All over the place.
However, a quantum physicist, and this is all serious now,
Yeah.
will say that there is a wave function of a world where there are no dinosaurs, or dinosaurs that are still alive, or there's a wave function of dinosaurs that have bones. And before you look at the bones, you can't tell that it is physically impossible to determine whether or not there were in fact dinosaurs. Okay? Now this, of course, means that physicists have to confront the question of consciousness. And that is rather uncomfortable. We physicists don't like to talk about consciousness, especially consciousness other than human consciousness.
Yeah.
In other words, does the universe exist just because we look at it? Does the moon exist because a mouse looks at the moon?
Yeah.
Do dinosaurs' bones exist because I looked at the dinosaur bones? What about dinosaurs before humans?
Yeah.
However, the quantum theory, and this is what bothered Einstein, brings us back to the question of who observes. Can you observe without humans? If so, does that mean that necessarily you have God, which some physicists say? Eugene Wigner, winner of the Nobel Prize, said that this essentially proves the existence of God.
Matter originates in accordance with laws of nature, quantum laws, which must have existed before there was any matter, because the matter comes into existence in accordance with the quantum laws. So it cannot be true that they think the laws just describe how matter acts. On the contrary, the laws tell matter how it's going to act, and the laws actually create matter. You know, some of my colleagues like to talk very misleadingly about, these days we believe in the bootstrap theory of the universe. And the bootstrap theory is the universe pulls itself into being by its own bootstraps. In other words, out of nothing. You get creation out of nothing. But it's not nothing. You've got the laws of quantum physics, and they're not matter either. And they exist in order to produce the universe. So modern physics has got itself into a state where it cannot be materialistic. That's the irony of materialism, that materialists think they're being scientific, but quantum physicists say, well, actually, matter is a very mysterious sort of stuff, and it originates from something beyond the material.
Matter is really an appearance of mind. Using the word mind rather broadly, something conscious, something intelligent. But consciousness is the important point. So there may be a material world, but if there is, it's an expression of an underlying and more real and more truly existent conscious world. And a lot of quantum physicists, not all, but I think the majority, see consciousness as much more important than matter. So let's just start with that thought of idealism, that consciousness is an ineliminable, you can't get rid of it, part of reality, and that probably it's more fundamental than matter is. Indeed, matter is nothing but an appearance of some form of consciousness. Who says this? Oh, right, let me give you some names. Heisenberg is probably the person, well, he is the person who formed the first quantum theory in 1925. What Heisenberg said in 1925 is, there are no such things as little lumps or billiard balls or planets circling around the nucleus of an atom. That picture is dead. We still get it in books because it's something you can sort of imagine, but it's very misleading. There are no such things. So what are electrons? Well, that's where it begins to get difficult. What are electrons? Well, they are actually different when they're being observed and when they're not being observed. When they're being observed, they act, this is according to quantum physics, I'm not just making this up. When electrons are being observed, they are particles at a specific location. I mean, when you actually see one, it's a little particle which has hit a phosphor screen, getting onto this screen. You can see on a photograph the impact, and it's a particle impact. You don't see the particle actually, but you see what the particle has done. You see where it's hit the screen. You say the particle hit it there. So they have a precise location. And in that sense, they're quanta, or particles. The trouble is when they're not being observed, they aren't particles. That's the real trouble. They are probability waves. What's a probability wave? That's what nobody knows. It's a mathematical construct, really. The wave, if you draw a wave like that, the wave gives you the probability that if you made an observation, you would find a particle at a particular place. All right? So it's not a real wave like something on the sea. It's not like that. It's a mathematical wave, and it gives you a probability that you might find a particle at a particular wave. In fact, slightly more technical, I'm not going to get very technical, but the square of the amplitude of a wave, that is from top to bottom of the wave, the square of the amplitude of a wave gives you the probability of the location at which a particle will be found if you have an experimental interference with the wave. Okay. So that's what an electron is. It's quite simple, really. No wonder they don't teach it in schools, though. They don't even teach it in first-year physics. You don't do quantum until you're a postgraduate, you know, because it's much too difficult. So probability waves, if you say, what does the world really consist of? Your electrons, your small billiard balls, have disappeared. They only exist when you observe them. And what's really there when you're not looking is probability waves. And probabilities aren't actualities, they're just probabilities. So if you say, where is the electron when we're not looking at it? Do you remember Bishop Berkeley, who said, where is everything when we're not looking at it? Berkeley had the view that to be is to be perceived. Anything which is only exists if it's being perceived. Color is a good example of this. We look around this room now and we see lots of colors in this room. But in fact, if we left the room, if all of us left the room, there would be no colors in the room at all, because the realities with which physics deals have no color. Color is the product of an interaction between a light wave, that's a real wave, not a probability one, between a light wave and the electrochemical impulses in the brain which the light wave produces when it hits the retina of your eye. So color is, we might say, subjective. Now, everybody agrees with that, don't you? Yes, I'm sure you do. So color doesn't exist in the external world. There are just waves of various frequencies. Depending on the frequency, when it hits the brain, you see a different color. And of course, if your visual apparatus is not attuned to those wavelengths, you wouldn't see these colors at all. And many animals see in black and white when they don't have, and some animals see infrared that we can't see at all. And Bishop Berkeley said, look, you see all these colors in this room, go out of the room, and what color will things be? No color at all. Color will not exist. Now, electrons are like that. They only exist if you're looking at them. Or more technically, if you're making an experimental interference, which collapses the probability wave into a particle. Right? But then you've got to look at it to see that. So if you're not looking, electrons don't exist. Only probability waves exist. Well, now, what this is coming up with is the view, accepted by many, but not all quantum physicists, the view that actually subatomic particles only exist when they're being looked at. Otherwise, they don't exist at all. Does anything exist? Let me give you a few quotations. You may not be believing me already, and it's going to get much worse. But let me give you some quotations from some very notable quantum physicists. John Wheeler, Nobel Prize-winning physicist, says, no elementary phenomenon is real unless it is observed. Just think about that. We know about all these particles, electrons, protons, neutrons, gravitons, hundreds of them, and Wheeler says none of them exists unless it's being observed. And people who talk about matter being the thing out of which minds somehow evolve are as wrong as they could possibly be, because matter is only in the mind. And if there weren't any minds, there wouldn't be any matter. Well, that's John Wheeler. You may think he's a nutcase, but Eugene Wigner, another Nobel Prize-winning physicist, says, study of the external world, he means in quantum physics, often called the new physics, because it's so different from Newton and even from Einstein, really. Eugene Wigner says, study of the external world leads to the conclusion that contents of consciousness are the ultimate reality. It's the same point. If you ask what is ultimately real, the answer is that which is a content of some consciousness. I remember Bishop Berkeley again. Bishop Berkeley said, yes, things are real only when they're being observed. And you ask the question, well, what if nobody's looking? And Berkeley said, well, I'm a bishop, and I can tell you that God is always looking. So things are what they are because they're being observed by God. And if there wasn't a God, there wouldn't be anything. Von Neumann, yet another, they're all Nobel, all the people I'm going to quote are Nobel Prize winners, so they must be good at something. Von Neumann says, all real things are contents of consciousness. We see traces of it in CERN, in Geneva, marks left by particles which have been going round and round this vast tube at very fast speeds. But we never see the things themselves, and that's not surprising, because there aren't any. There is only a purely mathematical reality. And we haven't got a clue what that would be like. But whatever it's like, it's not material. So that's the end of materialism. And there's a little book by John Gribbin, perfectly respected scientific writer, and Paul Davies, mathematical physicist from Melbourne, Australia, called The Matter Myth, in which they just bring out the findings of this new physics. It's not anything like matter. Because Einstein contributed to this debate with his famous formula, which the one formula in physics that everybody knows, E equals mc squared, but nobody knows what it means. But what it does mean, all right, at the simplest level is energy equals mass, matter, times the square of the speed of light. Okay. In other words, mass, matter, and energy are convertible. Matter is only one form of energy. There are other forms of it as well. Now, that in itself is a world-shaking conclusion. Matter, far from being the fundamental reality, is just one form of energy. And there may be other forms. In fact, we do know some other forms that there are. There's antimatter, for a start. And there are other things, too. And from Heisenberg himself, and Heisenberg is really the great name, he formulated the first quantum theory. Since then, there have been others, Paul Dirac of Cambridge, and Schrödinger, who propounded the Schrödinger equations, which quantum physicists use. But Heisenberg is the originator, really. And he said, elementary particles, that's electrons, protons, neutrons, and so on, elementary particles form a world of pure possibilities. Atoms, he said, are not things. Right? So possibilities, not things. So from a quantum point of view, the world doesn't consist of very small things bumping into each other. In fact, you have to say there are no things. There are only possibilities, possibilities of perception. Now, what do you make of that? Well, one thing you could say, and people like Eugene Wigner do say, well, this shows that the whole of reality is a construct of mind. It's constructed by mind. And what mind could it be than the mind of God? So the mind of God becomes integral to science. It's not that you say, could we have an argument from physics to God? It's that physics is about God. That's what it's about. And people like Niels Bohr, there is a super intelligent cosmic mind, and matter only exists within that. And we see matter in a particular way as particles, elementary particles, and that depends on the nature of our consciousness. Quantum physicists don't all believe in God. They don't want to mislead you. And those who do believe in a cosmic mind might not call it God because they don't like what goes on in synagogues and churches and things like that. So they may say, I don't like the word God. Let's just talk about a cosmic mind. But to me, it's pretty close.
And there are quantum physicists like John Wheeler, very famous quantum physicist, who says actually the Big Bang didn't exist until somebody thought of it. Right? The Big Bang wouldn't exist unless somebody thought of it, and that somebody, guess what, was God.
A more abstract argument for the existence of God is the first cause argument. Let's just look at the simple, basic, intuitive, natural, commonsensical form of it. I think we all have to become rather clever in order to doubt it or to dispute it, because it's based on an instinctive mind that we all share, the instinct that says everything needs an explanation. Nothing just is, without a reason why it is. Everything that exists has some adequate or sufficient reason why it exists. Philosophers call this the principle of sufficient reason. We use it every day, in common sense and in science, as well as in philosophy. If you saw a rabbit suddenly appear on this empty table, you would not blandly say, "Hi there, rabbit, you came from nowhere, didn't you?" No, you'd look for a cause. You would assume there has to be some cause. We never deny the principle of sufficient reason itself. No one believes the pop theory, that things just pop into existence for no reason at all. Perhaps we will never find the cause, but there must be a cause for everything that comes into existence. Now, the entire universe is a vast interlocking chain of things that come into existence. Each of these things must therefore have a cause. My parents caused me, my grandparents caused them, etc. But it is not that simple. I would not be here without billions of causes, from the Big Bang through the cooling of the galaxies and the evolution of the protein molecule to the marriages of my ancestors. The universe is a vast and complex chain of causes. Now, does the universe as a whole have a cause? Is there a first cause, an uncaused cause, an eternal cause, a transcendent cause of the whole immanent chain of causes? If not, then there is an infinite regress of causes with no first link in the great cosmic chain. If so, then there is an eternal, necessary, independent, self-explanatory being with nothing above it, nothing before it, nothing supporting it. It would explain itself as well as everything else. For if it needed something else as its explanation, its reason, its cause, then it would not be the first and uncaused cause. Such a being could be called God. If we can prove there is such a first cause, we will have proved that there is some sort of God. Now, why must there be a first cause? Because if there isn't, then the whole universe is unexplained, and we have violated our principle of sufficient reason for everything. If there is no first cause, each particular thing in the universe is explained by some other thing, but the universe as a whole is not explained. Everyone and everything in the universe says in turn, "Don't look to me for the final explanation. I'm just an instrument. Something else caused me." But if that's all there is, beings that say that, then we have an endless buck-passing universe. God is the one who says the buck stops here. One more analogy. Suppose I tell you there is a book that explains everything you want explained. You want that book very much. You ask me whether I have it. I say, no, I have to get it from my wife. Does she have it? Well, no, she has to get it from a neighbor. Does he have it? No, he has to get it from his teacher, who has to get it from, etc., ad infinitum. No one actually has the book. In that case, you will never get it. However long or short the chain of book borrowers may be, you will get the book only if someone actually has it and does not have to borrow it. Well, existence is like that book. Existence is handed down the chain of causes, from cause to effect. If there is no first cause, no being who is eternal and self-sufficient, no being who has existence by his own nature and does not have to borrow it from something else, then the gift of existence can never be passed down the chain to others, and no one will ever get it. But we did get it. We exist. We got the gift of existence from our causes down the chain, and so did every actual being in the universe, from atoms to archangels. Therefore, there must be a first cause of existence, a God. The thing to do is to return to what is sure and clear, the intuitive point I began with. Not everyone can understand all the abstract details of the first cause argument, but everyone can understand its basic point. C.S. Lewis puts it this way, I felt in my bones that this universe does not explain itself.
Why does anything at all exist? Gottfried Leibniz wrote, the first question which should rightly be asked is, why is there something rather than nothing? He came to the conclusion that the explanation is found in God. Someone might say, if everything that exists needs an explanation, what about God? Doesn't he need an explanation? And if God doesn't need an explanation, then why does the universe need an explanation? To address this, Leibniz makes a key distinction between things that exist necessarily and things that exist contingently. Things that exist necessarily exist by necessity of their own nature. It's impossible for them not to exist. Many mathematicians think that abstract objects like numbers and sets exist like this. They're not caused to exist by something else, they just exist by necessity of their own nature. Things that exist contingently are caused to exist by something else. Most of the things we're familiar with exist contingently. They don't have to exist. They only exist because something else caused them to exist. There's no reason to think the world around us had to exist. If the universe had developed differently, there might have been no stars or planets. It's logically possible that the whole universe might not have existed. It doesn't exist necessarily, it exists contingently. If the universe might not have existed, why does it exist? The only adequate explanation for the existence of a contingent universe is that its existence rests on a non-contingent being, something that cannot not exist because of the necessity of its own nature. It would exist no matter what. So, everything that exists has an explanation of its existence, either in the necessity of its own nature or in an external cause. But what about our second premise? Is it reasonable to call the explanation of the universe God? Well, what is the universe? It's all of space-time reality, including all matter and energy. It follows that if the universe has a cause of its existence, that cause cannot be part of the universe. It must be non-physical and immaterial, beyond space and time. The list of entities that could possibly fit this description is fairly short, and abstract objects cannot cause anything. Leibniz's contingency argument shows that the explanation for the existence of the universe can be found only in the existence of God. Or, if you prefer not to use the term God, you may simply call him the extremely powerful, uncaused, necessarily existing, non-contingent, non-physical, immaterial, eternal being who created the entire universe and everything in it.
If one asks what caused God, the answer is that nothing could bring into being a reality which wholly transcends space-time and which is self-existent. To fail to grasp such an idea is to fail to grasp what God is. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. Something cannot come into being out of nothing.
This is rooted in the metaphysical idea that being cannot come from non-being. Out of nothing, nothing comes.
That Hawking hasn't even begun to address the question, why is there something rather than nothing? For nothing, in his vocabulary, does not have the traditional meaning of non-being, but rather means the quantum vacuum. Hawking and Mlodinoff's equivocal use of terms is painfully evident in their interview with the American television host Larry King on his program. Here is how it went. Hawking: gravity and quantum theory cause universes to be created spontaneously out of nothing. Larry King: who created the nothing? Where did the nothing come from? Mlodinoff: according to quantum theory, there is no such thing as nothingness. Now, in this ridiculous exchange, Hawking is using nothing to refer to the quantum vacuum, while Mlodinoff is using it to mean non-being. And they avoid the tough question, why is there something rather than nothing, only by equivocating on the use of their terminology. Despite Hawking and Mlodinoff's constant sniping at religious belief throughout their book, I think there is actually genuine profit in it for religious believers, especially for those interested in natural theology. For the authors affirm and argue for an absolute beginning of time and the universe, which points ineluctably to a transcendent cause beyond the universe. That the evidence of contemporary cosmology actually renders God's existence considerably more probable than it would have been without it. This is not to make some sort of naive claim that contemporary cosmology proves the existence of God. There is no God of the gaps reasoning here. Rather, I'm saying that contemporary cosmology provides significant evidence in support of premises in philosophical arguments for conclusions having theological significance. For example, the key premise in the ancient Kalam cosmological argument that the universe began to exist is a religiously neutral statement which can be found in virtually any textbook on astronomy and astrophysics. It is obviously susceptible to scientific confirmation or disconfirmation on the basis of the evidence. So, to repeat, one is not employing the evidence of contemporary cosmology to prove the proposition that God exists, but to support theologically neutral premises in philosophical arguments for conclusions that have theistic significance. In tonight's discussion, I'll focus on two such arguments: the Kalam cosmological argument from the origin of the universe, and the teleological argument from the fine-tuning of the universe. Consider first the Kalam cosmological argument. 1. If the universe began to exist, then there is a transcendent cause which brought the universe into existence. 2. The universe began to exist. 3. Therefore, there is a transcendent cause which brought the universe into existence. By the universe, I mean that reality which is studied by contemporary cosmology. That is to say, all contiguous physical reality which currently takes the form of space-time and its contents. I take it that 1 is obviously true. Rather, the truly controversial premise is 2. Traditional supporters presented philosophical arguments in support of 2, which for me constitute its primary warrant. But they're not the subject of tonight's debate. Rather, what's emerged during the 20th century is remarkable empirical confirmation of the second premise from the evidence of astrophysical cosmogony. 2 independent but closely interrelated lines of physical evidence support premise 2: evidence from the expansion of the universe and evidence from the second law of thermodynamics. In saying that the cosmogonic evidence confirms 2, I am not saying that we are certain that 2 is true. Too many people mistakenly equate knowledge with certainty. When they say that we do not know that the universe began to exist, what they really mean is that we are not certain that the universe began to exist. But of course, certainty is not the relevant standard here. The question is whether 2 is more plausible in light of the evidence than it's contradictory. Professor Carroll reminds us, science isn't in the business of proving things. Rather, science judges the merits of competing models in terms of their simplicity, clarity, comprehensiveness, and fit to the data. Unsuccessful theories are never disproven, as we can always concoct elaborate schemes to save the phenomena. They just fade away as better theories gain acceptance. Science cannot force you to accept the beginning of the universe. You can always concoct elaborate schemes to explain away the evidence. But those schemes will not fare well in displaying the aforementioned scientific virtues. Even many who have expressed skepticism about premise 2 admit that it is more plausibly true than not. For example, in my recent dialogue with Lawrence Krauss, he volunteered, "I bet our universe had a beginning, but I am not certain of it. Based on the physics that I know, I'd say it is a more likely possibility." This is to admit precisely what cosmologists like Alexander Vilenkin have contended all along that the evidence makes it more likely than not that the universe began to exist. Consider first evidence from the expansion of the universe. The standard Big Bang cosmogonic model implies that the universe is not infinite in the past, but had an absolute beginning a finite time ago. Although advances in astrophysical cosmology have forced various revisions in the standard model, nothing has called into question its fundamental prediction of the finitude of the past and the beginning of the universe. Indeed, as James Sinclair has shown, the history of 20th century cosmogony has seen a parade of failed theories trying to avert the absolute beginning predicted by the standard model. Meanwhile, a series of remarkable singularity theorems has increasingly tightened the loop around empirically tenable cosmogonic models by showing that under more and more generalized conditions, a beginning is inevitable. In 2003, Arvin Bord, Alan Guth, and Alexander Vilenkin were able to show that any universe, which is on average in a state of cosmic expansion throughout its history, cannot be infinite in the past, but must have a beginning. In 2012, Vilenkin showed that cosmogonic models, which do not fall under this condition, including Professor Carroll's own model, fail on other grounds to avert the beginning of the universe. Vilenkin concluded none of these scenarios can actually be past eternal. All the evidence we have says that the universe had a beginning. The Bord-Guth-Vilenkin theorem proves that classical spacetime under a single, very general condition cannot be extended to past infinity, but must reach a boundary at some time in the finite past. Now, either there was something on the other side of that boundary or not. If not, then that boundary is the beginning of the universe. If there was something on the other side, then it will be a non-classical region, described by the yet-to-be-discovered theory of quantum gravity. In that case, Vilenkin says, it will be the beginning of the universe. Think about it. If there is such a non-classical region, then it is not past eternal in the classical sense, but neither can it exist literally timelessly, akin to the way in which philosophers consider abstract objects to be timeless, or theologians take God to be timeless. For this region is in a state of constant flux, which, given the indiscernibility of identicals, is sufficient for time. So even if time as defined in classical physics does not exist at such an era, some sort of time would. But if the quantum gravity era is temporal, it cannot be extended infinitely in time. For such a quantum state is not stable, and so would either produce the universe from eternity past or not at all. As Anthony Aguirre and John Kihayas argue, it is very difficult to devise a system, especially a quantum one, that does nothing forever, then evolves. A truly stationary or periodic quantum state, which would last forever, would never evolve, whereas one with any instability will not endure for an indefinite time. Hence, the quantum gravity era would itself have to have had a beginning in order to explain why it transitioned just some 13 billion years ago into classical time and space. Hence, whether at the boundary or at the quantum gravity regime, the universe probably began to exist. Consider now the evidence of thermodynamics. According to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy in a closed system almost never decreases. Given the naturalistic assumption that the universe is a closed system, the second law implies that given enough time, the universe will come to a state of thermodynamic heat death, whether cold or hot. Given that the universe will expand forever, it may never reach a state of equilibrium, but will grow increasingly cold, dark, dilute, and dead. But then the obvious question arises. Why, if the universe has existed forever, is it not now in a cold, dark, dilute, and lifeless state? P.C.W. Davies gives the obvious answer. The universe can't have existed forever. We know there must have been an absolute beginning a finite time ago. The universe's energy, says Davies, was simply put in at the creation as an initial condition. By contrast, Professor Carroll's solution to the problem confronts serious obstacles. He imagines that the overall condition of the universe is a state of thermal equilibrium, a sort of de Sitter space, but that random fluctuations spawn baby universes which pinch off to become wholly independent spacetimes. We find ourselves in one such baby universe in a state of disequilibrium. Let me raise two concerns about this model. First, not only are the production mechanisms of such baby universes admittedly conjectural, but such a scenario violates the so-called unitarity of quantum theory by allowing irretrievable information loss from the mother universe to the babies. Stephen Hawking, apologizing to science fiction fans everywhere, came to admit, "There is no baby universe branching off. As I once thought, the information remains firmly in our universe." Second, Professor Carroll's solution provides no convincing answer to the Boltzmann brain problem. Since the mother universe is a de Sitter space in which thermal fluctuations occur, and since baby universes grow into de Sitter spaces themselves, there's no explanation in the model why there exists a genuine low entropy universe around us rather than the mere appearance of such a world, an illusion of isolated brains which have fluctuated into existence out of the quantum vacuum. These and other problems make Professor Carroll's model less plausible than the standard solution that the universe began to exist with an initial low entropy condition. Skeptics might hope that quantum cosmology might serve to avert the implications of the second law of thermodynamics. But now, a new singularity theorem formulated by Aaron Wall seems to close the door on that possibility. Wall shows that given the validity of the generalized second law of thermodynamics in quantum cosmology, the universe must have begun to exist, unless, as in Professor Carroll's model, one postulates a reversal of the arrow of time at some point in the past, which, he rightly observes, involves a thermodynamic beginning in time, which would seem to raise the same sorts of philosophical questions that any other sort of beginning in time would. Wall reports that his results require only certain basic concepts so that it is reasonable to believe that the results will hold in a complete theory of quantum gravity. Thus, we have good evidence, both from the expansion of the universe and from the second law of thermodynamics, that the universe is not past eternal, but had a temporal beginning. So, the second premise of the Kalam cosmological argument receives significant confirmation from the evidence of contemporary cosmology.
But in one sense, the history of 20th century cosmology has been the history of one failed attempt after another to avert the absolute beginning predicted in the standard Big Bang model. We've seen the steady state model, we've seen oscillating models of the universe, we've seen vacuum fluctuation models, chaotic inflationary models, quantum gravity models, most recently the so-called ekpyrotic cyclical models of the universe, all of these attempting to avoid the absolute beginning predicted in the standard model. And one after another, these theories have either been falsified by the data or shown to be mathematically inconsistent, or else they have been shown to imply the very beginning of the universe that they sought to avoid. So I think that the prevailing view among contemporary cosmologists is that the universe cannot be eternal in the past, but that there is a past space-time boundary that represents the absolute beginning of the cosmos. Paul Steinhardt and Neil Turock's so-called brain cosmology, which is an attempt to exploit string theory to develop an eternally oscillating universe in higher dimensions. And they tried to extend this infinitely into the past. But what was discovered in 2003, in the fall of that year, by three cosmologists, Alexander Vilenkin, Arvind Borde, and Alan Guth, the father of inflationary cosmology, through their theorem, they were able to demonstrate that even these models cannot be extended infinitely into the past, but that there has to be a past boundary at some point that represents the beginning of the universe. So even these brain cosmologies and higher dimensional cosmologies, which are really very metaphysical in character, have been shown to be non-infinitely extendable into the past. That is to say that they must have a past boundary. The very nature of science is that its results are always provisional. They're always tentative. Well, there are other versions of the cosmological argument that don't depend on the universe having a beginning. For example, the great German philosopher Leibniz held that even if you have an eternal universe in the past, that doesn't explain why there is any universe. So for Leibniz, the eternality or infinitude of the past was irrelevant to the question of whether there is a metaphysically necessary being that explains why the universe exists. But this would be relevant, though, to the Kalam cosmological argument, because if it turned out to be correct and could be extended to past infinity, then it would not be true, at least scientifically, that you can give good evidence that the universe began to exist. You would still have all of the philosophical arguments in place against an infinite regress. And doesn't there need to be some sort of an ultimate explanation of reality?
Turn now to the teleological argument from the fine-tuning of the universe. Scientists have been stunned by the discovery that the existence of intelligent, interactive life depends upon a complex and delicate balance of fundamental constants and quantities, like the gravitational constant or the amount of entropy in the early universe, which are fine-tuned to a degree that is literally incomprehensible. Now, there are three possibilities debated in the literature for explaining the presence of this remarkable fine-tuning: physical necessity, chance, or design. The question then is, which of these three alternatives is the most plausible? On the basis of the evidence, we may argue, 1, the fine-tuning of the universe is due to either physical necessity, chance, or design. 2, it is not due to physical necessity or chance. 3, therefore, it is due to design. Consider then the first alternative, physical necessity. This alternative seems extraordinarily implausible because the constants and quantities are independent of the laws of nature. The laws of nature are consistent with a wide range of the values of these constants and quantities. For example, the most promising candidate for a theory of everything to date, superstring theory, or M theory, allows a cosmic landscape of around 10 to the 500th power different universes governed by the present laws of nature, so that it does nothing to render the observed values of the constants and quantities physically necessary. So what about the second alternative, that the fine-tuning is due to chance? The problem with this alternative is that the odds against the universe's being life-permitting are so incomprehensibly great that they cannot be reasonably faced. In order to rescue the alternative of chance, its proponents have therefore been forced to adopt the hypothesis that there exists a sort of world ensemble or multiverse of randomly ordered universes, of which our universe is but a part. Now comes the key move. Since observers can exist only in finely tuned worlds, of course we observe our universe to be fine-tuned. So, this explanation of fine-tuning relies on 1, the existence of a specific type of world ensemble, and 2, an observer self-selection effect. Now, this explanation, wholly apart from objections to 1, faces a very formidable objection to two, namely the Boltzmann brain problem. In order to be observable, the universe need not be fine-tuned for our existence. Indeed, it is vastly more probable that a random fluctuation of mass energy would yield a universe dominated by Boltzmann brain observers than one dominated by ordinary observers like ourselves. In other words, the observer self-selection effect is explanatorily vacuous. As Robin Collins has noted, what needs to be explained is not just intelligent life, but embodied, interactive, intelligent agents like ourselves. Appeal to an observer self-selection effect accomplishes nothing because there's no reason whatever to think that most observable worlds, or the most probable observable worlds, are worlds in which that kind of observer exists. Indeed, the opposite appears to be true. Most observable worlds will be Boltzmann brain worlds. Since we are presumably not Boltzmann brains, that fact strongly disconfirms a naturalistic world ensemble or multiverse hypothesis. It seems then that the fine-tuning is not plausibly due to physical necessity or chance. Therefore, we ought to prefer the hypothesis of design. In summary, then, it seems to me that the evidence of contemporary cosmology provides significant support for key premises in two philosophical arguments for conclusions having theological significance. Thus, the existence of a creator and designer of the universe seems to be significantly more probable in light of contemporary cosmology than it would have been without it.
Why does mathematics work? Think about it. Mathematical entities like numbers, sets, and equations are non-physical and abstract. They can't cause anything. Yet, for some reason, the physical universe operates mathematically. As Galileo put it, the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics. Scientists do not use mathematics merely as a convenient way of organizing the data. They believe that mathematical relationships reflect real aspects of the physical world. Science relies on the assumption that we live in an ordered universe that is subject to precise mathematical laws. Thus, the laws of physics are all expressed as mathematical equations. For example, Pythagoras discovered that when a vibrating string is shortened by half, it plays the same note one octave higher. Isaac Newton's observations led to his discovery of the law of gravity, a mathematical relationship expressed as a simple equation that enabled us to enter the space age. Mathematics enabled astronomers to pinpoint the location of a previously undiscovered planet. And James Clerk Maxwell used mathematics to predict the existence of radio waves. Albert Einstein, working with theoretical mathematics developed 50 years earlier, formulated his general theory of relativity, a pillar of modern physics. His calculations were later confirmed during a solar eclipse, when Arthur Eddington observed light from distant stars bending around the sun. Then, Peter Higgs used mathematical equations to predict the existence of an elementary particle. It took 48 years, billions of dollars, and millions of man-hours for experimental scientists to finally detect the Higgs boson. How do we explain the astonishing applicability of math to the physical world? In 1960, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist and mathematician Eugene Wigner published an article that stunned the scientific community entitled "The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics in the Natural Sciences." Wigner concluded that the effectiveness of mathematics is a miracle, which we neither understand nor deserve. Why is mathematics so effective? Philosophers who address this question fall into two camps. Naturalists, who believe that all that exists concretely is space-time and its physical contents. They exclude supernatural causes. And theists, who believe in a God who created the universe. Naturalists cannot provide a reasonable explanation for why mathematics applies to the physical world. It's just a happy coincidence. But this is no explanation at all. At most, naturalists can say that it's not surprising that math applies to the world, because the world itself just happens to have a mathematical structure, so of course mathematics applies to it. But this explanation is unsatisfactory for two reasons. First, a great deal of mathematics in science cannot be physically realized. For example, imaginary numbers and infinite dimensional spaces. Although these concepts are useful, physical reality cannot possibly have the structure they describe. And second, this answer still doesn't explain why the physical universe has such a stunningly elegant mathematical structure. By contrast, for theists, mathematics works so well in the physical world because God has chosen to create the world according to the plan he had in mind. The first-century Jewish philosopher Philo of Alexandria offered this analogy. When a king wants to build a city, a trained architect first designs in his mind a plan of all the parts of the city that are to be completed. Then he begins to construct the city out of stones and timber, looking at the model and ensuring that the material objects are built according to the plan. Mathematics and physics work so well together because the same mind that designed the universe on a mathematical model also built the universe on the same mathematical model. All of this adds up to an argument for the existence of God that goes like this. If God does not exist, the applicability of mathematics is just a happy coincidence. But the applicability of mathematics is not just a happy coincidence. Therefore, God exists. Eugene Wigner was right. The effectiveness of mathematics in the physical world is quite literally a miracle, which is best explained by the existence of God.
Newtonian determinism says that the universe is a clock, a gigantic clock that's wound up at the beginning of time, and it's been ticking ever since according to Newton's laws of motion. So, what you're going to eat 10 years from now, on January 1st, has already been fixed. It's already known using Newton's laws of motion. Einstein believed in that. Einstein was a determinist. Does that mean that a murderer, a horrible mass murderer, isn't really guilty of his works because it was already preordained billions of years ago? And Einstein said, well, yeah, in some sense that's true. Even mass murderers were predetermined. But he said, they should still be placed in jail. Heisenberg then comes along and proposes the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and says, nonsense. There's uncertainty. You don't know where the electron is. It could be here, here, or many places simultaneously. This, of course, Einstein hated because he said God doesn't play dice with the universe. Well, hey, get used to it. Einstein was wrong. God does play dice. Every time we look at an electron, it moves. There's uncertainty with regards to the position of the electron. So what does that mean for free will? It means in some sense we do have some kind of free will. No one can determine your future events given your past history. There's always the wild card. There's always the possibility of uncertainty in whatever we do. That's the personal God. Einstein did not believe that the God of the universe created us just so you can get that wagon for a Christmas present. You see, Einstein believed in another God, the God of Spinoza, the God of Leibniz, the God of order, harmony. The universe could have been random. It could have been chaotic. It could have been messy. But the universe is actually quite elegant, quite simple, and in fact is gorgeous. You can put the laws of physics as we know them on a simple sheet of paper. Amazing. Didn't have to be that way. Therefore, you ask the question, is the existence of God provable? Well, what is science? Science is based on things that are testable, reproducible, and falsifiable. But you see, the existence of God is not testable. It's not reproducible. You cannot reproduce God at will. You cannot put an angel inside a box and demand that miracles take place. It doesn't work that way. That's why religion is based on faith, rather than things that are objectively testable, falsifiable, and reproducible. Now, that doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. I don't know. I don't know if God exists or not. All I'm saying is that science is limited by looking at what is testable, reproducible, and falsifiable. there are areas where you push the boundaries of that, like the Big Bang. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. You cannot test the Big Bang. It's like a detective story. You can only look at the clues left over from the Big Bang. So to calculate the instant of creation is in some sense outside science, because it's not reproducible. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. But you can then trace the history of what happened afterwards, like a murder mystery, and that's where a lot of science is done. And that's why I say that the existence of God is not within the normal boundaries of science.
And do you deny that science cannot account for everything?
Yes, I do deny that science.
So what can't it account for?
Well, had you brought that up in the debate, I had a number of examples that I was going to give. I think there are a good number of things that cannot be scientifically proven, but that we're all rational to accept. Let me list 5. Logical and mathematical truths cannot be proven by science. Science presupposes logic and math, so that to try to prove them by science would be arguing in a circle. Metaphysical truths, like there are other minds other than my own, or that the external world is real, or that the past was not created 5 minutes ago with an appearance of age, are rational beliefs that cannot be scientifically proven. Ethical beliefs about statements of value are not accessible by the scientific method. You can't show by science whether the Nazi scientists in the camps did anything evil as opposed to the scientists in Western democracies. Aesthetic judgments, number 4, cannot be accessed by the scientific method because the beautiful, like the good, cannot be scientifically proven. And finally, most remarkably, would be science itself. Science cannot be justified by the scientific method. Science is permeated with unprovable assumptions. For example, in the special theory of relativity, the whole theory hinges on the assumption that the speed of light is constant in a one-way direction between any 2 points A and B. But that strictly cannot be proven. We simply have to assume that in order to hold to the theory.
But you're missing the whole...
So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So we are... None of these beliefs can be scientifically proven, and yet they are accepted by all of us, and we're rational in doing so.
In addition to the fact that the world is fine-tuned, that we can understand it, it is that the world operates according to laws. And that's an astonishing thing that we are so used to that we don't realize how amazing it is that the world operates according to fixed laws. That alone should awaken our wonder. But I want to remind you that science is not the only mode of knowing. It's not the only paradigm for understanding. In fact, everybody here, in that which matters most to you in your life, relies on something other than science. Why do you get up in the morning? Is life worth living? Whom do you choose to love, and why do you believe love matters? Those are not scientific questions, and yet you live your life by those questions. We shouldn't think that if you can't put it in a test tube, or you can't see it in a microscope, or you can't spot it in a telescope, then it doesn't matter and it doesn't exist. We live our lives by intangibles, by poetry, by love, by dreams, by aspiration, and these things are not susceptible to repeat experiments.
Morality, to say that these are dimensions of human experience which give you insight into a transcendent reality which is not physical, and that's what I'd call the spiritual dimension.
Since I have argued aggressively against relativism in morality, and that the evidence of objective moral truths is evidence for God, there are some atheists who want to argue, obviously there is no God, but there can be objective morality. And so the question is, can atheists do that? Can there be objective morality without God? Here I'm going to make a distinction that's very important in this discussion, because there are two statements that kind of get confused here. One of them is the statement that I just made. Can atheists have morality or be good without God? The second statement is, can atheists be good without a belief in God. Now, those two things are very different, actually, though they sound very similar. The answer to the first question is no, they can't be good without God. The answer to the second question is yes, they can be good without a belief in God. Now, I know that the answer to the second question is yes, because there are lots of atheists who are, by human standards, just as good as a lot of Christians, even though they don't believe in God. It's certainly possible to be good without a belief in God. But that's not really the issue. The issue is whether goodness makes any sense if there is no God. Goodness or morality is a very particular kind of thing. And when we say that something is right or wrong, we have to ask ourselves the question whether we are talking about the thing itself, the action in this case, say rape, or are we talking about ourselves when we say that rape is wrong? If we mean that the rape itself is wrong, that means the action, or the object in this case, has the quality of wrongness. And no matter who's viewing it, whatever subject is viewing it, then it's still just as wrong. No matter what time it happens in history, no matter what culture it happens in, no matter what the views of the individual doing the rape or aware of the rape happen to be, it's still wrong because the wrongness is in the rape. That's objectivism. Now, some atheists want to claim that there is objective morality in that sense, but there is no God. And the question I'm going to ask then is, how is it that there can be an objective moral wrong, which entails obligation to us to obey the principles in question, when there is no authority that undergirds it? That's the grounding question. What is it that makes rape wrong? What obligation do we have regarding that? How is that obligation adjudicated? I mean, who holds us responsible for the wrong we do if, in fact, there is no God? And the best, simplest illustration that I can offer to get quickly to the point is, if I picked up the newspaper and I read an article in the newspaper, and somebody said, "Who wrote the article?" And I said, "Well, nobody wrote the article." You would think that's strange, because articles are the kinds of things that require writers. And it wouldn't help if I responded, "Listen, I can read just fine. I could read better than you can read." That doesn't answer the question. Atheists say I can be good just fine without God, but that misses the point. The point is whether the concept of goodness is possible without an author to it, just like the concept of articles is possible without an author to it. Michael Shermer likes to ask the question, would you still be good if God didn't exist? And my response to that is, I'll answer that question if you answer my question. My question is, would you still be faithful to your wife if you were never married? Well, of course, his response is that doesn't make any sense, because faithfulness doesn't apply. Faithfulness in marriage doesn't apply if you're not married, and never have been. By the same token, the concept of goodness doesn't apply. Moral law doesn't apply without a moral lawmaker. So an atheist can be good without a belief in God. They can deny God and still act in a way that is moral, humanly speaking. But an atheist can't be good without God, because without God as grounding, there is no good. No objective right and wrong, merely subjective feelings and opinions, and that's the end of it.
The question of the correct foundation of morality is one that is not only of tremendous academic interest, but also one that has enormous practical application for our lives. To say that moral values and duties are objective is to say that they are valid and binding independent of human opinion. For example, to say that the Holocaust was objectively evil is to say that it was evil even though the Nazis who carried it out thought that it was good. And it would still have been evil even if the Nazis had won World War II and succeeded in brainwashing or exterminating everyone who disagreed with them so that everybody thought the Holocaust was good. The question before us this evening, then, is what is the best foundation for the existence of objective moral values and duties? What grounds them? What makes certain actions objectively good or evil, right or wrong? Consider first the question of objective moral values. If God does not exist, then what basis remains for the existence of objective moral values? To try to ground moral values in the natural world. But how can you do that, since nature in and of itself is just morally neutral? On a naturalistic view, moral values are just the behavioral byproducts of biological evolution and social conditioning. Just as a troop of baboons exhibit cooperative and even self-sacrificial behavior because natural selection has determined it to be advantageous in the struggle for survival, so their primate cousins, Homo sapiens, have evolved a sort of herd morality for precisely the same reasons. As a result of sociobiological pressures, there has evolved among Homo sapiens a sort of herd morality which functions well in the perpetuation of our species. But on the atheistic view, there doesn't seem to be anything that makes this morality objectively binding and true. The philosopher of science, Michael Roos, reports, the position of the modern evolutionist is that humans have an awareness of morality because such an awareness is of biological worth. Morality is a biological adaptation, no less than our hands and feet and teeth. Considered as a rationally justifiable set of claims about an objective something, ethics is illusory. I appreciate that when somebody says, love thy neighbor as thyself, they think they are referring above and beyond themselves. Nevertheless, such reference is truly without foundation. Morality is just an aid to survival and reproduction, and any deeper meaning is illusory. If there is no God, then any reason for regarding the herd morality evolved by Homo sapiens on this planet as objectively true seems to have been removed. Take God out of the picture, and all you seem to be left with is an ape-like creature on a speck of dust beset with delusions of moral grandeur. Richard Dawkins' assessment of human worth may be depressing, but why, on atheism, is he mistaken when he says there is at bottom no purpose, no evil, no good, nothing but pointless indifference? We are machines for propagating DNA. It is every living object's sole reason. Does atheism provide a sound foundation for objective moral duties? Duty has to do with moral obligation or prohibition, what I ought or ought not to do. First, natural science tells us only what is, not what ought to be the case. As philosopher Jerry Fodor has written, science is about facts, not norms. It might tell us how we are, but it wouldn't tell us what is wrong with how we are. In particular, it cannot tell us that we have a moral obligation to take actions which are conducive to human flourishing. So, if there is no God, what foundation remains for objective moral duties? On the naturalistic view, human beings are just animals, and animals have no moral obligations to one another. When a lion kills a zebra, it kills the zebra, but it doesn't murder the zebra. When a great white shark forcibly copulates with a female, it forcibly copulates with her, but it doesn't rape her. For none of these actions is forbidden or obligatory. There is no moral dimension to these actions. So if God does not exist, why think we have any moral obligations to do anything? Who or what imposes these obligations upon us? Where do they come from? It's very hard to see why they would be anything more than a subjective impression ingrained into us by societal and parental conditioning. On the atheistic view, certain actions such as rape and incest may not be biologically and socially advantageous, and so in the course of human development have become taboo, that is, socially unacceptable behavior. But that does absolutely nothing to prove that such acts are really wrong. Such behavior goes on all the time in the animal kingdom. On the atheistic view, the rapist who chooses to flout the herd morality is doing nothing more serious than acting unfashionably, the moral equivalent, if you will, of Lady Gaga. If there is no moral lawgiver, then there is no objective moral law. And if there is no objective moral law, then we have no objective moral duties. Second problem, ought implies can. A person is not morally responsible for an action which he is unable to avoid. For example, if somebody shoves you into another person, you're not responsible for bumping into him. You had no choice. But Sam Harris believes that all of our actions are causally determined and that there is no free will. Dr. Harris rejects not only libertarian accounts of free will, but also compatibilistic accounts of freedom. But if there is no free will, then no one is morally responsible for anything. Moral responsibility, he says, and I quote, is a social construct, not an objective reality. I quote, in neuroscientific terms, no person is more or less responsible than any other for the actions they perform. His thoroughgoing determinism spells the end of any hope or possibility of objective moral duties, because on his worldview, we have no control over what we do. In the absence of the ability to do otherwise, there is no moral responsibility. In the absence of freedom of the will, we are just puppets or electrochemical machines. And puppets do not have moral responsibilities. Machines are not moral obligations. So there isn't even the possibility of moral duty on his view. Thus, on Dr. Harris's view, there is no source of objective moral duties because there is no moral lawgiver, and no possibility of objective moral duty because there is no free will. Therefore, on his view, despite his protestations to the contrary, right and wrong do not really exist. On atheism, I don't see any reason to think we have any moral duties to do anything. Moral obligations or prohibitions arise in response to imperatives from a competent authority. For example, if a policeman tells you to pull over, then because of his authority, who he is, you are legally obligated to pull over. But if some random stranger tells you to pull over, you're not legally obligated to do so. Now, in the absence of God, what authority is there to issue moral commands or prohibitions? There is none on atheism, and therefore there are no moral imperatives for us to obey. And I'm maintaining that in the absence of God, there isn't any reason, any explanation for the existence of objective moral values. Which I was defining the term, I mean valid and binding, independent of human opinion. On atheism, it's hard to see how it couldn't be anything more than a subjective fact. Moral ontology asks, what is the foundation of objective moral values and duties? Moral semantics asks, what is the meaning of moral terms? And I am not making any kind of semantical claim tonight. Rather, my concern is moral ontology. What is the ground or the foundation of moral values and duties? To give an illustration, think of light. Light is a certain visible range of the electromagnetic spectrum, but obviously that isn't the meaning of the word light. People knew how to use the word light long before they discovered its physical nature. And I might also add, they certainly knew the difference between light and darkness long before they understood the physics of light. Now, in exactly the same way, we can know the meaning of moral terms like good and evil, right and wrong, and know the difference between good and evil without being aware that the good is grounded in God ontologically. So that is the position I'm defending tonight, is that moral values are grounded ontologically in God. Second, our moral duties are grounded by God's commandments, which are necessary reflections of his nature. To conclude, I want to quote from a remarkable article that appeared in the Duke Law Journal by Arthur Allen Leff called Unspeakable Ethics, a Natural Law. Dr. Leff's difficulty is to find a foundation for moral values and duties, in this case for the law, that would be independent of human opinion, would be objective and would be in the world, and he can't find one. He says, any attempt to ground values in the world is open to the playground bully's retort, who says? And this is how his article concludes. All I can say is this, it looks as if we are all we have. Only if ethics were something unspeakable by us, that is something transcendent, could law be unnatural and therefore unchallengeable. As things now stand, everything is up for grabs. Nevertheless, napalming babies is bad. Starving the poor is wicked. Buying and selling each other is depraved. There is in the world such a thing as evil. Who says?
Means that we trace conscience to a biological instinct. W.H. Auden writes, we must love one another or die. We unconsciously know this, just as animals unconsciously know that unless they behave in certain ways, the species will not survive. That's why animal mothers sacrifice for their children. And that's a sufficient explanation for human altruism, too. It's simply the herd instinct. Well, the problem with that explanation is that it does not account for the absoluteness of conscience's authority. We believe we ought to disobey an instinct, any instinct, on some occasions, but we do not believe that we ought ever to disobey our conscience. You should usually obey instincts like mother love, but not if it means keeping your son back from risking his life to save his country in a just and necessary defensive war, or if it means injustice and lack of charity to other mothers' sons. There is no instinct that should always be obeyed. The instincts, C.S. Lewis says, are like the keys on a piano, and the moral law is like sheet music. Different notes are right at different times. In other words, the relativity of instincts presupposes the absoluteness of the music. Honest introspection, I think, will reveal to anyone that conscience is not simply an instinct. When the alarm wakes you up early and you realize that you promised to help your friend this morning, your instincts pull you back to bed. But something quite different from your instincts tells you to get up. Even when you feel two instincts pulling you, for instance, you're both hungry and tired, the conflict between these two instincts is quite different and can be felt to be quite different from the conflict between conscience and either or both of those instincts. Conscience tells you that you ought to do or not do something, while instincts simply drive you to do or not do something. Conscience is a pull, instincts are pushes. Instincts make something attractive or repulsive to your appetites, but conscience makes something obligatory to your choice, no matter how your appetites feel about it. I think most people will admit this piece of obvious introspective data if they are honest. If they try to wiggle out of the argument at this point, we must leave them alone with the question. And I think if they're honest, they'll confront the data when they're alone.
We have good grounds for accepting our moral experience. When I talk to folks, 99% of people will say to me, yes, I think there is an objective difference between torturing a child for fun and loving that child and caring for it, that these are not morally indifferent acts. And I simply say, why distrust that moral intuition?
Alvin, you've taken a fascinating approach to the concept of naturalism, that the substance of reality is only physical, and you use an evolutionary argument. How does that work?
Well, first, I would say naturalism is the idea that there isn't any such person as God, or anything like God. So naturalism is stronger than atheism. You could be an atheist without rising to the full heights or descending to the full depths of being a naturalist. So if you didn't think there was any such person as God, but you thought there was something like Plato's idea of the good, let's say, then you would be an atheist but not a naturalist. And my argument is against naturalism, really. Now, when I speak of evolution, I just mean what everybody else means by this, the idea that we human beings have come to be by some process of descent with modification, where the driving force behind the process, you might say, would be natural selection working on or winnowing some source of genetic variation. Random genetic mutation is the usual suspect, you might say. And what I think is the case is I don't think you can sensibly believe these two things together. I mean, it often seems like people think of evolution as a pillar in the temple of naturalism, but I think they conflict with each other.
That's fascinating thought. So let's understand it, because most people would say just the opposite, that if evolution is one of the cardinal proofs of naturalism and that the world is only physical. I mean, that's what people would tend to think.
Yeah, that's what some people think, and I think those people are wrong. I think, as I say, you can't sensibly believe in both naturalism and evolution. This argument has to do with the reliability of your cognitive faculties, like memory and perception, a priori intuition, or mathematical and logical intuition. Maybe there are others, induction, let's say, whereby you know something about the future by virtue of knowing about the past, etc. These cognitive faculties, I think if you accept naturalism and evolution, you can't think of your cognitive faculties as being reliable, as giving you the actual truth about the world. And the argument goes like this. If you're a naturalist, you'll probably also be a materialist about human beings. You'll think that human beings are material objects. They're not souls, immaterial souls that have a body or own a body or work in a body or whatever. They are material objects.
The only thing that exists are material, physical objects, and nothing else exists.
Right. So if that's the case, then you'll be a materialist. And if you're now suppose we think about not ourselves, but about creatures on some alien planet that are a lot like us, maybe a planet revolving around Arcturus. So these creatures, let's suppose that for them naturalism holds. As things stand for them, naturalism is true. And also that evolution holds, and also these people then are material objects. These beings, creatures, are material objects. So what is it that causes their behavior? Well, what causes their behavior in a sort of proximate sense will be their neurology, the states in which the brains are. So a bunch of neurons fire, send a signal down a nerve, let's say, to a muscle, causing it to contract, and my arm goes up. That's how behavior gets there, right? So behavior is caused by their neurology, and also their beliefs, what they believe, and the content of their beliefs. That's also caused by their neurology. Now, given that evolution is true, that these creatures have come to be by virtue of natural selection, winnowing some form of genetic variation, we can take it for granted that their behavior is adaptive. It enhances their fitness. It leads to survival and reproduction. And if that's true, then the same thing will go for what causes their behavior, namely their neurology. We can think of that too as being adaptive, causing the right kind of behavior, therefore being such as to promote survival and reproduction. Now, the neurology that causes their beliefs, that causes their behavior, also causes their beliefs. And now the question is, okay, suppose their behavior and their neurology is in fact adaptive. What about their beliefs? What about the truth of these beliefs? Well, I think you can see that it doesn't matter about the truth of these beliefs. If the neurology causes the right behavior, the adaptive behavior, what they believe makes no difference. The belief, you might say, floats along as an extra. There it is, they hold these beliefs. That's caused by the neurology. The neurology is adaptive. But the beliefs don't have to be true for the neurology to be adaptive. If the neurology causes false beliefs but causes the right behavior, makes no difference whatever. So if you take a given belief, say any particular belief on the part of one of these creatures, and ask, what's the probability, given that naturalism and evolution and materialism, that the belief is true, it's got to be fairly close to 50-50. It'll be as likely to be true as false, but as likely to be false as true. And if that's the case, then the probability that their cognitive faculties are reliable, produce the substantial proportion of true beliefs over false beliefs that reliability requires, the probability that their faculties will be reliable, that'll be very low. All right? So there's the first step in the argument. The probability for these other creatures, the probability of reliability on naturalism and evolution, that's low. Okay, so far?
Okay, but wouldn't one think that the beliefs would be closer to true than not if the behaviors are adaptive?
That's the question. Why should that be true? The behaviors are adaptive, the neurology that produces the behavior is also adaptive, that neurology also produces these beliefs, but as long as the behavior and neurology are adaptive, what does it matter whether the beliefs are true or false? It makes no difference to the adaptiveness. Natural selection is interested in adaptive behavior. And in adaptive causes of behavior, say neurology. It doesn't give a hoot about whether your beliefs are true or false. You can believe whatever you want as far as natural selection goes, as long as you behave in the right way. Well, that's the first step. Now, next, if that holds for these creatures, then it's got to hold for us as well, right? If that's the way things stand with them, then for us too, it's true that if we're produced by evolution and if naturalism is true, then the probability that our beliefs, that our cognitive faculties are reliable, that probability will be low. Now, if you understand and see that if you believe naturalism and evolution and see that the probability of your beliefs of your faculties being reliable given naturalism and evolution is low, then you have a defeater for the proposition, for your natural instinctive belief that your cognitive faculties are reliable. We all assume that our faculties are reliable, and I would say quite properly so. But you get a defeater for it, a reason not to hold that belief, a reason to reject it, to give it up. You get a defeater for that belief in your belief that, in your belief that naturalism and evolution are true, and then you're seeing that the probability of your faculties being reliable, given naturalism and evolution, is low. So that's the second step. Anybody who sees this has a defeater for R, the proposition that his faculties are reliable. And then the next step is, if you have a defeater for R, you have a defeater for any belief that you take to be produced by your cognitive faculties. I mean, just as if you have a defeater for your initial impression that this thermometer is reliable, then you also have a defeater for any particular belief you've formed on the basis of what it says. Okay, so then you've got but of course that's all of your beliefs. All of your beliefs are produced by your cognitive faculties, right? So you've got a defeater for all of your beliefs then, in which case you also, of course, have a defeater for naturalism and evolution, that combination itself.
So what you're saying is that it becomes self-referentially destructive.
Yeah, it's like shooting yourself in the foot, you might say, right?
Or do we have like total skepticism? Now I just don't know anything?
I think that's what what I think a naturalist should really conclude, that he doesn't know anything. He could be right, he could be wrong. He has to adopt a position of complete skepticism.
Everything depends on that first probability, where you're taking a correlation between the behavior and the belief as 50-50, right?
Yeah, substantially something like that, right, yeah.
Yeah, so that I think is the crux of the matter. Intuitively, I would not be there. I would be at I wouldn't be at 100% belief correlated to behaviors, surely, but I'd be much closer to 100% than 50%. Why should I be at 50?
Well, I mean, I think the reason you intuitively recoil from the suggestion is we all naturally assume that our cognitive faculties are reliable, and we all naturally assume that there is a close causal connection between the content of our belief, what we believe, and how we behave, what our behavior is like. But this is really an assumption. I mean, why should we think that is in fact the case? Again, what we've got is adaptive neurology, adaptive because it produces adaptive behavior, producing adaptive behavior, and also causing belief.
So your argument is that the belief is what some people call an epiphenomena, that it looks like it's real, but it's just a product and has really no causal and no relationship to the actual behavior.
Something like that. I mean, there will be connections between belief and behavior, counterfactual connections, you might say. If the belief had been different, then the neurology would have been different too, and if the neurology had been different, then maybe behavior would be different. But still, it's the neurology that's doing the causing of the behavior, not the belief.
Okay, but if we move this forward, if that's true at instant one, T1, where the behavior is one way for adaptation and we have this belief where we're not sure whether it's real or not, that belief will then have other effects. And that will be tested over time, wouldn't it? And so that belief will know if it's real or not because it will have other implications other than the first behavior.
Well, it's not that the belief isn't real. There really are these beliefs.
True belief.
Yeah, a belief being true, right.
That's the key, yeah.
But that, again, that makes the very same assumption again, the thought that, okay, we can test these beliefs and see how things turn out in the future.
Right.
I mean, two things about that. In the first place, you can't really give some kind of argument for your cognitive faculties being reliable. You can't sensibly do that because
you're using your cognitive faculties.
Any argument's going to have premises, and if you're relying on these premises, you're trusting your cognitive faculties. You're taking it for granted that they're reliable. That's where they come from, you know. And the same for your belief as to the connection between the premises and conclusion. So, as the great philosopher Thomas Reid said, if you want to know whether a man tells the truth, the right way to proceed is not to ask him. If you're wondering about that, you're not going to find out by asking him. Here, too, you can't really give an argument for your cognitive faculties being reliable you can't give an argument of any sort, really, because you'll already be presupposing that they're reliable and giving the argument.
It's something that I know. I have feelings. Music is consciously perceived. I mean, if it wasn't consciously perceived, I wouldn't be interested in it, right? So whatever is going on in my brain to produce me enjoying music, that doesn't explain my enjoyment of the music. That's an inner experience that nobody else can share. And how I think of Wagner's Ring is totally different from the way that some other people think of it. But it's the same experience. The same things are happening. The same electrochemical wavelengths are going along. It's not an identity. There's no identity between finding blood flow in the brain or electrical activity in the brain and whatever it is that they're enjoying. It's a qualitative difference, and also one which is, it's not like vitalism, because it's not, in vitalism there's nothing extra which makes something alive. You describe it by describing the biological facts. But I do think that with consciousness there is something extra. The brain is an access machine to consciousness. So to put this quite bluntly, if somebody suffers from Alzheimer's, then their memories are not retrievable by the brain. The brain has no access to those memories. But I actually think those memories continue to exist, but not in the physical brain. You say, well, is there anything that holds this series together? And I do believe, and idealists and dualists too, though I'm not a dualist, but idealists and dualists both think there is. You have to talk about not just a series of experiences, not infallibly known and not necessarily all connected together, but there is something which enables that to be known as a series. So my experiences are the things I remember, the things I look forward to. And again, to take an example from music, if I hear the last chord of a Beethoven symphony, I hear it as the last chord of a symphony, which is very different from just having an experience of a chord. So memory is linked somehow, and this is a great problem for people in some Buddhist schools who think of the self as a chain of experiences. And you have to say, well, then there must be something which is a subject, and here it is, a subject of experience. So experiences are possessed by something. You might say the brain, or part of the brain. And I think, no, it's nothing physical. See, that's the point. So it's not physical. So it's supranatural. That is to say, it doesn't come within the physical realm of public verification. So I strongly don't believe that I am my brain. I think my brain is part of me. I do think that, and I do think I'm essentially embodied, right? Nevertheless, I do think I am essentially a subject of experiences. My sense of the importance of my experience would be vastly undermined if I thought it was really all completely caused by a booming conglomeration of atoms. Well, because that has no purpose. The laws of physics are completely purposeless. They just operate in accordance with whatever principles of regularity there are. So you lose the notion of purpose, really. Purpose is part of the illusion of in your inner experience you have purposes, but actually the brain doesn't. So if you're going to say this is produced by the brain, then you're really saying, well, the reality is not purposive. You just think you have purposes. With purpose, the other thing that correlates with it is the idea of value. Now, at this point, again, we might have a disagreement here, because I do think that one of the important things about human life is that there are values which we don't invent. That you say values are objective in the sense that some things really are worthwhile and of value, even if nobody thinks they are. And that in thinking of a moral value, you ought to be charitable, for example. That is true. I think that's a moral truth, and you can discover that it's true. You ought to be charitable. It's not something you decide or invent. But if you go for the option of there being objective values, that correlates with purposes, because your purpose is to achieve something of value. So they go together, purpose and value. And I can't see that they would enter into any physical description of the brain. But I would believe that there are moral obligations on people, whether or not they think there are. And that is a truth about the universe. A value is not part of a physical catalogue of things. And it correlates with a purpose. Your purpose is to obtain something of value. So that correlates with agency. And that correlates with the idea of a subject self, which is other than just a stream of experiences, which was actually aimed to produce values. All those things connect together. I mean, I have to say that I think Jesus had something to do with that improvement, and that we haven't yet managed to live up to any of the things that he said about it. Goodness is a quality of the universe. That is to say, that not that the universe is all perfect. I don't mean that. I mean that the obligation to seek goodness is a fact about the universe, and I can't put that into a physicalist account of the universe. So I can't see how it would fit. Whereas I think if you had the mind of God or the mind of the Creator, then the obligation to achieve true goodness, that obligation would fit into a picture of the universe as founded on a morally obliging reality, which would be a mind, and it wouldn't be a brain. I mean, nobody thinks there's a cosmic brain. So I think if you're wanting to rule out the idea of God by definition, by saying, well, there couldn't be such a brain, I agree there couldn't. So that comes down to the question, just as a thought experiment, well, could there not be a mind which did not, like human minds, depend upon the good functioning of a brain? And I don't see why not. I think one of the rules in English law, and I think in American law too, is that you can only be guilty of something if you could have done otherwise. But I think lawyers would interpret this to mean at that time he didn't have to do the things he did. Nothing made him, not even himself. He didn't make himself do that. He should not have done it. He did what he should not have done. Now, that's the problem that people like me would struggle with. Is guilt attributable to what people do? But people should not do the things they do. And there is also the David Hume point that actually determinism is just unprovable. You can't show that everything has to happen the way it does. So I've got a self, this subject self, which is the soul in Christian terms, is also an agent self. So it has a certain agency which it decides between courses of action. So it is not determined by its past behavior. I think reasoning is difficult Indeed, I think it's impossible to account for in purely physical terms. That seems to be a directed process, that there is a you, which is, and I don't think it's just the brain, not the physical brain. You use a brain. So this is what it comes down to. I think the person, the self, the soul, uses the brain, and if the brain's not operating properly, it will probably come up with the wrong answer. But if the brain is operating properly, it still has freedom. In fact, that's what the brain exists for. So I think the soul is very dependent on the brain, and I don't deny that at all. Yes, I do believe there is something other than the brain which ultimately makes human choices and finds human meaning and has human purposes. Yes, I do. And of course, millions of people think that reality, that self, can exist without the physical brain, because when you die, you've obviously got no physical brain left. And belief in immortality, I don't think, is an impossible belief, possible to exist without this brain and this body. And the most important kind of explanation is explanation of behavior in terms of value, that behavior is explicable in terms of seeking to realize a value. And that's what's important in my life. And I can't see that what is most important in my life is really an illusion, or that my sense of being a continuing self which makes these decisions is an illusion. And for that reason, I'm reluctant to say that I am just my brain.
That is to say, philosophical anthropology seeks a self-understanding of man in light of the analysis of what it is to be a human being. And this will usually be bound up with ethical considerations. What our moral obligations and prohibitions are, and the intrinsic worth of human beings and fundamental human rights. Now, as you might well imagine, there are various approaches to philosophical anthropology. For example, one of these would be materialism, or physicalism, or naturalism. This viewpoint has a very long pedigree, particularly in the influential in the modern notion of materialism would be the conception of man like that of Julien Offray de la Métrie. This French thinker characterized man as l'homme machine. Man, the machine. This is very similar to the characterization of humanity by Richard Dawkins in our own day, that we are basically machines for propagating DNA. La machine is the notion of man as just a mechanistic device, a moist robot, in the words of one contemporary naturalist. The German philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach had a very catchy way of expressing this materialistic view of man. Feuerbach's aphorism was, "Der Mensch ist, was ist." That is to say, man is what he eats. Der Mensch ist, was ist. In German, at least, a very nice pun. So on this view, man is just a purely material organism. Now, in contrast to this view of philosophical anthropology would be a quite different perspective known as idealism. Idealism. This is represented in German philosophy by G.W.F. Hegel. For Hegel, it is the mind or spirit which is constitutive for man. What it means to be human is to be mind as opposed to the material. Yet a third philosophical approach to anthropology
would be existentialism. Existentialism emphasizes individual, authentic existence achieved via free choice, through which a person realizes his uniqueness. So the emphasis in existentialism is on individual authenticity, which is achieved through radical freedom. A good example of an existentialist would be the French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. Sartre was an atheistic existentialist. He held that man is condemned to be free because there is no essence of man which precedes his existence and defines who he is. Rather, man is condemned to freely define his own existence, since he doesn't have an essence that is established by God in advance. Man determines his own meaning and value. And so existentialism tends to lead to a sort of radical relativism about the meaning and value of human life. Finally, one might mention Marxism or Marxism-Leninism. According to Marxism, society is constitutive for what it is to be a human being, not the individual, but rather society. It postulates a kind of economic determinism and class struggle between oppressors and the oppressed. And this view of man entails a view of human beings which implies the perfectibility of human existence. If the state can be made to respect and to work for the interests of the masses, then the masses can achieve a sort of perfect society, a perfect humanity, if you will, so that there is no innate, sinful fallenness of man which would prevent having a perfect society in which human beings live. So all of these examples are various philosophical approaches to the subject of anthropology, seeking to answer the question, who is man? Now, in contrast to both empirical and philosophical anthropology, theological anthropology approaches these questions with respect to man's relationship to God. Like philosophical anthropology, it also seeks to answer the question, who is man? What is the meaning and nature of human existence? But in contrast to empirical and philosophical anthropology, it sees the answer to the psalmist's question to be found fundamentally in our relationship with God. This usually involves two aspects: man as created in God's image, and then man as a fallen human being, a sinner before God. So, theological anthropology, or the doctrine of man, typically includes within it two subsections. First would be man as created in the image of God. What is man by nature? Then secondly would be man as sinner, man in his fallen state of alienation from God. A third state, namely man justified in Christ and restored to his relationship with God, will typically come in the doctrine of salvation, or soteriology.
Now this law, or rule, about right and wrong, used to be called the law of nature. Nowadays, when we talk of the laws of nature, we usually mean things like gravitation, or heredity, or the laws of chemistry, the law of human nature. The idea was that, just as all bodies are governed by the law of gravitation and organisms by biological laws, so the creature called man also had his law, with this great difference, that a body could not choose whether it obeyed the law of gravitation or not, but a man could choose either to obey the law of human nature or to disobey it. We may put this in another way. Each man is at every moment subjected to several different sets of laws, but there is only one of these which he is free to disobey. As a body, he is subjected to gravitation and cannot disobey it. If you leave him unsupported in mid-air, he has no more choice about falling than a stone has. As an organism, he is subjected to various biological laws which he cannot disobey any more than an animal can. That is, he cannot disobey those laws which he shares with other things. But the law which is peculiar to his human nature, the law he does not share with animals or vegetables or inorganic things, is the one he can disobey if he chooses. This law was called the law of nature because people thought that everyone knew it by nature and did not need to be taught it. They did not mean, of course, that you might not find an odd individual here and there who did not know it, just as you find a few people who are colorblind or have no ear for a tune. But taking the race as a whole, they thought that the human idea of decent behavior was obvious to everyone. And I believe they were right. If they were not, then all the things we said about the war were nonsense. What was the sense in saying the enemy were in the wrong, unless right is a real thing, which the Nazis at bottom knew as well as we did and ought to have practiced? If they had had no notion of what we mean by right, then, though we might still have had to fight them, we could no more have blamed them for that than for the color of their hair. Think of a country where people were admired for running away in battle, or where a man felt proud of double-crossing all the people who had been kindest to him. You might just as well try to imagine a country where 2 and 2 made 5. But they have always agreed that you ought not to put yourself first. Selfishness has never been admired. A nation may say treaties do not matter, but then next minute they spoil their case by saying that the particular treaty they want to break was an unfair one. But if treaties do not matter, and if there is no such thing as right and wrong, in other words, if there is no law of nature, what is the difference between a fair treaty and an unfair one? Have they not let the cat out of the bag and shown that, whatever they say, they really know the law of nature just like anyone else? It seems, then, we are forced to believe in a real right and wrong. People may sometimes be mistaken about them, just as people sometimes get their sums wrong. But they are not a matter of mere taste and opinion any more than the multiplication table. Other people wrote to me saying, "Isn't what you call the moral law just a social convention, something that is put into us by education?" I think there is a misunderstanding here. The people who ask that question are usually taking it for granted that if we have learned a thing from parents and teachers, then that thing must be merely a human invention. But of course that is not so. We all learned the multiplication table at school. A child who grew up alone on a desert island would not know it. But surely it does not follow that the multiplication table is simply a human convention, something human beings have made up for themselves and might have made different if they had liked. I fully agree that we learn the rule of decent behavior from parents and teachers and friends and books, as we learn everything else. But some of the things we learn are mere conventions, which might have been different. We learn to keep to the left of the road, but it might just as well have been the rule to keep to the right. And others of them, like mathematics, are real truths. The question is to which class the law of human nature belongs. There are 2 reasons for saying it belongs to the same class as mathematics. The first is, as I said in the first chapter, that though there are differences between the moral ideas of one time or country and those of another, the differences are not really very great, not nearly so great as most people imagine, and you can recognize the same law running through them all, whereas mere conventions, like the rule of the road or the kind of clothes people wear, may differ to any extent. The other reason is this. When you think about these differences between the morality of one people and another, do you think that the morality of one people is ever better or worse than that of another? Have any of the changes been improvements? If not, then of course there could never be any moral progress. Progress means not just changing, but changing for the better. If no set of moral ideas were truer or better than any other, there would be no sense in preferring civilized morality to savage morality, or Christian morality to Nazi morality. In fact, of course, we all do believe that some moralities are better than others. We do believe that some of the people who tried to change the moral ideas of their own age were what we would call reformers or pioneers, people who understood morality better than their neighbors did. Very well then. The moment you say that one set of moral ideas can be better than another, you are in fact measuring them both by a standard, saying that one of them conforms to that standard more nearly than the other. But the standard that measures two things is something different from either. You are in fact comparing them both with some real morality, admitting that there is such a thing as a real right, independent of what people think, and that some people's ideas get nearer to that real right than others. Or put it this way. If your moral ideas can be truer, and those of the Nazis less true, there must be something, some real morality, for them to be true about. The reason why your idea of New York can be truer or less true than mine is that New York is a real place, existing quite apart from what either of us thinks. If, when each of us said, New York, each meant merely the town I am imagining in my own head, how could one of us have truer ideas than the other? There would be no question of truth or falsehood at all. In the same way, if the rule of decent behavior meant simply whatever each nation happens to approve, there would be no sense in saying that any one nation had ever been more correct in its approval than any other. No sense in saying that the world could ever grow morally better or morally worse. None of us are really keeping the law of nature. I am only trying to call attention to a fact. The fact that this year, or this month, or more likely this very day, we have failed to practice ourselves the kind of behavior we expect from other people. There may be all sorts of excuses for us. The time you were so unfair to the children was when you were very tired. That slightly shady business about the money, the one you have almost forgotten, came when you were very hard up. And what you promised to do for old so-and-so and have never done, well, you never would have promised if you had known how frightfully busy you were going to be. And as for your behavior to your wife, or husband, or sister, or brother, if I knew how irritating they could be, I would not wonder at it. And who the dickens am I anyway? I am just the same. That is to say, I do not succeed in keeping the law of nature very well, and the moment anyone tells me I am not keeping it, there starts up in my mind a string of excuses as long as your arm. The question at the moment is not whether they are good excuses. The point is that they are one more proof of how deeply, whether we like it or not, we believe in the law of nature. If we do not believe in decent behavior, why should we be so anxious to make excuses for not having behaved decently? The truth is, we believe in decency so much, we feel the rule of law pressing on us so that we cannot bear to face the fact that we are breaking it, and consequently we try to shift the responsibility. For you notice that it is only for our bad behavior that we find all these explanations. It is only our bad temper that we put down to being tired or worried or hungry. We put our good temper down to ourselves. These, then, are the 2 points I wanted to make. First, that human beings all over the earth have this curious idea that they ought to behave in a certain way, and cannot really get rid of it. Secondly, that they do not in fact behave in that way. They know the law of nature, they break it. These 2 facts are the foundation of all clear thinking about ourselves and the universe we live in. There were 2 odd things about the human race. First, that they were haunted by the idea of a sort of behavior they ought to practice, what you might call fair play, or decency, or morality, or the law of nature. Second, that they did not, in fact, do so. When you say that falling stones always obey the law of gravitation, is not this much the same as saying that the law only means what stones always do? You do not really think that when a stone is let go, it suddenly remembers that it is under orders to fall to the ground. You only mean that, in fact, it does fall. In other words, you cannot be sure that there is anything over and above the facts themselves, any law about what ought to happen, as distinct from what does happen. The laws of nature, as applied to stones or trees, may only mean what nature in fact does. But if you turn to the law of human nature, the law of decent behavior, it is a different matter. That law certainly does not mean what human beings in fact do, for as I said before, many of them do not obey this law at all, and none of them obey it completely. The law of gravity tells you what stones do if you drop them, but the law of human nature tells you what human beings ought to do and do not. In other words, when you are dealing with humans, something else comes in above and beyond the actual facts. You have the facts, how men do behave, and you also have something else, how they ought to behave. Now this is really so peculiar that one is tempted to try to explain it away. For instance, we might try to make out that when you say a man ought not to act as he does, you only mean the same as when you say that a stone is the wrong shape, namely that what he is doing happens to be inconvenient to you. But that is simply untrue. A man occupying the corner seat in the train because he got there first, and a man who slipped into it while my back was turned and removed my bag are both equally inconvenient. But I blame the second man and do not blame the first. I am not angry, except perhaps for a moment before I come to my senses, with a man who trips me up by accident. I am angry with a man who tries to trip me up, even if he does not succeed. Yet the first has hurt me and the second has not. Sometimes the behavior which I call bad is not inconvenient to me at all, but the very opposite. And as for decent behavior in ourselves, I suppose it is pretty obvious that it does not mean the behavior that pays. It means things like being content with 30 shillings when you might have got £3, doing schoolwork honestly when it would have been easy to cheat, leaving a girl alone when you would like to make love to her, staying in dangerous places when you could go somewhere safer, keeping promises you would rather not keep, and telling the truth even when it makes you look a fool. Some people say that though decent conduct does not mean what pays each particular person at a particular moment, still it means what pays the human race as a whole, and that, consequently, there is no mystery about it. Human beings, after all, have some sense. They see that you cannot have real safety or happiness except in a society where everyone plays fair, and it is because they see this that they try to behave decently. Now, of course, it is perfectly true that safety and happiness can only come from individuals, classes, and nations being honest and fair and kind to each other. It is one of the most important truths in the world. But as an explanation of why we feel as we do about right and wrong, it just misses the point. If we ask, why ought I to be unselfish, and you reply, because it is good for society, we may then ask, why should I care what's good for society, except when it happens to pay me personally? And then you will have to say, because you ought to be unselfish, which simply brings us back to where we started. You are saying what is true, but you are not getting any further. If a man asked what was the point of playing football, it would not be much good saying, in order to score goals, for trying to score goals is the game itself, not the reason for the game. And you would really only be saying that football was football, which is true, but not worth saying. In the same way, if a man asks what is the point of behaving decently, it is no good replying, in order to benefit society, for trying to benefit society, in other words, being unselfish, for society after all only means other people, is one of the things decent behavior consists in. All you are really saying is that decent behavior is decent behavior. You would have said just as much if you had stopped at the statement, men ought to be unselfish. And that is where I do stop. Men ought to be unselfish, ought to be fair. Not that men are unselfish, nor that they like being unselfish, but that they ought to be. The moral law, or law of human nature, is not simply a fact about human behavior in the same way as the law of gravitation is, or may be, simply a fact about how heavy objects behave. On the other hand, it is not a mere fancy, for we cannot get rid of the idea, and most of the things we say and think about men would be reduced to nonsense if we did. And it is not simply a statement about how we should like men to behave for our own convenience, for the behavior we call bad or unfair is not exactly the same as behavior we find inconvenient, and may even be the opposite. Consequently, this rule of right and wrong, or law of human nature, or whatever you call it, must somehow or other be a real thing. A thing that is really there, not made up by ourselves. And yet it is not a fact in the ordinary sense, in the same way as our actual behavior is a fact. It begins to look as if we shall have to admit that there is more than one kind of reality, that in this particular case there is something above and beyond the ordinary facts of men's behavior, and yet quite definitely real, a real law, which none of us made, but which we find pressing on us. Let us sum up what we have reached so far. In the case of stones and trees and things of that sort, what we call the laws of nature may not be anything except a way of speaking. When you say that nature is governed by certain laws, this may only mean that nature does, in fact, behave in a certain way. The so-called laws may not be anything real, anything above and beyond the actual facts which we observe. But in the case of man, we saw that this will not do. The law of human nature, or of right and wrong, must be something above and beyond the actual facts of human behavior. In this case, besides the actual facts, you have something else, a real law which we did not invent and which we know we ought to obey. I now want to consider what this tells us about the universe we live in. Ever since men were able to think, they have been wondering what this universe really is and how it came to be there. View is the religious view. According to it, what is behind the universe is more like a mind than it is like anything else we know. That is to say, it is conscious and has purposes and prefers one thing to another. And on this view it made the universe, partly for purposes we do not know, but partly, at any rate, in order to produce creatures like itself. I mean, like itself to the extent of having minds. But why anything comes to be there at all, and whether there is anything behind the things science observes, something of a different kind, this is not a scientific question. If there is something behind, then either it will have to remain altogether unknown to men, or else make itself known in some different way. The statement that there is any such thing, and the statement that there is no such thing, are neither of them statements that science can make. And real scientists do not usually make them. It is usually the journalists and popular novelists who have picked up a few odds and ends of half-baked science from textbooks who go in for them. After all, it is really a matter of common sense. Supposing science ever became complete so that it knew every single thing in the whole universe, is it not plain that the questions, why is there a universe, why does it go on as it does, has it any meaning, would remain just as they were? Now the position would be quite hopeless but for this. There is one thing, and only one, in the whole universe which we know more about than we could learn from external observation. That one thing is man. We do not merely observe men, we are men. In this case we have, so to speak, inside information. We are in the know. And because of that, we know that men find themselves under a moral law, which they did not make and cannot quite forget even when they try, and which they know they ought to obey. Notice the following point. Anyone studying man from the outside, as we study electricity or cabbages, not knowing our language and consequently not able to get any inside knowledge from us, but merely observing what we did, would never get the slightest evidence that we had this moral law. How could he? For his observations would only show what we did, and the moral law is about what we ought to do. In the same way, if there were anything above or behind the observed facts in the case of stones or the weather, we, by studying them from outside, could never hope to discover it. The position of the question, then, is like this. We want to know whether the universe simply happens to be what it is for no reason, or whether there is a power behind it that makes it what it is. Since that power, if it exists, would not be one of the observed facts, but a reality which makes them, no mere observation of the facts can find it. There is only one case in which we can know whether there is anything more, namely our own case. And in that one case we find there is. Or put it the other way round. If there was a controlling power outside the universe, it could not show itself to us as one of the facts inside the universe. No more than the architect of a house could actually be a wall or staircase or fireplace in that house. The only way in which we could expect it to show itself would be inside ourselves, as an influence or a command, trying to get us to behave in a certain way. And that is just what we do find inside ourselves. Surely this ought to arouse our suspicions. In the only case where you can expect to get an answer, the answer turns out to be yes. And in the other cases where you do not get an answer, you see why you do not. Suppose someone asked me, when I see a man in a blue uniform going down the street, leaving little paper packets at each house, why I suppose they contain letters, I should reply, because whenever he leaves a similar little packet for me, I find it does contain a letter. And if he then objected, but you've never seen all these letters which you think the other people are getting, I should say, of course not. And I shouldn't expect to, because they're not addressed to me. I'm explaining the packets I'm not allowed to open by the ones I am allowed to open. It is the same about this question. The only packet I am allowed to open is man. When I do, especially when I open that particular man called myself, I find that I do not exist on my own, that I am under a law, that somebody or something wants me to behave in a certain way. I do not, of course, think that if I could get inside a stone or a tree, I should find exactly the same thing, just as I do not think all the other people in the street get the same letters as I do. I should expect, for instance, to find that the stone had to obey the law of gravity, that whereas the sender of the letters merely tells me to obey the law of my human nature, he compels the stone to obey the laws of its stony nature. But I should expect to find that there was, so to speak, a sender of letters in both cases, a power behind the facts, a director, a guide, and which appears in me as a law urging me to do right and making me feel responsible and uncomfortable when I do wrong. I think we have to assume it is more like a mind than it is like anything else we know, because after all, the only other thing we know is matter, and you can hardly imagine a bit of matter giving instructions, with the idea that in the moral law, somebody or something from beyond the material universe was actually getting at us. And I expect when I reached that point, some of you felt a certain annoyance. You may even have thought that I had played a trick on you, that I had been carefully wrapping up to look like philosophy what turns out to be one more religious jaw. You may have felt you were ready to listen to me as long as you thought I had anything new to say, but if it turns out to be only religion, well, the world has tried that and you cannot put the clock back. If anyone is feeling that way, I should like to say 3 things to him. First, as to putting the clock back. Would you think I was joking if I said that you can put a clock back, and that if the clock is wrong, it is often a very sensible thing to do? But I would rather get away from the whole idea of clocks. We all want progress, but progress means getting nearer to the place where you want to be. And if you have taken a wrong turning, then to go forward does not get you any nearer. If you are on the wrong road, progress means doing an about turn and walking back to the right road. And in that case, the man who turns back soonest is the most progressive man. We have all seen this when doing arithmetic. When I have started a sum the wrong way, the sooner I admit this and go back and start over again, the faster I shall get on. There is nothing progressive about being pig-headed and refusing to admit a mistake. And I think if you look at the present state of the world, it is pretty plain that humanity has been making some big mistake. We are on the wrong road. And if that is so, we must go back. Going back is the quickest way on. We have 2 bits of evidence about the somebody. One is the universe he has made. If we used that as our only clue, then I think we should have to conclude that he was a great artist, for the universe is a very beautiful place. But also that he is quite merciless and no friend to man, for the universe is a very dangerous and terrifying place. The other bit of evidence is that moral law which he has put into our minds. And this is a better bit of evidence than the other, because it is inside information. You find out more about God from the moral law than from the universe in general, just as you find out more about a man by listening to his conversation than by looking at a house he has built. Now, from this second bit of evidence, we conclude that the being behind the universe is intensely interested in right conduct, in fair play, unselfishness, courage, good faith, honesty, and truthfulness. In that sense, we should agree with the account given by Christianity that God is good.
This is possibly the most daunting question that challenges any theistic framework, but also any naturalistic framework, because both worldviews have to explain, in the former case, how the doctrine that they hold to in terms of the existence of an all-powerful and an all-loving God can allow the kind of evil and suffering that we experience in the world. But from the counter perspective, those who deny the existence of God on the basis of such suffering then have to find a way to explain moral reasoning. Both of them have tried it. I'm not sure that I have found the answer from the counter perspective very convincing. People like Daniel Dennett and Hitchens and Dawkins and Sam Harris. Sam Harris particularly has written most recently on the subject, and Daniel Dennett goes to great lengths in his interviews to point out what he will call the evidential problem with the existence of God, namely the problem of evil, the problem of pain, and the problem of suffering. That we're fully aware of how tough these questions are. Anyone who minimizes it obviously doesn't understand the question. And sometimes I get the feeling when those who attack theism or the Christian faith in particular seem to think that we're sort of foolish in ignoring this problem. We actually don't ignore it. Daniel Dennett, referring to Alvin Plantinga and his debate with the great philosopher Plantinga, said, well, his argument was very logical, but his belief is preposterous. Now, that's interesting, isn't it? So making a value judgment after actually denying that values actually exist. Quite pronounced, quite dramatic. But both sides feel the struggle. And every worldview wrestles with this. Andrew Fletcher, the 18th century Scottish political activist, said this, "Let me write the songs of a nation. I don't care who writes its laws. Let me write the songs of a nation. I don't care who writes its laws." And the reason Fletcher said that was that while reason and logic and argument may come to you from the front door of rationality, music and the arts often come through the back door of the imagination. And that's why sometimes my work at Cambridge University was in really the Romantic poets. And when I see how poetry and music and the arts so often raise the question in very thorny ways, they sometimes even hint at the answer that oftentimes those who are given to pure reasoning do not even move in that direction. The famed music group Moody Blues said this, "Why do we never get an answer when we are knocking at the door with 1,000 million questions about hate and death and war? Because when we stop and look around us, there's nothing that we need in a world of persecution that is whirling in its greed. Why do we never get an answer when we are knocking at the door?" That is the musician raising it. And any time you see the problem raised, you begin to see how easy it is to give a long list of tragedies and atrocities as if we're in need of justifying that evil and suffering really exist. What I want to do is try to illustrate for you this evening that not only do we feel it, not only do we wrestle with it, not only do we argue our way through it and debate it in our own minds, but I've come to the conclusion that the problem of evil is better stated as a mystery rather than a problem. Why do I say that? I believe a problem is very easy to describe. I think it was Gabriel Marcel who said that a mystery is a problem that encroaches upon itself because the questioner becomes the object of the question. So in a mystery, when it encroaches upon itself and you are part of the very question being raised, that becomes harder to answer, but a problem is easier to deal with. As someone said, getting to Mars is a problem, falling in love is a mystery. So let me repeat what Marcel says. A mystery is a problem that encroaches upon itself because the questioner becomes the object of the question. You and I are not outside of this question. We are in the question itself. I remember a medical doctor in the Middle East once describing to me how shocked he was to go through the experience of a heart attack, and he is a pain management specialist. He said, "Ravi, I realized when I was in the throes of that heart attack how difficult it was to describe it." He said, when a person says, "My arm is hurting, my leg is hurting, my head is hurting," it is as if whatever you are describing is experiencing pain is an appendage and something attached to the essential you. He said, when I was going through the heart attack, the only way to describe it was that I was in the pain. I was in the pain. The very organ that was intended to generate life instead was generating pain for me. And the problem of evil, I believe, is pretty much the same. Now, I was raised in India. My ancestors were Orthodox Hindu priests from the deep south. And I find it very fascinating that India, which is so intensely religious, is also a country that has lived with a lot of suffering and a lot of deprivation. The songs that they sing, the music that's so often present in their movies will oftentimes talk of the pain and suffering. And yet, with that pain and suffering, is that intense sense of religiosity. And yet if you move through Europe and the West and come into the United States and so on, with all of the prosperity and all of the comforts, we are gradually becoming more atheistic all the time. Fascinating difference where cultures in the midst of pain have sought answers for the spirit. Those in the midst of greater comforts are walking away from belief in God. The complexity of the problem. You've got the metaphysical aspect of it. What is the source of it, which is what we wrestle with most here. Then there's the physical aspect of it, natural disasters. There's the moral aspect of it. How can an all-powerful and an all-loving God allow this? So metaphysically, physically, and morally, we struggle to find answers. But here it is. As we look at this, I want you to understand right from the beginning what has to be a framework from which we answer this question. However you answer it, there has to be a framework. And the framework is this. This is just one question that tries to define what ultimate reality is all about. But the question hinges on to many others. The moment you move in the direction of coming to a conclusion on this, for example, the staunch atheist who says there is no way to see the existence of an all-powerful, all-loving God, therefore this world is really godless, we have to find meaning and purpose in this very world. There's no way to sustain the existence of God. The question then comes for that person, how is this then inextricably not joined to the question of meaning? It ties in to the question of purpose and meaning. I'll tell you why. In saying that we experience suffering and evil, we are looking for a purpose to explain it. But then we conclude sometimes, the skeptic does, that there is no purpose to life itself. It actually creates a bigger conundrum when there is no ultimate purpose, why we need to find tiny little purposes after all, other than the justification of being purely pragmatic. C.S. Lewis put it in these words: when a ship goes onto the high seas, it has to answer three questions. Number one, how to keep that ship from sinking. He said that's personal ethics. Number two, how to keep from bumping into other ships. That is social ethics. He said, but the most important question is, why is the ship out there in the first place? That is essential ethics. Do you realize that for the skeptic, the most important question is unanswered? They can come up with sort of social ethics, sort of a construct we can create, or personal ethics, why it is not good for me to cheat you or lie to you if the species is to survive. But they have still not been able to give us what the purpose of life is all about. We're just here. Time plus matter plus chance. And so as I deal with it, I want to take on three challenges that come to the Christian theist or to the theist in general, and then give you what I consider the Judeo-Christian answer, at least in a series of steps. Number one, it is this. The evidential challenge basically says that I cannot believe in God because of the presence of evil. There is too much evil, therefore there cannot be an ultimate, all-powerful being. I recall in my earlier days when I was starting out speaking at the University of Nottingham. It was in the middle of my whole series of lectures, and I was talking once on the search for meaning. And a fellow stood up right at the back and he said, just shouted out at me, he said, there's too much of evil, too much of evil. There simply cannot be a God. So I said, can I interact with you for a moment? So he remained standing. I said, sir, when you say there's evil, aren't you assuming there's such a thing as good? He says, yeah. I said, when you say there's such a thing as good, aren't you assuming there's such a thing as a moral law on the basis of which to differentiate between good and evil? He paused and struggled with that a bit, sort of looking around and thinking. I said, let me help you here. I said, when Bertrand Russell was debating the philosopher Frederick Copleston, at one point Copleston looked at Russell and said to him, Do you believe in good and bad? Do you believe there's such a thing as good and such a thing as bad? He said, yeah. He said, how do you differentiate between it? Bertrand Russell said the same way I differentiate between blue and green. Copleston said, wait a minute. You differentiate between blue and green by seeing, don't you? Russell said, yes. He said, how do you differentiate between good and bad? This great philosopher, mathematician gave this answer. On the basis of feeling. What else? Now, Copleston was a kind man. Somebody ought to have turned to Bertrand Russell and say, Mr. Russell, in some cultures they love their neighbors. In other cultures they eat them. Both on the basis of feeling. Do you have a personal preference? On the basis of feeling? Really? On the basis of feeling? So, he said, all right, I'll grant you there's such a thing as a moral law. So I said, when you say there's evil, you assume there's good. When you assume there's good, you're saying there's such a thing as a moral law on the basis of which to differentiate between good and evil. He said, all right, I'll grant you that. I said, but if you grant me a moral law, you must posit a moral lawgiver, because that's whom you're trying to disprove and not prove. Because if there's no moral lawgiver, there's no moral law. If there's no moral law, there's no good. If there's no good, there's no evil. What is your question? He stood there, eyeballed me and said, what then am I asking you? I said, if you don't know, how am I supposed to help you with what it is you're asking me? People like Dennett and Harris will sort of not go for the absolute, but they would certainly go for moral reasoning and moral thinking as something as having an ontic referent to which, by which we can make our judgments. All questions about evil are either raised by a person or about a person. All questions on evil is either raised by a person or about a person, which means the questioner is making an incredible assumption that human beings have essential value, and that's what makes their question justifiable. That as a questioner, my question is valuable because I'm a person of value and have the right to raise it. Or the one I'm talking about in whose defense I have come, I am raising this because that person has essential value. Why do we argue for justice? Why do we come to the right, to the defense of the innocent? Because deep within us we believe that the person of value and worth ought not to be sacrificed at a whim. The essential value of human life is assumed in raising the question. And so the moral lawgiver has to be within the paradigm. If there is no moral lawgiver, I don't see how there is a moral law. If there is no moral law, there's no good. If there's no good, evil ultimately self-destructs. And the irony of it is, this is where some atheistic philosophers are being forced to get off. People like Dawkins and all. It was in the 1980s, during the Cold War, that I had been invited to Warsaw, Poland. It was grim, it was cloudy, it was cold, the Soviet presence already there, very much so, in the early 80s. And I was taken to another city, where I was speaking to the Polish gathering. And one day, a man by the medical doctor said to me, Ravi, have you ever been to Auschwitz? I said to him, yes, I've been to some concentration camps, Buchenwald and Dachau. He said, no. This is a death camp. Have you ever been to a death camp? I said, I don't think so. He said, let me take you there. So we drove. Emotionally, I was totally unprepared for what I was going to say. Totally unprepared. Because Buchenwald, Dachau, and all, as much as they show you something, doesn't show you what Auschwitz does. And as I walked in there, from room to room, the only response is pin drop silence. You see the pictures of young boys that had been castrated by Mengele, standing there as twins photographed like this, with skeletons and their skin tied taut around them, vacant, empty eyes. And you look at what the most educated generation then did to humanity. In one room there was 14,000 pounds of women's hair stashed behind glass. When the women were taken into the gas ovens, they were stripped of their hair, which was then put into sacks and sold in the marketplace to make money out of all of this. 14,000 pounds of that hair still remained behind glass. They were being exterminated in Auschwitz at the rate of 12,000 every day. They'd be stripped naked and taken into the gas rooms, which they were told were actually their showers. And they'd be so tightly packed against each other, flesh to flesh, already just skin and bones. And they would not know what was coming. They were told they were going to get their first shower, and all this while, shaven bald, standing shoulder to shoulder, and the spigots would be turned on. And the gas would start to descend, and somebody would scream, "Gas!" Another 12,000 shoveled out of there. And I remember walking out of there thinking to myself, this is what we are capable of. Even listening to the best music under the world and going to the highest educational systems. But I missed something in that. You see, ladies and gentlemen, the problem of evil is not so much that it's so pervasive and so strong out there, but the fact that it is deep inside your heart and mine too. Viktor Frankl, who served twice in Auschwitz as a prisoner, says this: if we present man with a concept of man which is not true, we may well corrupt him. When we present him as an automaton of human reflexes, as a mind machine, as a bundle of instincts, as a pawns of drives and reactions, as a mere product of heredity and environment, we will feed the nihilism to which he is already prone. I became acquainted with the last stage of corruption in my second concentration camp, Auschwitz. The gas chambers of Auschwitz were the ultimate consequence of the theory that man is nothing but the product of heredity and environment, or as the Nazis like to say, of blood and soil. Listen to this statement now. I'm absolutely convinced that the gas chambers of Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Majdanek were ultimately prepared not in some ministry or other in Berlin, but rather at the desks and lecture halls of nihilistic scientists and philosophers. Not behind the Ministry of Defense in Berlin, but at the desks and the lecture halls of nihilistic scientists and philosophers. The theory of relativism today is being presented in the highest institutes of our learning, producing a whole generation of young men and women who no longer believe that there are absolutes. That's where it's happening. The early stages of corruption may be behind lecterns. The end stages is the devaluation, the dehumanization, the denigration, and ultimately the desensitization of your conscience and mind. Now here's the conundrum. Here's the difficulty. People like Dennett and Harris and all can pontificate on these ideas, how we can arrive at values. This is the whole search of Harris in his book, The Moral Landscape, that we have to solve this issue of value. Dennett in an interview keeps on repeating this thing. And he says, so long as we don't believe in absolutes. Well, that itself is an absolute statement. But apart from that, he comes through with this incredible comment at one point. He said, if within a culture you have certain values that you hold to, don't impose them on another culture. Isn't that an absolute? Isn't that an absolute?
Absolutely.
And so listen, here's what J.L. Mackie, the Australian atheist, says. Here's what he says. We might well argue that objective, intrinsically prescriptive features, supervenient upon natural ones, constitute so odd a cluster of qualities and relations that they are most unlikely to have arisen in the ordinary course of events without an all-powerful God to create them. The kind of configuration we need, says this atheist, to explain values and objectively, intrinsically prescriptive features. It's most unlikely to have arisen in the ordinary course of events without an all-powerful God to create them. And hence the atheist also Michael Ruse, talking about the kind of answers that Harris and all give, he says illusionary answers. He said there is no way to get away from the fact that we struggle to explain moral reasoning. Think, for example, of what Kai Nielsen, the Canadian atheist, says. We have not been able to show that reason alone requires the moral point of view, or that really rational persons, unhoodwinked by myth or ideology, need not be individual egoists or classical amoralists. Reason doesn't decide here. The picture I have painted for you is not a pleasant one. Reflection on this really depresses me. Pure, practical reason, even with a good knowledge of the facts, will not take you to morality. It's an atheist. So where do we get off? We get off with Richard Dawkins. Here's what he says. In a universe of blind physical forces and genetic replication, some people are going to get hurt and other people are going to get lucky. And you won't find any rhyme or reason in it, nor any justice. The universe we observe has precisely the properties we should expect. If there is at the bottom no design, no purpose, no evil, and no good, nothing but blind, pitiless indifference, DNA neither knows nor cares. DNA just is, and we dance to its music. You know, about 3-4 months ago, the Australian cricket team was in England, and they were playing these test matches, which last 5 days. People can never figure it out, how a match can last 5 days, but they do. If you love cricket, it's a foretaste of heaven. I enjoyed playing cricket. But there was an English cricketer by the name of Stuart Broad. He was at the crease batting, and he was out. The ball hit the bat, and he was caught behind by the catcher. He knew it, everybody knew it, but the umpire didn't see it. Because the umpire gave him not out. Now you have an appeal, but they had run out of their appeals, and the Australian cricket team could not appeal of that. And Broad, because of the few extra runs that he made afterwards, ended up being the difference between winning and losing. You should have seen the outrage of Richard Dawkins. He tweeted, "I'm ashamed of being an Englishman here," he said. "This is not cricket." He should have walked. Stuart Broad is a cheat. And he wasn't prepared for the huge deluge of tweets that came. Richard, it's okay. He's dancing to his DNA. Fascinating. You can dance to your DNA, but not when the other person is dancing to his, and you are the victim. An infinite skeptic. I asked a student at Oxford University after I gave a talk there some years ago, and he said, "I don't believe in absolutes." And he was surrounded by a lot of students with him, and I said, "Can I ask you a question? If I take a 1-year-old baby on this platform and take a sharp butcher knife and I carved up that baby and chopped that baby up into pieces for my pure pleasure, do you think I would have done anything morally wrong?" He paused, drew some design with his toe on the carpet, and then he looks at me and said, "Mrs. Zacharias, I wouldn't like what you did, but I couldn't honestly say that what you did was morally wrong." And the same sound by the students standing there. Can you live existentially with that philosophy that there is no such thing as moral evil? In all of our efforts to find some kind of naturalistic explanation for why we must be good, noble, kind, and I'm all for it. And let me put a caveat in here. I'm not for a moment saying that an atheist or a non-theist or an agnostic cannot be a good person. No, no, no. That's not what I'm saying. I've met many good, decent people who don't believe in God. So I'm not accusing the person themselves of not possessing that virtue. I am just saying, how does one bring about a rationally compelling way to defend it? And when people of a different culture arrive at a totally different conclusion culturally and geopolitically, what is the basis of telling them they have no right to come to their conclusion? You see, when Jesus was asked about the laws that were supreme, Moses had given 613 laws. David reduced them to 15. Isaiah brought them down to 11. And then we see going on down that they're brought down further to 6. And then Micah comes up with 3, to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before your God. When Jesus was asked, what is the greatest commandment? I find it fascinating he didn't answer with 1. He could have done it. He said, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your mind and all your soul and all your strength, and your neighbor as yourself. He said, on these 2 laws hang all of the prophets and all of the other laws. You see, because of the first, the second follows. Without the first, the second is with its feet firmly planted in midair. That I am obligated to love my neighbor even with their disagreements of my worldview. I have no right to violate the sacredness of your life, your marriage, your property, and that which you treasure. Neither have you the right to violate the sacredness of my life and my home, my marriage, and my property. I think Jesus is spot on here. To love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind and all your strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself. On these 2 hang all of the laws and the prophets. Jesus describes your heart and mine perfectly when he says the heart is sinful and desperately wicked above all things. Do you know when the philosopher Nietzsche in 1900, before he died at the age of 54, said God is dead in the 19th century, and then he went on to say a universal madness will break out in the 20th century, and the 20th century will become the bloodiest century in history. He made the pronouncement, both of which took place. He took the first step, and the last 13 years of his life he spent insane. And in the 20th century, we killed more people on the battlefield than the previous 19 put together, and the weapons of warfare are piling up.
The God presented in the Bible is called a hidden God. He's not like the noonday sun. You can't avoid the noonday sun. You don't have to search for the noonday sun in order to find it. But God wanted us to search for him, so he hid. Pascal says, God gives you just enough light so that if you want to find him, you can, and if you don't want to find him, you won't. So finding him doesn't depend on your IQ. It depends on your will. In other words, he respects your freedom. He's like Romeo. When he proposes to Juliet, he doesn't bring along a battery of logicians to convince her that she's a fool if she doesn't follow the syllogisms. So God allows evidence against him, and he gives you evidence for him. As one ancient skeptic said, if there is no God, why is there so much good? And if there is a God, why is there so much evil? Well, I don't know how the atheist would explain all the good, but he has to. It's especially difficult for a Christian. Not just for a theist who believes in some sort of a God, but for a Christian. So much love, yet so much pain. The God of Christianity is a God who loves us so much that he sacrifices his very life for us. If God were just a deistic snob up there in the heavens, you might say, well, why would he care for us? We're just fleas. But this God does everything he possibly can for us. What more could he do? And yet, apparently, he fails. Look at all the evil in the world. There's only three ways to answer any logical argument. This is the very structure of logic. Because an argument is an attempt to lead somebody from a premise to a conclusion, that is, from something they already believe to something they don't yet believe, by the power of logic, by showing that if the premise is true, then logically the conclusion must follow. Because that's the strategy of argument. And because an argument has propositions in it and a proposition has terms in it, there's three weak points that are possible for an argument: the terms, the propositions, and the logic. First of all, the term evil has two meanings. I don't think the argument uses this term ambiguously. It's simply that there are two kinds of evil, and therefore two kinds of argument, and both kinds of evil count against God. There's physical evil and spiritual evil. Physical evil is the evil we suffer. Spiritual evil is the evil we do. Immorality, vice, sin. Each of them is evidence against God because each of them is evil. But they are so different kinds of evil that they need different explanations. So let's do those two separately. Let's first of all talk about the evil we do. That's the worst kind of evil. In other words, sin is a greater evil than pain. You may not think so at first, but I think a little thought experiment can convince you that you too believe that sin is a greater evil than pain. Suppose somebody that you love were captured by a cruel enemy in war and was given the choice between being the victim of an experiment in torture or being the perpetrator of that experiment. He either had to torture his fellow soldier, or he had to become a martyr, a victim of torture by the bad guys. Both are horrible, but which is more horrible? What would you want him to choose? Would you really prefer that he chose to collaborate with the enemy and torture his fellow innocent prisoner? I don't think so. Or, alternative thought experiment, imagine two nightmares. One in which you're chased by a horrible dragon. Let's say you believe the dragon is the devil. And the dragon is going to get you and kill you and torture you and eat you and destroy you. That's a terrible nightmare. Is there anything worse than that? I think so. A nightmare in which you become that dragon. And you can never escape being that dragon forever. At least if you're destroyed by something evil, you're still you. But if sin is a greater evil than pain, then if we can solve the problem of evil on this dimension, even if the solution is not very good on the other dimension, we will have done most of our work. And I think that's the case. I think there is a very simple and clear answer to the worst kind of evil. I don't think there is an equally simple and clear answer to physical evil. I can explain Hitler better than I can explain Hurricane Katrina or the earthquake in Haiti. And the way you explain sin or moral evil is very simple: free will. It wasn't God that did the Holocaust, it was Hitler. And Hitler wasn't a puppet, and God didn't have strings attached to him. That's pretty obvious. It's relatively easy to get God off the hook for sin. It's harder to get him off the hook for pain. So let's talk about pain. Does any suffering count against God? Well, how could there be a world in which we are biological creatures with nerve endings over our body that are necessary to warn us, and yet pain is impossible? Lepers don't feel pain. That's why they have leprosy. They can't take care of their body, they don't feel it. Their body collapses. They don't live very long. Pain is a necessity. I don't think even a God who can do anything can do a meaningless self-contradiction. And I think it's a meaningless self-contradiction to try to imagine a world like ours in which we are human beings with animal bodies where pain is impossible. So the existence of some sort of pain is a necessity given a physical world. But it's much more serious to say, Hitler killed 6 million Jews, therefore there is no God. That's evidence. It's not conclusive evidence. There's the story of the 2 rabbis in Auschwitz, one of which was a skeptic and said, God could not possibly allow us to suffer this way. I have lost my belief in God. And the other was very pious and said, God will rescue us. We are his chosen people. Have faith in God. One day, both of them were on line to enter the gas chambers. And the pious rabbi went in first, and he kept looking around for help and deliverance at the last moment, didn't find any. His last words before entering the gas chamber were, "There is no God." And then the skeptic entered next, and his last words were, "The Shema Yisrael, Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is one." So you see, anybody can interpret the evidence either way. Read the Brothers Karamazov. It's a very tough-minded book. And I find no atheist in the history of world literature more convincing than Ivan Karamazov. And yet, the character was invented by a great Christian, Dostoevsky. By the way, when I teach philosophy of religion, I always do this little experiment when it comes to the question of the existence of God. I divide the class into 2. I say, how many think you can prove the existence of God? And about half of them say yes. And how many here believe either there's no God, or there's probably no God, or at least you can't prove him? And that's the other half. Okay. Now I say, all you skeptics are going to have to argue. We're going to have a debate. Go on different sides of the room. All you skeptics are going to have to argue for the existence of God, and all you believers are going to have to argue for atheism. They protest, but I say, unless you understand the other position, you can't really argue against it, can you? So they say, okay, we'll do it. Every single time I've done that, I've done it maybe 4 or 5 times, the result is the same. I don't orchestrate it, I just let them argue. And everybody agrees at the end that the Christians pretending to be atheists win the debate. Atheism defeats theism. And then I ask why. And the atheist said, well, you made us argue for this silly fairy tale called Christianity, which is so ridiculous that nobody could possibly argue for it. You gave us the weakest case. And then the theists who are pretending to be atheists say, no, you gave the weakest, most ridiculously weak arguments for theism. We've got dozens of stronger ones that you've never heard of, but we gave your strongest arguments for atheism, and you couldn't answer them. And then they argue whether that's the case or not. That's the real argument. The other really serious atheist, I think, in history, if you want to read good atheists, don't worry about people like Dawkins and Hitchens and these people. Read Nietzsche, read Sartre, read Camus. Now there's an atheist for you. Dr. Roux in The Plague, one of Camus' great novels, is a kind of a obvious projection of Camus himself, because he's a doctor who risks his life to save thousands of innocent people in a plague in Algeria, and he knows he's probably going to catch it himself and die, but he has to do this because that's the meaning of life. He says, I know that the meaning of life is to be a saint. But he says, I don't believe there's any God. I'm an atheist. And my puzzle is, how can you be a saint without God? And he says, I've never solved that problem. You can't be a saint without God. You got to be a saint, and yet there's no God. And that's Camus himself. That's an unhappy atheist. I think you should trust an unhappy atheist. I don't think you should trust a happy atheist. That's too comfortable, too smug, too simple. How do you explain how and why bad things happen to good people? You could use Socrates' explanation. If you're of a certain philosophical cast of mind, that's quite profound. Socrates' answer is, they never do. They never do. Here he is, about to be killed, giving his last speech, one of the great speeches in the history of Western civilization. I hope you've all read the Apology of Socrates. No civilized human being should be allowed to die without having read that speech. Here he is in the middle of horrible evil happening to a very good person. He's misunderstood, he's tried, he's executed, he's put in prison, and now he says, the one thing you can be certain of is that it is impossible for a good man to be harmed by a bad man, ever. What? What does he mean by that? Well, if you are simply your soul, then your soul can be harmed, but only by you. What is harm to the soul? Well, folly, stupidity, moral vice. Can anybody else make you stupid? No. Can anybody else make you wicked? No, but you can make yourself stupid and wicked. Yeah, but somebody else can put me in prison and give me hemlock and chop my head off. Yeah, that's only my body. That's only this old house. That's a ticket to heaven. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Well, there's something beautifully noble about that. I don't think, however, that is the Christian attitude. That's something that you might wish it were, you might envy it, but we're stuck with bodies that God took so seriously that he said, this is you. You're not an angel in disguise. And when he came to earth, he came as a body, as a human, not as an angel. And when he saved us by dripping his blood on the ground. His saving words were not like Buddha's, this is my mind, but this is my body. So I think you have to take the body much more seriously than Socrates did. So that too is unfortunately a cheap solution. Not cheap in the sense that it's not noble, but not enough. Where is there justice in innocent children suffering? If you look to the Bible for an answer, you get a shock. The first systematic, philosophical, theological book in the Bible is Paul's letter to the Romans, where he reflects on the gospel and puts it into some sort of logical form, at least the first 8 chapters. And the 2 great parts are the bad news and the good news, the sin and the salvation. And every Christian theology ever since has taken that essential structure. But he announces at the beginning that his topic is the justice of God, the dikaiosune of God, sometimes translated righteousness. The more ordinary translation is justice of God. All right, he's going to talk about the justice of God. What is it? Well, it's the most unjust event that ever happened in the history of the world. We killed God. He came down and became the sacrificial lamb. And the man who least deserved to die got the worst death imaginable. And that's justice? Yeah. That's astonishing. What's going on there? Well, it's one great mystery answering another. The answer mystery is often called vicarious atonement. The innocent died for the guilty. That's God's way of reconciling justice and mercy. We get the mercy, Jesus gets the justice. To take Christ's body on the cross and somehow unite it with us, the body of Christ, as the church, and to have him in us and us in him. Somebody said if the theologians fully understood what they meant when they said the word in, they wouldn't have any mysteries left. I don't suggest that either of those 2 mysteries are easy. God doesn't give you neat little solutions because this is not a neat little problem. He's like a surgeon who understands how your self works far better than you do. Can God ensure that nobody ever sins and yet give us free will? Well, no. Free will means that we make the choice. He cuts the strings. We're not puppets. I don't think it's meaningful to say that God can do absolutely everything, even if it's a meaningless self-contradiction. That's like saying God can do glumph, glumph, glupf. That means nothing. Just adding the words God can do this doesn't suddenly put meaning into those meaningless terms. God can perform miracles, but miracles are not contradictions. Walking through a wall is a miracle. But walking through a wall and not walking through a wall at exactly the same time, that's a contradiction. Even God can't do that. So God can't give creatures free will and prevent them from sinning. He didn't have to give us free will. And here you have wiggle room for a protest. If you're a hardline atheist, you can say, I resent the fact that you Christians believe that God gave us free will. He should have made us happy puppets or happy robots or happy animals. I'm mad at him for making me human. Well, once again, I think you've got a little psychological problem there, but I don't know how I could argue with you logically. What about the other kind of evil, though? What about suffering? God is omnipotent, therefore he could remove all suffering. Well, suppose he did. I suppose he could do that. He could just take your pain nerve and block the suffering. Even drugs can do that. And God's better than any drug. But what happens if you do that with drugs? Ooh, bad stuff happens. Well, that's because of the side effects. All right, so no bad side effects. So God takes away all your pain and gives you no bad side effects, and you live a totally pain-free life. And as a result, what? What happens to people who live almost totally pain-free lives? They become simple, stupid, shallow, little selfish pigs. Or as Rabbi Abraham Heschel, one of the wisest men of the 20th century, once said, "The man who has never suffered, what could he possibly know anyway?" Even the pagan Greeks knew that wisdom comes only through suffering. And wisdom is far greater than pleasure. So to sacrifice pleasure for wisdom, it's a good deal. So God could remove all pain, but that wouldn't be love. We aren't God, and therefore we don't know when suffering is good for each other, so it's almost always bad for us to impose suffering on each other, except in very limited and controlled circumstances, like putting somebody in prison to try to reform them. Our present prisons aren't very good at that, by the way. Once, I remember my 5-year-old daughter was in Brownies, and they were trying to thread needles to sew, and my daughter was kind of clumsy, so she was the only one in the troop that couldn't thread a needle, and this upset her. And she kept trying and trying and trying. And once I came home from school early, and I saw her trying to thread this needle, and I didn't show her that I was there, so I just wanted to see what she'd do. And she kept pricking her finger, and blood came out. And she looked around to see if anybody was there. If somebody was there, she would have cried, but she didn't see me, so she didn't cry. So she kept trying and trying and trying. And my first instinct was to leap out from behind my hiding place and say, "Oh, you poor, let me kiss your boo-boo." But I didn't. I said, this kid needs to learn something. And she's so assiduous. And after about 5 minutes, she finally got the needle threaded. And then she said, "Daddy, Daddy, are you here? Look what I did. Look, look, look." And through the tears, she was smiling, a great big smile. Well, I think I was a little bit like God there, just a little bit. She got greater joy because of the pain. You don't usually see that. That's not an explanation for the tragedy in Haiti. But it shows that if you're wise enough, you might perceive that suffering is necessary. Its effects are, well, it gives you opportunities for all sorts of virtues. Courage, for one. If you have no pain, you don't need courage. Patience, for another. Sympathy. If nobody's suffering, you don't have to be sympathetic. Charity, if nobody needs you, why be unselfish? Wisdom, which comes through suffering. Here's 4 or 5 extremely important virtues. Courage, patience, sympathy, charity, wisdom. Is that worth sacrificing a bit of pleasure? I think so. There's another term, divine goodness, that is also, I think, ambiguous. Most of us, I'm afraid, are so corrupted by pop psychology that we think of goodness simply in terms of kindness. Now, kindness is extremely important, but it's not the only kind of goodness, or even the highest kind. We're kind to strangers. We're kind to animals, so we kill them so they don't suffer. We're tolerant and kind to people and things that we don't really care much about. But to somebody that we care enormously about, we make trouble. Grandparents are kind. Parents are not that kind. Grandpa says, "Run along and have some fun, take some money." And Daddy says, "Wait a minute, don't go here and don't go there, and be sure you come back by 11 o'clock. "Oh, Daddy, you're always making trouble." Who loves you more, Grandpa or Pa? Pa. God is indeed good. God is indeed loving. But it's not always kind. Sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. The Bible never describes God as a grandfather, only as a father. God's ultimate answer to the problem of pain is not philosophical distinctions such as I've just made. His ultimate answer to the problem of our pain is a deed. He came. He shared our pain. He sat beside us in the stalled car. Imagine your car stalled in a storm, 3 o'clock in the morning. You're alone. You can't start it. You call up AAA. They say, well, we'll come with a jump start, but it'll take 2 hours. You sit there. And then somebody comes trudging down the road, and it's a friend of yours who just happens to see you. And he doesn't have a car, and he doesn't have wires, and he can't start your car, but he sits with you for 2 hours, relieving your loneliness, sharing your cold, and then AAA comes and starts your car. Who are you more grateful to? AAA or your friend? Your friend. But he didn't start your car. Yeah, but he was present with you. Presence is the greatest present we can give to each other. When somebody you know is dying, what can you do for them? That's when you want to be very charitable. Gee, is there something I can do for you? What can I sacrifice for you? Well, there's one thing you can sacrifice, your autonomy. Instead of just being with yourself and doing your own thing, you can be with them. You can share their time and their place. You can just be with them. Oh, but I don't know what to say. It's not words, it's just presence. Well, that's what God did with us. Would you rather lack that intimate personal love and presence but have everything else go right? Or would you rather have that even in an environment where everything's going wrong? Would you rather be divorced in Hawaii or in love in Iowa? No insult to Iowa, but you go to California for vacations, right? Do they come here? I probably shouldn't have said that. Are we broken? God is broken with us. Are we rejected? Do people despise us for being good? He was despised and rejected of men. Do we weep? Is grief our familiar spirit? Do we say, oh, not again, I can't take any more? He was a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. Do people misunderstand us, turn away from us? They hid their faces from him, as from an outcast. Is our love betrayed? Are our tenderest relationships broken? He too loved and was betrayed by the ones he loved. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. Does it seem as if life has passed us by or cast us out, as if we were sinking into uselessness and oblivion? He sinks with us. He too is passed over by the world. Does he descend into all our hells? Yes. In the unforgettable line of Corrie ten Boom, from the depths of a Nazi death camp, she writes, no matter how deep our darkness, his is deeper still. Does he descend into our violence? Yes, by suffering it. The psalmist says, even the darkness is not dark to him. He makes light even there, in the darkness of the mind, perhaps not until death's release. Every tear we shed can become his tear. He may not yet wipe the tears away, but he will make them his. Would we rather have our own dry eyes or his tear-filled eyes? He came, he is here with us. That is the most important fact in the world. Even if he does not heal our broken bones, he comes into them and is broken, like bread, and we are nourished. And he shows us that we can now use our very brokenness as nourishment for those that we love. Since we're his body, we too become the bread that is broken for others. Our very failures can help heal other lives. Our very tears can help wipe away other people's tears. Our being hated can help those we love. When those we love hang up on us, he keeps the lines open. So God's answer to the problem of suffering really happened 2,000 years ago and is still happening in our own lives. The solution to our suffering involves our suffering. It can become part of his work, the greatest work ever done. He came not to take away our suffering, but to transform it, to make it his. You see, the Christian views suffering as he views everything in a totally different way than the unbeliever. He sees it as a between, as relative. The Christian is the true relativist. There's only one absolute, God. Everything else is relative to God. Everything else is between God and yourself. So everything is, including suffering, a gift from God, an invitation from God, a challenge from God, something between God and yourself, including suffering. And that changes everything. I will tell you one thing, though, from a mind far greater than mine or yours. One of the great saints, Saint Teresa, said, talking about comparing earthly pains and heavenly joys, she said, the life on earth that's the most full of horrible, inexplicable pain will appear from the viewpoint of heaven, once you're there, to be no more serious than one night in an inconvenient hotel. Now, she herself experienced very great pain and very great suffering in her life, so she's not minimizing earthly pain. She's just saying that God has got something in store that infinitely outweighs even those horrible pains. We don't know why God does it. And it's often very, very difficult to trust him. And his only answer is, you got to trust me. I know more than you do. It doesn't look like I'm doing good. Use this analogy. This is not a neat little answer, but it's at least points you in the direction you have to go, I think. Imagine you're a dog, and you have this master who knows much more than you do and loves you. And you're running through the woods and you get trapped in a bear trap, and your leg is in that trap. And you're trying to pull your leg out of that trap, and it's raw and bleeding, and the more you pull your leg out of the trap, the more the trap bites into the leg. And pretty soon the leg's going to come off and you're going to die. Your master comes to you, and he's going to rescue you from the trap. But the only way you can rescue a dog from a bear trap, I'm told, is by taking away the tension. And the only way you can do that is by pushing the victim farther into the trap first. So your master pushes you farther into the trap, increasing your pain. Now, it takes a lot of trust for the dog to say, okay, to the master, do it, and not to struggle. I think we can learn a lot from our dogs. I don't know, I'm not God. I'm sorry, that's a very disappointing answer, but at some point we have to say that, because that's the clear teaching of the book of Job. Job asks all these great questions, and God shows up, and he says, in effect, to Job, Job, you forgot to ask the most important question of all. Who am I, and who are you? Did you design the world? Were you there when you wrote the script? No. If evil were not a mystery, if evil were very clear, if we could have a very simple solution to the problem of evil, that would count as evidence for atheism, because that would mean that our mind is as great as God's mind. If, on the other hand, there is a God whose mind and whose wisdom is infinitely greater than ours, then there's bound to be mysteries that we can't solve. So it's the fact that we don't know is consistent with the hypothesis that there is such a God. Pain in itself is not beautiful, it's ugly. And yet our most beautiful works are tragedies. Our most beautiful music is in a minor key. And without the contrast between the dark and the light, the pain and the pleasure, we don't really appreciate the light or the pleasure. So there's a deep connection between pain and beauty. Very mysterious and ironic connection. Every great artist knows that in order to be an artist and to be a kind of a mediator of beauty, you have to suffer. And every great scientist knows that breaking through to a discovery is costly. It takes sweat, it takes suffering. But that's beautiful.
But if suffering and death are necessary elements of the evolutionary process, then without them, humans and other conscious animals would never have come to exist. Perhaps then they are regrettable but necessary conditions or consequences of the existence of evolved intelligent life on Earth. The obvious response to this is to say that a benevolent and powerful God could surely have devised some other way of creating humans. An intelligent designer could have prevented all harmful mutations and encouraged all adaptive and progressive mutations so that intelligent beings could have evolved without any mischances or defects. This is, in effect, suggesting that the basic laws of nature from which the occurrence of genetic mutations derive could have been quite different, or perhaps that nature need not have proceeded in accordance with general laws at all. If either of these things were the case, then humans as we know them would not exist. Humans are complex organisms that carry their evolutionary history with them coded in their DNA. They have tendencies toward lust and aggression, toward kinship, altruism and sympathy, tendencies to strive for truth and beauty, and to compete with others for fame and power. If some sort of perfection is possible for them, it is a perfection achieved through effort and discipline, through a process of overcoming egoism and learning altruism, through an endeavor to discover truth and attain selfless understanding, through a struggle to overcome despair and disappointment and learn wisdom and mindfulness. Is such an animal worth having? But if it is, perhaps it could only exist as a result of a basically Darwinian process of evolution. Some biologists would go further and claim that the apparently random nature of the biological processes of replication and mutation is entailed by the basic laws of physics and chemistry. Given the structure of carbon atoms, the chemical composition of nucleic acids and proteins, and the exactly correlated relationship between the electromagnetic and nuclear forces within the atom, carbon-based replication with genetic variation had to take place more or less exactly as it does. In other words, the Darwinian process of descent with modification is not at all random, in the sense that it might have been quite different, or that anything at all might have happened in the history of the universe. What happens follows strictly from the laws of physics, and the basic laws of physics, in turn, are, to use Steven Weinberg's term, final. That is, there is no other possible mathematically consistent set of laws that could produce a universe of the sort of integrated complexity that is required for the existence of intelligent life. The hard facts established by scientific observation are not in doubt. Humans have evolved over millions of years from simple cells oozing about in primeval planetary slime. The process has been one of replication, mutation, and adaptation to environment. The process has involved much destruction, conflict, and, at least at later stages, suffering. But it is hard to see how that could have been avoided, given the general nature of the process. It has also involved much cooperation and coordination between various physical entities to form cells and functioning organic bodies, so it is not purely a story of struggle and conflict. Given all the alternative possibilities, it does seem fantastically improbable that it should ever have happened at all. On the other hand, it seems like a natural development inherent in the basic structure of the physical universe. Those are the facts. Do they lead us to the conclusion that it all happened by blind chance, or to the conclusion that it shows intelligent design? Do they suggest that intelligent life is inevitable in the universe, or that it is a freak accident? Do they show that there is a progress in evolution, or that the strongest will survive regardless of moral considerations? Do they show that humans are at the top of the evolutionary tree, or that they are dangling precariously on a side branch? Do they suggest that there will be life elsewhere in the universe, or that we are unique and alone? I think that biological science does not answer any of these questions, but it leaves the big questions unanswered. It is not surprising that should be the case. Why should science answer every question? Creationism should be sharply distinguished from belief in creation, which is the belief that the whole universe depends upon an intelligent, conscious being beyond it. Evolution is wholly compatible with belief in creation, even in a strictly neo-Darwinian form. For such a strict Darwinian view, the mechanisms of random mutation and natural selection are sufficient to explain the course of evolution, and no other causal factors understood are at work. Yet the whole causal structure may itself depend upon the existence of a creator God. That God would nevertheless have no specific causal input into the evolutionary process. Darwin himself did not rule out other mechanisms of evolution, such as sexual selection. Given the fact that the properly scientific study of evolution has only been going on for about 80 years, and that it is extremely difficult to be sure that one has identified every causal influence at work in any natural process, it is a leap of faith to say that mutation and natural selection are the only factors at work in evolution. But it does seem that they are sufficient in practice to give a plausible, if not absolutely exhaustive, explanation of how evolution works. In any case, there is general agreement that they are the main discernible factors at work. Even if the only role God has is to set up the causal system, Stephen Gould's view that what happens is wholly accidental would have to be rejected by a theist, as it is quite implausible to think that God set up the universe but would be taken by surprise if anything good happened, and never envisioned human beings coming into existence at all. If the laws of nature do, as Conway Morris suggests, make the existence of intelligent life virtually inevitable, then God would not be surprised when human beings began to exist, since they, or something very much like them, are possibilities that are bound to come into existence sooner or later. God can set up the process so that what God wants will eventually happen, though there may be many ways in which it can happen and many routes to its happening. This appears to have been Charles Darwin's own view. He wrote, "I cannot persuade myself that electricity acts, that the tree grows, that man aspires to the loftiest conceptions, all from blind brute force. The laws of nature are designed, but God plays no further role in how they operate. They are totally autonomous." It may still seem rather odd that God sits there and does nothing, having put the laws of nature in place. Most things that really exist have causal influences on at least some other things. So if God, a supremely wise consciousness, really exists, would that not have some continuing causal influence on a universe God had designed? Evolution has brought us here by processes that are amazingly elegant, integrated, and complex. Two quotations from Darwin make the point. "How infinitely complex and close-fitting are the mutual relations of all organic beings," and "From so simple a beginning endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, have been and are being evolved." I think there is force in the argument that the existence of an intelligent designer who could ensure that intelligent life would come to exist would make the process much less improbable than if the process happened by chance. A hypothesis that makes a process much more probable must be rated as a probable hypothesis given the available evidence. So the evolution of intelligent life makes the hypothesis of an intelligent designer probable. In that sense, the intelligent design hypothesis is a good one. But this is intelligent design in a general sense, and does not entail the existence of empirically identifiable and special cases of design within the process. The indifference of evolutionary laws. Knowledge of biology will cast serious doubt on this oversimple idea of God, but millions of people died in plagues and disasters before anything was known about evolution, so this problem has not really gotten any worse since Darwin. In fact, Darwinism could be said to help ease the problem considerably. Those who believe that disease is a punishment for sin have to think that everyone who gets measles has done something wrong, while those who escape are morally better. Further, if you are really good, you will never get ill at all. The problem of the suffering of the innocent is made much worse by such beliefs. You have to think those who are afflicted are not really innocent, and that idea compounds the injustice of their situation. If you think that God is personally supervising and arranging every detail of a person's life, then God seems to act in very unjust ways. Aristotle said that the rule of impersonal law is better than the rule of whimsical tyrants. So, the rule of impersonal laws of physics may actually be better than the changing whims of a continually interfering God. In fact, if God arranged for perfect moral justice in human affairs, there could be no laws of nature at all. Good people would float gently to earth when they fell from high mountains, while the evil would be crushed by meteorites directed upon their heads with perfect accuracy. We would all, of course, be directly aware that such a God existed, but in such a world, could morality be more than self-interested prudence in the face of a God known to be all-powerful? Or would God detect hypocrites and direct meteorites upon their heads too? Then we would know with certainty just who was good and who was bad. and that might not be altogether a good thing. This would be life in the ultimate police state. I suppose what this suggests is that heaven cannot really be like a continuation of life on earth, only better for the lucky few. In this life we work out our freedom as well as we can. In the next, there is a wholly different form of existence that springs causally from this one, but does not have the same spatio-temporal structure. This world is vitally important because, in it, each one of us shapes our character by facing up to many moral and intellectual challenges. In heaven, that is in the clear presence of God, what we have made of our lives is eternalized, reconciled, and validated in a quite different form of experience. Without our striving after virtue in this world, heaven would not be a possibility for us. Heaven is not a continuation of such striving, but its consummation and its ending. Fortunately, too, God will forgive our wrongdoing and grant more than we deserve. It is a gift that does not depend solely on our own virtues, but on the mercy and love of God. It is chiefly in that sense that God will ultimately prove to be indeed a loving Father. But the details of life in heaven are not of immediate concern. The fact is that human existence is lived out in an arena of impersonal laws of nature. Such laws may be blind, but they result in the possibility of purposeful and intelligent life. They may be pitiless, but they permit the possibility of human compassion and mutual care. They may be indifferent, but they seem inherently fitted to generate life in all its variety and wonder. There is a similar ambiguity here to that noted when thinking about cosmology. Space can be seen as empty and dispiriting, but it can also be seen as awe-inspiringly beautiful, and a necessary condition of our existence. The evolution of life on Earth can be seen as the workings of blind and indifferent laws without meaning or purpose, but it can also be seen as a fantastically complex, organized, cumulative process that inevitably results in the emergence of intelligent life. Theistic evolution. The pessimistic view of nature as red in tooth and claw is not universally shared by biologists. Alfred Lord Tennyson himself, who penned that famous quotation, ends the poem from which it comes, In Memoriam, by referring to one God, one law, one element, and one far-off divine event to which the whole creation moves. After his moments of despair at the death of his friend, he comes to see the whole universe as purposeful and ultimately good. Among biologists there are counterbalancing views of evolution like those of Frans de Waal, Eric Parens, and Stephen Rose. They see the neo-Darwinian stress on competition, selfishness, and survival as one-sided. Brian Goodwin writes, "We are every bit as cooperative as we are competitive, as altruistic as we are selfish, as creative and playful as we are destructive and repetitive, and we are agents of creative evolutionary emergence, a property we share with all other species." It is possible to see the evolutionary process as one of creative emergence and dynamic interrelationship, rather than as one of ruthless competition for mere replication. There is competition and destruction, but there is also what seems to many biologists to be a holistic, emergent, and self-organizing propensity to complexity, order, and consciousness. If that is so, there may be positive value in the evolutionary process as a process that makes possible a partly self-shaping creative advance toward intelligent consciousness. Science will not decide the issue. Intelligent design is a reaction against reductionist views that claim that science shows human life to be an accidental byproduct of purely mechanical and purposeless processes. But its claim that specific instances of personal purpose and design, not even in principle explicable in Darwinian terms, can be identified by science has not been generally accepted by the scientific community, whether religious or not. What science shows is that evolution happened. Whether it is accidental or inevitable, blind or goal-directed, is not conclusively decided by science. There seems little reason that the original optimistic 19th-century German evolutionary theories should not be broadly true and be compatible with a generally Darwinian approach. Evolution may be the progressive self-manifestation of the nature of absolute spirit, and the mechanisms it uses may be those of replication with modification and preferential selection by the total environment of the cosmos. If such a spiritually directed view is taken, then genetic mutations will inevitably produce some of greater complexity, tending eventually to the emergence of consciousness, and the cosmic environment will inevitably favor the selection of intelligent life forms. There will be a predetermined goal, though its specific nature and the way to achieve it may be left open. The existence of such a goal in the divine mind will have some form of causal influence on evolutionary development. It will ensure that this will be an evolution toward a goal, not just random change without any particular direction. But such a general influence may not be empirically detectable by reference to specifically identifiable and otherwise inexplicable occurrences. There is no visible person to announce the goal, and no visible material body that can be observed to be ensuring that it comes about. We would not expect the influence of a cosmic, that is, completely omnipresent but disembodied, mind to be detectable by specific physical observations, or to be confirmed by specific predictions. The physical biochemist Arthur Peacock characterizes the evolutionary process as one of unfolding the divinely endowed potentialities of the universe through a process in which its creative possibilities and propensities become actualized. A God, he suggests, is an improviser of unsurpassed ingenuity, setting up a system in which chance and necessity interweave so that the full gamut of the potentialities of living matter could be explored. Peacock does not think there is any need for a kind of special guidance whereby God pushes or pulls evolution in a direction it would not otherwise have taken. On the other hand, he is a leading proponent of top-down causation, or whole-part influence, by which the nature of whole systems helps to determine the behavior of their parts in a distinctive way. If God is a totality that includes this universe, then God could affect holistically the state of the world system. The system as a whole is what it is because God is its ultimate source, and God does have a general causal influence on the evolutionary process. But there are no gaps in the system in which God intervenes, and so there are no gaps in a purely naturalistic account of the process. There will, nevertheless, be some empirical consequences of the existence of God. The postulated goal of evolution will have to be of value, and it will have to be achieved by a process efficient for its purpose. Evolution seems to fit these conditions sufficiently. The process as a whole would have to be good. This is really where atheists part company with theists. The theist is bound to affirm that the creation is good, but the theist could argue that evolutionary history by some internal necessity has to play out generally the way it does, accomplished by mutations only some of which are beneficial, limited by necessities that even God cannot change, yet leading overall to good outcomes. Part of the reason for this necessity is that natural selection takes place in an environment governed by impersonal laws of physics, whose final nature is in some sense necessary, and whose ultimate outcomes are in broad strokes, though not in detail, predictable. Is that God is the one ultimately self-existent reality of supreme and unsurpassed value, and beyond the capacity of the human intellect to understand fully in an analytical way. Our ideas of God will thus always be provisional and inadequate, but they will reflect our ideas of what supreme value is and of what we speculate to be the nature of a self-existent source of the world, as we see that world in the light of the best available scientific knowledge. God's being contains more supreme intrinsic values than any other possible being. God is, for instance, supremely happy, wise, knowledgeable, and powerful. That is what it means to say that God is perfect. God is happier, has greater knowledge, and is more powerful than any other being could possibly be. Given this definition, we still cannot tell just how happy, knowledgeable, and powerful God is. God may be the most powerful possible being, but there may still be limits on the power of such a being, though we cannot tell what they are. Part of the traditional problem of evil arises from an overambitious definition of omnipotence. It is said that omnipotence means that God can do anything that is logically possible, that is, anything that we can describe without self-contradiction. But we can describe things without apparent or discoverable self-contradiction that cannot exist. For instance, we can describe time travel without apparent self-contradiction, but time travel may, nevertheless, be impossible. We do not know. The fact that we can describe it consistently does not mean that it is possible. There may be reasons unknown to us that make it impossible. Many physicists think there are. Some physicists disagree, but there is no way of deciding who is right. We certainly cannot settle the issue by simply saying that some description of a state seems consistent to us. As David Hume put it, how could the imaginations of a petty brain like ours become the criterion of what is possible or impossible? Hume was right about that, but he was wrong to suggest that anything we can imagine must be possible. In fact, his latter statement is undermined by his former one. The point here is basically simple and very important. The human mind is in no position to know what is really possible or impossible in reality. The fact that we can imagine states of affairs does not mean that they are possible. So the fact that we can imagine, or think we can imagine, gods creating a universe without suffering does not mean that such a thing is possible. This statement is, like most philosophical assertions, controversial. Some would insist that if we can imagine something, it is possible and God could do it. I'm just pointing out that this is a highly disputable opinion. Possible worlds theory is a very complicated philosophical topic on which a huge amount of literature exists and upon which many doctorates are even now being written. If we take the view that we cannot tell just by imagination what is really possible, even for the most powerful possible being there could be, then we could, and perhaps should, take omnipotence to mean simply that an omnipotent being is more powerful than any other being could possibly be. Perhaps we might want to add that an omnipotent being will also be the source of all other powers that could ever exist. How much more powerful than that could you want to be? Well, you might want to be powerful enough to do anything that is logically possible. But such a thing might be impossible for any possible being. Why? We do not know. But let us have a little humility and admit that we do not know everything. God may be omnipotent, meaning that God is the source of all other powers and is more powerful than any other possible being, yet there may be limits to divine power, limits that will be inherent in the divine nature itself, and we can never know precisely what they are. In that case, God, as the most perfect and powerful being there could possibly be, could still be limited by internal necessities. That would be no defect, because no being could evade what is truly necessary. God, necessity, and the problem of evil. Necessity is not an alien idea for classical theology. Indeed, classical theologians usually agree that the divine nature is necessarily what it is. It could not be otherwise. Most states in the universe are contingent. They could have been other than they actually are. God is different. God, the ultimate source of all beings, has to be the way God is. There is simply no alternative to the way God is. Even God cannot do anything about it. This is not such a strange remark as it might seem. After all, most people would agree that God cannot lie or commit sin or commit suicide. But that cannot is not an external limitation on God. It follows from the divine nature of being perfectly good. God is necessarily perfectly good. God necessarily exists. God is necessarily the most powerful possible being, and whatever limits there are on God's power, they are necessarily part of the divine nature itself. They cannot be changed, and they could never have been otherwise. So, it may be that God necessarily creates this universe, and perhaps others. If so, then the answer to the question, why did God create this universe, will be that God had to. Not because some other being compelled God to do it, but out of an inner necessity of the divine nature. It is not very easy for us to decide exactly what a perfect God would be like, but it seems reasonable to think that a perfect God might wish to share happiness, creativity, and understanding with other beings. To put it bluntly, goodness shared might be more perfect than goodness confined to itself. Thomas Aquinas said, "A thing has a natural tendency to spread its own good to others." So, a good reason for creation would be the creation of a universe in which other personal beings, capable of happiness, creativity, and understanding, could exist. There could well be a very large number of different universes that could realize this aim. A perfect God might well create a huge number of universes containing personal beings of different sorts. Or God might just create one of them. Again, we must be careful not to claim to know too much about what God might do. At any rate, it seems it would be a good thing to create a universe in which persons would exist who could relate to one another and to God in shared creativity and understanding. In some possible universes, including this one, it could well be that some suffering is inevitable. Modern science helps us to see this. If humans have evolved in our universe from a primeval Big Bang, then that process of evolution necessarily involves suffering and destruction. Stars had to explode to form the heavier elements of which life is composed. Millions of organisms had to die in order for human life to evolve on this planet. Even now, humans have to destroy plant or animal life in order to survive. The physical laws of this universe depend upon destruction, mutation, conflict, and, therefore, destruction and death, if intelligent persons are to evolve in it. If we understood the laws of nature fully, we would see that such destruction and the suffering conscious beings feel when involved in it are inevitable consequences of having a universe like this. Human beings are essentially parts of an evolving physical universe, with general laws that have to be exactly what they are in order to produce human persons. Those laws will produce earthquakes, stellar explosions, periodic extinctions of life, and volcanic eruptions as an essential part of having a universe like this. If beings like human persons are going to exist, they have to exist in a universe in which suffering and death are necessary. The choice is, then, either no human persons or some suffering. We cannot have human persons and a universe without suffering. That is one of the limitations on God's power. If God is going to create human persons, God will have to create a universe in which some suffering necessarily exists. If these arguments are accepted, it is possible to see how a God who is omnipotent and perfectly good in the senses defined could, and may even have to, create a universe like this. You may reject these defined senses, but they seem coherent and defensible. Or you may say, as Ivan does in Fyodor Dostoevsky's novel The Brothers Karamazov, that you are still repelled by the amount of suffering in the universe, and you would rather reject the whole idea of God than pay the price of the ticket for human existence. In a sense, most religious believers agree. They worship, admire, and revere the perfection of the divine being, but they stand perplexed and bitter at the amount of suffering, however necessary, in the world. An afterlife in which overwhelming good becomes possible for everyone. Believe in an afterlife, recognizing that divine justice and mercy are not properly worked out in this world. A perfect God who chooses to create this universe, accepting that suffering is necessary in it, must offer to all conscious beings who suffer, if it is possible to do so, an overwhelming personal good. That personal good is a life after death. Maybe anyone, including Dostoevsky, who truly sees the possibility of overwhelming happiness, understanding, and creativity in a life of perfect consciousness of God beyond this world, for everyone without exception, and who accepts the necessity of suffering if there are to be any humans at all, would accept that the creation of this universe is ultimately good and worthwhile. It does seem clear that human selfishness, greed, and hatred have immeasurably increased the amount of suffering in the world. That excess suffering is caused by the misuse of human freedom and is an unavoidable consequence of human moral freedom and of that solidarity of humans in community which involves the innocent in the sins of the guilty. This is what is usually known as the free will defense, and I think it is an important part of an explanation of why there is so much suffering in the world. What some Christians call original sin can be seen from an evolutionary perspective as the decision by groups of early humans or even pre-hominids to realize their genetically inherent tendencies toward lust and aggression at the expense of similarly inherent tendencies toward kinship bonding and altruism. Over generations, those destructive tendencies have switched on the relevant genetic mechanisms until it has now become human nature to be selfish and aggressive. Original sin, from an evolutionary point of view, consists in a natural inclination toward self-centered and destructive behavior, rooted in the genetic code of humans, switched on by repeated inculturation. Humans are essentially related to one another as parts of social communities and given responsible moral freedom, but the repeatedly reinforced behavior of past generations has repressed our altruistic genes, alienated us from a sense of the presence of God, and vastly increased the amount of human and animal suffering. But they have immeasurably increased the sum of suffering, and they have brought spiritual death, the death of the sense of God, into the world. Christianity sees humans as bound by the power of sin and needing liberation by the divine power of love, and that the true nature of humans, what they are made for, is a life of compassion, wisdom, and love. But humans have fallen into desire, ignorance, and self-centeredness, and they need to find a way to return to primal innocence. But wisdom, creativity, and love can still be seen as the essential goals of human life.
Alvin, you've defined difference between a so-called theodicy and a defense. How do you differentiate?
Well, when we're thinking about an argument against God's existence from evil, the question might be, why does God permit evil? A theodicy would be an attempt to answer that question and say, well, here's why God permits it for the following reasons. Whereas a defense could be offered by somebody who says, I don't know what God's reasons are. Maybe his reasons are totally beyond us. But at least I can show you that there isn't any contradiction between the existence of evil on the one hand and God's being holy, good, and omniscient and omnipotent on the other hand.
So how do you approach it?
I've always thought it was really hard for us to say what God's reasons would actually be. It looks, and if you look at lots of the things that happens, a lot of the things, the Holocaust, for example, what could his reason be? One just doesn't know what the reason is there. So I've instead offered a defense, the free will defense with respect to the problem of evil. And the basic idea is to show, contrary to what some people say, that there's no contradiction in asserting both that God exists and is omnipotent, omniscient, and wholly good, and that there is such a thing as evil.
How do you do that?
Well, the free will defense roughly goes like this. God is omnipotent, but that doesn't mean that he can bring about just every possible state of affairs. So, for example, he can't cause it to be the case that I freely do something or other. If he causes me to do it, I don't do it freely. So the free will defense says that, first of all, there are possible worlds in which there are free creatures who only do what is right. But maybe those worlds are ones that God can't create. But it could be that for any free creature you pick out, if God were to create that creature and put him in this in any particular circumstance you mentioned, any possible world you mentioned, that creature would do at least one wrong thing. Any creature like that would suffer from what I called trans-world depravity. Trans-world depravity says only that for any world in which God could have actualized you, you would perform at least one wrong action.
And that, therefore, God could not create a possible world in which there was no evil.
Therefore, he could not create a possible world in which there were free creatures but no evil. Any world he created that had free creatures in it would contain some evil. And maybe that was a good exchange. Maybe the price was right, you might say, from God's point of view.
You and others have eliminated the logical requirement that if you have evil, then you have no God. But you've not dealt with the magnitude and the enormity. So probabilistically, there's probably no God, even though logically you cannot exclude the possibility.
That's certainly, that's the way things have gone. But now the suggestion is right, that the existence of all this evil just makes it vastly unlikely, extremely unlikely that there is such a person as God. Well, I think believers in God have to admit we don't know why God permits those in any detail at least. But the question is whether that makes it unlikely that God does have a reason. I mean, suppose God does have a reason. Is it likely that I would know? Would you and I be the first person he'd tell? Maybe his reasons are totally beyond our ken. Maybe we just don't know enough about what his circumstances are like to have any grasp of what his reasons might be.
Alvin, the problem of evil is a problem for those who believe in God. And the argument from evil is used by atheists to show there is no God. How do we begin to approach evil from a theistic point of view?
Well, I think the first thing is to emphasize what you said. The problem of evil is at least two things. It's a serious problem for believers in God, can be anyway, and it also offers ammunition for arguments against the existence of God. On the first point, if you go back to the book of Job, here was Job who found himself really afflicted. You know, he had boils all over, and his children were killed, and he was sitting on an ash heap, and these silly friends of his, Eliphaz the Temanite, Bildad the Shuhite, forgot the name of the third one. Anyway, they came and they kept telling him that God always treats people according to to how they behave. If they behave well, they get treated really well. If they behave badly, they get treated really badly. So Job, you must be a real stinker. But Job knows he's no worse than they are. He doesn't know why this has been happening to him, and he rebels against God. He wants to go to court with God. He says, I would like to plead my case against you. And then his face falls and he says, of course, I realize you would be the judge and the jury and the jailer and the executioner. So that's not going to work either. But he doesn't ever say to himself, maybe there isn't any such person as God. He never says that at all. He just gets angry with God. And that's the kind of problem of evil that serious believers in God can have. But on the other hand, there's this other whole attempt to argue that there isn't any such person as God, starting from the fact of evil. So you start with the idea that God wants to create a really good world. There are all these possible worlds that he can select among. He wants to actualize, cause to be actual, a really good one. So then we have to think about what makes one world better than another world. What, you might say, what good-making properties or characteristics among worlds are. Well, there'd be things like how many people there are living happy lives and so on, that sort of thing. But the Christian story presents one particular, I would say, really massive, superlative, great-making characteristic. For according to the Christian story, God created human beings. God, the first being of the universe, created human beings to have fellowship with him. Human beings, though, turned their backs on God and rejected him, rebelled against God. Well, what God did was not, let's say, to heck with them and, do away with a whole lot of them. Not at all. What God did was to institute a scheme of salvation which required enormous suffering on his own part. The life and suffering and death of Jesus, the second person of the Trinity. Jesus Christ, the second person of the Trinity. I mean, the suffering involved there. Think of Mel Gibson's movie, the suffering that this person, Jesus Christ, who is both God and human, underwent. And even more than that suffering, there was his cry on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me? Forsaken by, a member of the Trinity, feeling forsaken by God, by the Father, another member of the Trinity. It's hard to imagine, any possible world in which that actually takes place, has got to be a great possible world. That's probably as great a good-making characteristic as there is. The Christian story is often said to be the greatest story ever told. I would be inclined to go beyond that. It's the greatest story that ever could be told. So any world in which that happens will be a great world, and any really great world will be one in which there is something like incarnation and atonement. The evil is a means to or a necessary condition of something really good. It's not that the evil gets chosen for its own sake, but this whole world, which contains evil, does get chosen.
Yes. I believe that God created the universe knowing full well that it would be a universe containing vast amounts of evil. But if God created, and if God is good, then God must have known that the amount of good outweighed the evil to the extent that it would be worthwhile. God created the world in such a way that it would produce the outcome that he wanted. And to put it in perhaps overly anthropomorphic terms, God wanted creatures with whom he could have a relationship, something like us.
Okay.
In order to have creatures like us, the universe had to be almost exactly the way it is, fine-tuning arguments. Laws of nature produce the kinds of suffering that we're all aware of. Plate tectonics, tsunamis, earthquakes,
Sure.
famines, etc. So my understanding of natural evil or suffering is that it is a predictable, unwanted, but necessary byproduct
Consequence.
of the way God had to create the world if God were to have free creatures, loving creatures like us. If you are a pantheist, so that God and the universe are identified, then I think you're stuck with saying that God is creating tsunamis just as much as God is creating the blossoming of flowers, because God and the world are one.
Okay.
If you are a deist, then God creates, God sets up the laws, and it runs its course the way it was going to run. And so God foreknew that there would be tsunamis, but God is not causing them. God set up the laws so that they would occur, but God did not intend that they would occur.
That is fine.
Well, it sounds like splitting hairs to you, but I think it's a very significant difference, because it's a matter of whether you are attributing evil intent and evil action to God, or whether you are attributing the permission of evil to God and assuming that God is just as grieved by that suffering as we are, only infinitely more so.
What about your view of glory in terms of God? The traditional way that God is worshipped is because of his glory, because of God's glory in the world, through different acts or God's creation. How do you see the concept of God's glory?
I think this is a very interesting concept and much misunderstood, because if you stop most people on the street and ask them about glory, they will tell you it's about bright lights or very beautiful things. Actually, the Hebrew concept of the glory of God is much more about weight, about depth of reality. So when we gain an insight into God's glory, we gain an insight into the depth of how things really are, which is not always a beautiful thing. It's not always about bright light. And we can see in the Bible that the glory of God is manifested sometimes in darkness and sometimes in pain as well as in beauty. So it's a much richer concept than is sometimes imagined. And I think it's a concept which can help us to relate the doctrine of God to the ambiguity of the world as science describes it.
But how would pain and suffering and darkness amplify or build up God's glory?
Well, the Christian confession is that most of what we know about God, we know from the life of Jesus. The climax of the life of Jesus is a time of great self-sacrifice and of the voluntary endurance of deep darkness and pain and abandonment. So God's willingness to undertake that for creatures is a profound aspect of his glory.
And you see from that a generalization to more than just that one event, but a prism by which you can see the rest of God's working with reality? How so?
I think that willingness to engage with pain and suffering is a lens by which one can go on to examine more about pain and suffering in the rest of the created world.
And that's to God's glory?
That is an aspect of the deep reality of God's relating to creatures, yes.
You believe in the resurrection, that human beings have this opportunity to be eternal in some way. How, as a physicist and as a believer, do you conceptualize this eternity?
Quite honestly, I haven't a clue.
That's very disappointing.
Well, I haven't a clue, but I'll carry on talking. All of this, of course, seriously, is bringing in the question of time. One often thinks of the life to come as being everlasting, and that sounds a bit horrific to me. But theologians will say, no, that is not the right word. It's not everlasting, it's eternal. And eternal is not to be equated with everlasting. Eternal means beyond time.
That can scare me worse, because it sounds like I'm frozen in an instant, like in a block of plastic, looking happy.
Yes, and being happy. Our imagination is something that we can't think of anything divorced from time. I think that we just simply have to accept that there are realms of existence beyond our current experience. I am a physicist, and as a physicist, you're trained to look upon time rather differently, because there is an aspect of physics called relativity theory which sees the whole of time as existing, if you like, in an instant, where the past, the present, and the future all exists on an equal footing. And that is very, very similar to the theological idea that somehow God is able to take in the whole of time in one glorious vision. Does that mean that God is bored? I very much doubt that God is bored. Somehow he gets over the boredom business by being outside of time rather than, being a prisoner of time. We are prisoners of time. He is not a prisoner, so there will be a tremendous sense of release.
And whatever God is now, whatever the now means, we in your theology would be similar.
We will share it to some extent. And I think that through relativity theory, God has provided us with just a glimpse of the possibility that there's more to time than our subjective mental experience.
Bob, to believe in God, which I certainly want to do, I have to take the whole package. And that package includes, in the Judeo-Christian tradition, some sort of a new creation, a new world, a millennium, something dramatically different that is going to occur in the future, and try to reconcile this with science. You've had this really interesting phrase that says if the universe is going to be transformed by God, it had to be created to be transformable. What does that mean?
Well, I appreciate your point. I mean, for me, the new creation is a conversation about the future of the universe that God has for it, based, for me as a Christian, on the resurrection of Christ. And most biblical theologians who take the resurrection in a sort of complete sense of bodiness, not just a kind of appearance and giving hope, talk about it as transformation. That is, it's the same Jesus of Nazareth who Mary encounters as our Lord, but he's transformed into a timelessness beyond suffering. I mean, it's life eternal, the Lord of life. So they talk about continuity in discontinuity, transformation. It isn't just a kind of Gnostic, his spirit goes to God and the body decays in the grave. Nor is it what in the New Testament account happened to Lazarus, where he's brought back to life, but eventually dies, a kind of resuscitation. So the kind of concept that most New Testament scholars deal with is this concept of transformation, that there's continuity and discontinuity.
Let's explore that, because you use the resurrection of Jesus as the prototype.
Right.
Let's talk about what the type is. What will this new creation be that is to be in the future? You talk about, again, continuity and discontinuity. Most people would think it's sort of a complete, if it's real, a total discontinuity, that God's creating some sort of a spiritual world. But you say, no, there has to be some continuity as well.
Right. Well, there are tremendous diversities in the Christian tradition as I understand it. So I'm not trying to speak normatively for it. There is a tradition, Pauline in orientation, when Paul talks in Corinthians about what this resurrection is, and he really has these wonderful models of change but continuity. And that tradition, I think, really captures the New Testament gospel accounts of what happened to Jesus, that it wasn't a spiritual resurrection and his body decays. It really was something that transformed the whole person to this new person.
Then how do you go from that example to what will happen to the earth, to the universe, to the whole cosmos?
Nevertheless, you get certain senses of it. The thing that you began with saying, if God is to transform the universe, it must be transformable, means there must be something about it now that will be about it forever. There are certain elements of continuity, just like Jesus was still Jesus, even though he was transformed into his way of being Jesus. There's got to be something about the universe now. It's beauty, right? It's mathematics, compassion. I mean, the joy of eating and living and being physical, those must be qualities that somehow are embedded in its future that we will rejoice in forever. At the same time, those all go along with sort of natural suffering, which can't be part of the future.
I hate to ask something seemingly mundane in your glorious exposition of all these wonderful things, but I mean, the individual atoms of which we're all composed, will those be transformed? Will we have different kinds of atoms? Will they be the same kinds of things? Or just one will disappear and a new kind come? Or
yeah, well, as always, you're hitting on the right questions. It's really hard to walk this walk because it could so sound like fantasy and science fiction, or it could sound so literal and that it couldn't be correct. I mean, it's very hard to get a balance here. So let me just say that up front. And it's also a traditional question. You know, when the martyrs were being martyred, one of the questions was, what happens to them if their bodies are eaten by lions? And it's a really serious question. So this question of what's the element of continuity about the person? Is it material? Is it atoms? Is it bodily? Is it spiritual, my soul? Or is it something about the whole person? That's one of the issues. Another issue is, how do you think of that? Do you think of a change in the laws of nature, so your body or your atoms are continuous, but they have different properties? Is to engage science about what we know about the world as it is now, to look for things which seem plausibly as to be in the future. For example, look at thermodynamics. Again, this is an area where I've suggested before in other places that there may be areas of thermodynamics like entropy and dissipation and so on. That's part of what is required for natural suffering and moral evil, even though you can't reduce it to that. But there are elements of thermodynamics which are involved in the beauty of life and joy and spontaneity and living and love and food and existence that are part of what makes for what we call good. Well, perhaps the new creation will have those elements of thermodynamics, but not the former ones. If Augustine said, in this world we cannot not sin, in the next world we cannot sin, maybe in this world we've got the whole package of thermodynamics, say. Whereas in the next world, we have those aspects which contribute to life, but don't contribute to death and disease and suffering.
Does this now include the totality of creation? I think one conversation is about the person, whether it's an immortal soul or how we're transformed, and we focus on that. But certainly the Bible talks about a transformation of the whole creation.
Well, exactly. And I think it's important not only because one has that whole kind of apocalyptic view of the transformation of creation, but also because in conversations around natural suffering and theodicy, natural theodicy, what's the point of all that suffering? Is it just to get us humans on board? Heaven knows. You can't have a means-end argument to justify suffering in over 3 billion years of evolution. It's got to mean every species at least, or perhaps every individual in a population counts. After all, God creates them. So that this view of eschatology as transformation is really of the whole history of life on Earth. Well, you can't stop there. What about life in the universe? So in some sense, if you put it quickly, if the universe is what we mean by creation in the doctrine of creation, then the universe, what we mean by new creation. That is, there's not a second ex nihilo. You don't just dump this universe and create a new one with the right laws. It's a transformation of the universe. Not only the visible universe, but if there are mega-universes, those too. So you have to go back and ground it in what you can in terms of biblical sources, in terms of the tradition, in terms of these questions, the ways in which it's been looked at. But at least we've got some sense of the boundary conditions of where you've gone too far.
As difficult as this is, it's essential to do, because to avoid it avoids the fundamental nature of what certainly the Judeo-Christian religions propound.
Exactly. You'd leave, in shorthand, you'd leave Jesus suffering on death on the cross, and that'd be it. There wouldn't be a resurrection, which is why I'm a Christian. And you couldn't have a resurrection unless it has some sort of universal consequence. I mean, that's just given. Paul was clearest about it. Paul said, if there isn't a universal resurrection, which as a Pharisee Jew he believed in, if there isn't, then Christ couldn't have been resurrected, and we're the biggest of fools. So for Paul, what was exciting about Jesus' resurrection was the first instance of what was going to happen. But if science says it can't happen in general, then for Paul it couldn't have happened to Jesus. So I can't be satisfied with just what happened to Jesus. I have to be committed to it being a foretaste or foresign of what will happen to all of humanity, all of life on Earth, all of the universe.
Every story that science tells ends in death. For you and me, it'll end in death. For the universe itself, over many, many billions of years, it'll eventually end in futility, probably in just ever increasing cold and dilution. And that raises a serious question: what if the world is a creation? What's God up to if it all ends in futility? Science's horizontal story is not the only story to tell. There is a vertical story that theology tells of God's faithfulness. And so if there is a destiny beyond death, if there is a true meaningfulness to the universe, then that requires looking in that theological direction. One has to ask the question, can you make a credible understanding of a destiny beyond death for human beings? And when you begin to think about that, you see it's going to involve two different requirements. One is continuity. I mean, it really must be Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob who live again in the kingdom of heaven, not new characters given the old names for old time's sake. So there must be continuity, but equally, of course, there must be discontinuity, in the sense there's not much point in making Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob alive again if they're going to die again. So you have to have both continuity and discontinuity. Christian hope has always been death and resurrection, the Jewish hope also, of course. So I have to be re-embodied, because that's what I am as a human being, if I'm truly to live again. That's the continuity side of things. The discontinuity side of things is that I'm not made alive again in order to die again. So though I'm going to be embodied, I must be embodied in some new form of matter. And I believe it's perfectly coherent to believe that God can bring into being such a new form of matter. You see, why do we die in this world? Why is this a world of transience and decay? The answer essentially is the second law of thermodynamics. And it says that disorder always in the end wins over order. And it wins simply because there are many, many ways of being disorderly and very few ways of being orderly. But I think it's perfectly coherent to believe that God could bring into being a new form of matter with such self-organizing principles that drift to futility would no longer be present. And where would that matter come from? I believe it would come from the redemption of the matter of this world, that when the universe dies in futility, God will redeem it and produce a new creation to replace the old creation. It's not a second creation out of nothing, as a second go to try and do it better the second time, so to speak, but it's a creation out of the old.
And what will that ultimate universe be like?
I think there will be some other forms of continuity that carry over. For example, I think it's intrinsic to human beings, not only that we're embodied, but we're also temporal beings. So I think the life of the world to come will be a temporal life. It won't be a moment of timeless illumination. It will be an unfolding process. Fulfillment is going to be drawing closer and closer to the unveiled reality of the divine presence.
And would that involve the entirety of the universe?
In appropriate ways, I believe, yes. I think that God has a destiny for the whole of creation. Human beings will have a destiny as self-conscious, God-conscious human beings. Sticks and stones will obviously have a somewhat different destiny.
And in this vision, we will really feel to be ourselves? We will
fully fulfill what it is within us to be. And that will be an unfolding process. It will be an exploratory process and a creative process within ourselves. Yes, I mean, it's a mysterious vision, an exciting vision, a vision of very great hope.
Nancy, although very difficult, what can you tell us as a Christian theist you would imagine heaven to be, the new heavens and the new earth?
One of the points that I would make is that whereas many people understand heaven as a place or a realm or a dimension that only humans go to, I'm convinced that God's plan is a transformation of the entire cosmos, the entire universe. And that's partly because we just can't make sense of a place for us to go apart from the universe. And we also know that, or we speculate that the universe as we know it isn't going to last forever, whereas our life with God is, in fact, supposed to last forever. I also believe that God loves the rest of creation as well as ourselves, and that God would not allow all of those beautiful animal and plant creations, even mineral formations that have become a part of this fabulous cosmos, to go to nothing. So I believe that the whole cosmos is going to be transformed, and transformed into some other kind of stuff. The term stuff, very vague, used advisably, because we simply can't project anything from what we know about physicality in this cosmos to physicality in the next.
Great word. I'm happy with it.
Okay. So all we know is that we will be embodied, we will be bodies, because we need to be embodied in order to relate to one another. And there will be an environment for us to be in. But we know that the decay, the suffering, the disorder that go along with being embodied in this world where the second law of thermodynamics runs everything, we know that all of that will be changed. All we know really is about social interactions. It will be a kind of society where no one lords it over anyone else. It will be a kind of society where no one is an outsider. It will be a kind of society where differences are prized rather than grounds for despising one another.
There will be differences.
Absolutely.
That's an important fact.
I believe that God not only appreciates the differences among individuals, but the differences among cultures. In fact, I think of it as a sort of God-given mandate for those of us who have the opportunity to travel to different parts of the world, to go to as many places as we can in order to appreciate the different cultures. Those are God's creations, and those are some of God's most magnificent creations.
And what about, you mentioned the rest of the universe, you've mentioned animals. Are we talking about every animal from all time? I mean, you got a lot of insects.
Cockroaches. Saint Cockroach.
Are they all coming back? Because I'm not sure I want to be there if they all are.
Well, they won't bite anymore. One suggestion is that species will be preserved. There'll be fine representations of all of the species that God has created. I think C.S. Lewis held that view. And certainly the animals that have been part of our households.
How about my pet poodle, who
absolutely
was hit by a car?
Absolutely.
I always felt bad when I was a teenager.
Absolutely.
My argument against God was that the universe seemed so cruel and unjust. But how had I got this idea of just and unjust? A man does not call a line crooked unless he has some idea of a straight line. What was I comparing this universe with when I called it unjust? If the whole show was bad and senseless from A to Z, so to speak, why did I, who was supposed to be part of the show, find myself in such violent reaction against it? A man feels wet when he falls into water because a man is not a water animal. A fish would not feel wet. Of course, I could have given up my idea of justice by saying it was nothing but a private idea of my own. But if I did that, then my argument against God collapsed too. For the argument depended on saying that the world was really unjust, not simply that it did not happen to please my private fancies. Thus, in the very act of trying to prove that God did not exist, in other words, that the whole of reality was senseless, I found I was forced to assume that one part of reality, namely my idea of justice, was full of sense. Consequently, atheism turns out to be too simple. If the whole universe has no meaning, we should never have found out that it has no meaning. Just as, if there were no light in the universe, and therefore no creatures with eyes, we should never know it was dark. Dark would be without meaning. The problem is not simple, and the answer is not going to be simpler either. The other is the view called dualism. Dualism means the belief that there are two equal and independent powers at the back of everything, one of them good and the other bad. and that this universe is the battlefield in which they fight out an endless war. The two powers, or spirits, or gods, the good one and the bad one, are supposed to be quite independent. They both existed from all eternity. Neither of them made the other, neither of them has any more right than the other to call itself God. Each presumably thinks it is good and thinks the other bad. One of them likes hatred and cruelty, the other likes love and mercy, and each backs its own view. Now, what do we mean when we call one of them the good power and the other the bad power? Either we are merely saying that we happen to prefer the one to the other, like preferring beer to cider, or else we are saying that, whatever the two powers think about it, and whichever we humans at the moment happen to like, one of them is actually wrong, actually mistaken in regarding itself as good. Now, if we mean merely that we happen to prefer the first, then we must give up talking about good and evil at all. For good means what you ought to prefer, quite regardless of what you happen to like at any given moment. If being good meant simply joining the side you happen to fancy for no real reason, then good would not deserve to be called good. So we must mean that one of the two powers is actually wrong and the other actually right. But the moment you say that, you are putting into the universe a third thing in addition to the two powers. Some law or standard or rule of good which one of the powers conforms to and the other fails to conform to. But since the two powers are judged by this standard, then this standard, or the being who made this standard, is farther back and higher up than either of them, and he will be the real God. In fact, what we meant by calling them good and bad turns out to be that one of them is in a right relation to the real ultimate God, and the other in a wrong relation to him. The same point can be made in a different way. If dualism is true, then the bad power must be a being who likes badness for its own sake. But in reality, we have no experience of anyone liking badness just because it is bad. The nearest we can get to it is in cruelty. But in real life, people are cruel for one of two reasons. Either because they are sadists, that is, because they have a sexual perversion which makes cruelty a cause of sensual pleasure to them, or else for the sake of something they are going to get out of it, money or power or safety. But pleasure, money, power, and safety are all, as far as they go, good things. The badness consists in pursuing them by the wrong method, or in the wrong way, or too much. I do not mean, of course, that the people who do this are not desperately wicked. I do mean that wickedness, when you examine it, turns out to be the pursuit of some good in the wrong way. You can be good for the mere sake of goodness. You cannot be bad for the mere sake of badness. You can do a kind action when you are not feeling kind, and when it gives you no pleasure, simply because kindness is right. But no one ever did a cruel action simply because cruelty is wrong, only because cruelty was pleasant or useful to him. In other words, badness cannot succeed even in being bad in the same way in which goodness is good. Goodness is, so to speak, itself. Badness is only spoiled goodness. And there must be something good first before it can be spoiled. We called sadism a sexual perversion. But you must first have the idea of a normal sexuality before you can talk of its being perverted. And you can see which is the perversion because you can explain the perverted from the normal, and cannot explain the normal from the perverted. It follows that this bad power, who is supposed to be on an equal footing with the good power, and to love badness in the same way as the good power loves goodness, is a mere bogey. In order to be bad, he must have good things to want and then to pursue in the wrong way. He must have impulses which were originally good in order to be able to pervert them. But if he is bad, he cannot supply himself either with good things to desire or with good impulses to pervert. He must be getting both from the good power, and if so, then he is not independent. He is part of the good power's world. He was made either by the good power or by some power above them both. Put it more simply still. To be bad, he must exist and have intelligence and will. But existence, intelligence, and will are in themselves good. Therefore he must be getting them from the good power. Even to be bad, he must borrow or steal from his opponent. And do you now begin to see why Christianity has always said that the devil is a fallen angel? That is not a mere story for the children. It is a real recognition of the fact that evil is a parasite, not an original thing. The powers which enable evil to carry on are powers given it by goodness. All the things which enable a bad man to be effectively bad are in themselves good things: resolution, cleverness, good looks, existence itself. That is why dualism, in a strict sense, will not work. One of the things that surprised me when I first read the New Testament seriously was that it talked so much about a dark power in the universe, a mighty evil spirit who was held to be the power behind death and disease and sin. The difference is that Christianity thinks this dark power was created by God and was good when he was created and went wrong. Christianity agrees with dualism that this universe is at war, but it does not think this is a war between independent powers. It thinks it is a civil war, a rebellion, and that we are living in a part of the universe occupied by the rebel. Enemy-occupied territory. That is what this world is. Christianity is the story of how the rightful king has landed, you might say landed in disguise, and is calling us all to take part in a great campaign of sabotage. When you go to church, you are really listening in to the secret wireless from our friends. That is why the enemy is so anxious to prevent us from going. He does it by playing on our conceit and laziness and intellectual snobbery. I know someone will ask me, do you really mean at this time of day to reintroduce our old friend the devil, hoofs and horns and all? Well, what the time of day has to do with it I do not know, and I am not particular about the hoofs and horns. But in other respects my answer is, yes, I do. Christians then believe that an evil power has made himself for the present the prince of this world. And, of course, that raises problems. Is this state of affairs in accordance with God's will or not? If it is, he is a strange God, you will say, and if it is not, how can anything happen contrary to the will of a being with absolute power? But anyone who has been in authority knows how a thing can be in accordance with your will in one way and not in another. It may be quite sensible for a mother to say to the children, I'm not going to go and make you tidy the schoolroom every night. You've got to learn to keep it tidy on your own. Then she goes up one night and finds the teddy bear and the ink and the French grammar all lying in the grate. That is against her will. She would prefer the children to be tidy. But on the other hand, it is her will which has left the children free to be untidy. That is not what you willed, but your will has made it possible. It is probably the same in the universe. God created things which had free will. That means creatures which can go either wrong or right. Some people think they can imagine a creature which was free but had no possibility of going wrong. I cannot. If a thing is free to be good, it is also free to be bad. And free will is what has made evil possible. Why then did God give them free will? Because free will, though it makes evil possible, is also the only thing that makes possible any love or goodness or joy worth having. A world of automata, of creatures that worked like machines, would hardly be worth creating. The happiness which God designs for his higher creatures is the happiness of being freely, voluntarily united to him and to each other, in an ecstasy of love and delight compared with which the most rapturous love between a man and a woman on this earth is mere milk and water. And for that they must be free. Of course God knew what would happen if they used their freedom the wrong way. Apparently he thought it worth the risk. Perhaps we feel inclined to disagree with him, but there is a difficulty about disagreeing with God. He is the source from which all your reasoning power comes. You could not be right and he wrong any more than a stream can rise higher than its own source. When you are arguing against him, you are arguing against the very power that makes you able to argue at all. It is like cutting off the branch you are sitting on. If God thinks this state of war in the universe a price worth paying for free will, that is, for making a live world in which creatures can do real good or harm and something of real importance can happen, instead of a toy world which only moves when he pulls the strings, then we may take it is worth paying. When we have understood about free will, we shall see how silly it is to ask, as somebody once asked me, why did God make a creature of such rotten stuff that it went wrong? The better stuff a creature is made of, the cleverer and stronger and freer it is, then the better it will be if it goes right, but also the worse it will be if it goes wrong. A cow cannot be very good or very bad. A dog can be both better and worse, a child better and worse still, an ordinary man still more so, a man of genius still more so, a superhuman spirit best or worst of all. How did the dark power go wrong? Based on our own experiences of going wrong, can, however, be offered. The moment you have a self at all, there is a possibility of putting yourself first, wanting to be the center, wanting to be God, in fact. That was the sin of Satan, and that was the sin he taught the human race. This was the idea that they could be like gods, could set up on their own as if they had created themselves, be their own masters, invent some sort of happiness for themselves outside God, apart from God. And out of that hopeless attempt has come nearly all that we call human history: money, poverty, ambition, war, prostitution, classes, empires, slavery, the long, terrible story of man trying to find something other than God which will make him happy. The reason why it can never succeed is this. God made us, invented us as a man invents an engine. A car is made to run on gasoline, and it would not run properly on anything else. Now God designed the human machine to run on himself. He himself is the fuel our spirits were designed to burn, or the food our spirits were designed to feed on. There is no other. That is why it is just no good asking God to make us happy in our own way without bothering about religion. God cannot give us a happiness and peace apart from himself, because it is not there. There is no such thing. That is the key to history. Terrific energy is expended, civilizations are built up, excellent institutions devised. But each time something goes wrong. Some fatal flaw always brings the selfish and cruel people to the top, and it all slides back into misery and ruin. In fact, the machine conks. It seems to start up all right and runs a few yards, and then it breaks down. They are trying to run it on the wrong juice. That is what Satan has done to us humans. And what did God do? First of all, he left us conscience, the sense of right and wrong. And all through history there have been people trying, some of them very hard, to obey it. None of them ever quite succeeded. He selected one particular people and spent several centuries hammering into their heads the sort of God he was, that there was only one of him, and that he cared about right conduct. Those people were the Jews, and the Old Testament gives an account of the hammering process. Then comes the real shock. Among these Jews there suddenly turns up a man who goes about talking as if he was God. He claims to forgive sins. He says he has always existed. He says he is coming to judge the world at the end of time. Now, let us get this clear. Among pantheists, like the Indians, anyone might say he was a part of God, or one with God. There would be nothing very odd about it. But this man, since he was a Jew, could not mean that kind of God. God, in their language, meant the being outside the world who made it and was infinitely different from anything else. And when you have grasped that, you will see that what this man said was, quite simply, the most shocking thing that has ever been uttered by human lips. One part of the claim tends to slip past us unnoticed, because we have heard it so often that we no longer see what it amounts to. I mean the claim to forgive sins, any sins. Now, unless the speaker is God, this is really so preposterous as to be comic. He unhesitatingly behaved as if he was the party chiefly concerned, the person chiefly offended in all offences. Now, this makes sense only if he really was the God whose laws are broken and whose love is wounded in every sin. In the mouth of any speaker who is not God, these words would imply what I can only regard as a silliness and conceit unrivaled by any other character in history. Yet, and this is the strange, significant thing, even his enemies, when they read the Gospels, do not usually get the impression of silliness and conceit. Still less do unprejudiced readers. Christ says that he is humble and meek, and we believe him, not noticing that, if he were merely a man, humility and meekness are the very last characteristics we could attribute to some of his sayings. I am trying here to prevent anyone saying the really foolish thing that people often say about him. I'm ready to accept Jesus as a great moral teacher, but I don't accept his claim to be God. That is the one thing we must not say. A man who was merely a man and said the sort of things Jesus said would not be a great moral teacher. You can shut him up for a fool, you can spit at him and kill him as a demon, or you can fall at his feet and call him Lord and God. But let us not come with any patronizing nonsense about his being a great human teacher. He has not left that open to us. He did not intend to. I have to accept the view that he was and is God. God has landed on this enemy-occupied world in human form. And now, what was the purpose of it all? What did he come to do? Well, to teach, of course, but as soon as you look into the New Testament or any other Christian writing, you will find that they are constantly talking about something different, about his death and his coming to life again. It is obvious that Christians think the chief point of the story lies here. They think the main thing he came to earth to do was to suffer and be killed. Now, before I became a Christian, I was under the impression that the first things Christians had to believe was one particular theory as to what the point of this dying was. According to that theory, God wanted to punish men for having deserted and joined the great rebel, but Christ volunteered to be punished instead, and so God let us off. Now, I admit that even this theory does not seem to me quite so immoral and so silly as it used to, but that is not the point I want to make. What I came to see later on was that neither this theory nor any other is Christianity. The central Christian belief is that Christ's death has somehow put us right with God and given us a fresh start. Theories to how it did this are another matter. A good many different theories have been held as to how it works. What all Christians are agreed on is that it does work. I will tell you what I think it is like. All sensible people know that if you are tired and hungry, a meal will do you good. But the modern theory of nourishment, all about the vitamins and proteins, is a different thing. People ate their dinners and felt better long before the theory of vitamins was ever heard of. And if the theory of vitamins is someday abandoned, they will go on eating their dinners just the same. Theories about Christ's death are not Christianity. They are explanations about how it works. Christians would not all agree as to how important these theories are. My own church, the Church of England, does not lay down any one of them as the right one. But I think they will all agree that the thing itself is infinitely more important than any explanations that theologians have produced. I think they would probably admit that no explanation will ever be quite adequate to the reality. Indeed, if we found that we could fully understand it, that very fact would show it was not what it professes to be, the inconceivable, the uncreated, the thing from beyond nature, striking down into nature like lightning. You may ask, what good will it be to us if we do not understand it? But that is easily answered. A man can eat his dinner without understanding exactly how food nourishes him. A man can accept what Christ has done without knowing how it works. Indeed, he certainly would not know how it works until he has accepted it. We are told that Christ was killed for us, that his death has washed out our sins, and that by dying he disabled death itself. That is the formula. That is Christianity. Any theories we build up as to how Christ's death did all this are, in my view, quite secondary. Mere plans or diagrams to be left alone if they do not help us, and even if they do help us, not to be confused with the thing itself. All the same, some of these theories are worth looking at.
Is Matthew 22, and we will read from verse 36 through to 40. And this is what it says. Master, which is the greatest commandment in the law? A question was asked to Jesus. Listen to how Jesus answers the question. He says, Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
Matthew chapter 7, verse 12, where Jesus says, So whatever you wish that others would do to you, do also to them. For this is the law and the prophets. This is one of those verses we can all quote. It's so critical and so important. We call it the golden rule. I remember as a kid in 5th grade, our music teacher challenged us to go find this rule in the Bible. And it's such an important principle because it informs every area of our life. And often we compare this verse with other philosophical systems of morality and ethics. And when you do that, you see just how critical and important and wonderful Jesus' teaching here in Matthew 7:12 really is. So let's look at it. Whatever you wish that others would do to you. He says, first, consider the ways that you like to be treated. The ways that when people treat you in that particular way, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel complete. People are treating you with respect and dignity. And the way that you like others to treat you, the way you wish for that to be, he says, do also to them.
Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God, and whoever loves has been born of God and knows God. Anyone who does not love does not know God, because God is love. In this, the love of God was made manifest among us, that God sent his only Son into the world, so that we might live through him.
Embraces salvation and comes to him. It's logically impossible to make people do something freely. So it may sadly be the case that in any world of free creatures, there will always be some who will freely reject God in his every effort to save them. But I take seriously the scriptures that say God wants all persons to be saved and come to a knowledge of the truth, that God is not willing that any should perish, but that all should reach repentance. So his plan and his will is universal salvation, and he works toward that end. And the fact that universal salvation is not achieved is only because people freely repudiate God in his every effort to save them. And it may be that there is no world of universal salvation, of free creatures that's available to God. The other thing is that it may be that if there are worlds of universal salvation, that they have overriding deficiencies that make them less preferable. And one that I thought of, for example, would be maybe they've only got 2 or 3 people in them. And if he were to create any more, then at least one of them would reject God. And that would seem to be a pretty deficient world. It seems to me that so long as God gives sufficient grace for salvation to every person he creates, that those who would freely repudiate God and his grace shouldn't be allowed to have some kind of veto power over which worlds God is free to create. Why should the blessedness and the eternal happiness of those who would freely respond to God and his grace be prevented by those obdurate people who would freely reject God and his every effort to save them? It seems to me that God is no less loving for preferring a world in which some people are lost despite God's every effort to save them. They have no one to blame but themselves.
That the word atonement has 2 very different meanings. One is the etymological meaning, that is to say, the meaning it has in virtue of its derivation. It comes not from Latin or Greek, but from Middle English, the phrase at one-ment, indicating a state of unity or harmony. And the closest New Testament word for this at one-ment would be reconciliation. And so in one sense, atonement is reconciliation with God. But that's not the meaning of the Hebrew and the Greek words that are typically translated to atone or to make atonement. In the Old Testament, the Hebrew word kippur is the word that is translated to atone. And most of us have heard of the Jewish festival Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. And atonement in this sense means to cleanse or to purify of sin or impurity. And it is by means of atonement, in this sense of cleansing, that atonement in the other sense, reconciliation, is achieved. So paradoxically, the means of achieving atonement is atonement. The doctrine of the atonement, I think, has been very aptly compared to a jewel, a multifaceted jewel, so that it's a mistake to try to reduce the doctrine of the atonement to just one motif or one emphasis. It's a multifaceted doctrine that includes many motifs like penal substitution, ransom, redemption, satisfaction of divine justice, moral influence, and so on and so forth. All of these are part of a complete doctrine of the atonement. But gemologists who cut jewels call the central facet of a gem the table of that gem. It anchors all of the other facets and is refracted in them. And I think that the table of the gem, which is the doctrine of the atonement, is penal substitution. It is the central facet that anchors all the others.
Why do you think that penal substitution is so important? Why is it the table of that gem?
Well, first of all, because I think it's biblically based. It is the biblical view of how atonement is achieved. Paul says in 1 Corinthians 15:3 that Christ died for our sins in accordance with the scriptures, and that price is the blood of Christ. And penal substitution, I think, is rooted in Isaiah chapter 53, which describes the vicarious penal suffering of the righteous servant of the Lord, whereby he brings righteousness and healing to the people for whom he dies. And New Testament authors, including Jesus himself, pick up the language of Isaiah 53 and apply it to Christ and his death on the cross. So no one who takes Isaiah 53 seriously and its New Testament employment, I think, can plausibly deny that penal substitution is a biblical doctrine.
And so let's talk a little bit more about Isaiah 53. I'll read a few passages from it, and we can go from there, because this is such an important passage of Scripture when we're talking about penal substitutionary atonement, not just the idea that Jesus somehow, in some ambiguous or vague sense, died in our place, but that there was a penalty there. There was a penal element to that substitution. And so Isaiah 53, famously, the prophet Isaiah is describing this suffering servant. And he says that he was despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows, acquainted with grief. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we esteemed him stricken and smitten by God and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. Upon him was the chastisement that brought us peace. And with his wounds we are healed. And then down to verse 10, it says, it was the will of the Lord to crush him. He has put him to grief. When his soul makes an offering for guilt, he shall see his offspring. He shall prolong his days, and the will of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. And so this is describing somebody that's taking the iniquity and the sins of the world upon himself by the will of the Father. And so this, the importance of that scripture to the idea of penal substitutionary is important. But I had read about the upper room the night before Jesus died, where he quotes Isaiah 53 and says, this prophecy is fulfilled in me. So Jesus is identifying himself with the suffering servant. But you also mentioned some other New Testament authors who outright identify Jesus as that suffering servant in Isaiah 53. So can you talk a little bit about some of those sources?
Sure. 2 Peter 2, for example, is a great illustration. This is an illustration of the suffering of the righteous servant in bearing our punishment for our sin.
Is that when you have Philip the evangelist being translated to talk to the Ethiopian eunuch, and he's reading Isaiah 53, and he says, help me understand. And again, Philip is identifying Jesus with that suffering servant. It's just exciting to find these little passages that just affirm that really is about Jesus.
You can imagine Philip hearing this man reading out loud Isaiah 53, and he says, do you understand what you're reading?
Right.
And the Ethiopian says, well, tell me, who's he talking about? And Philip preaches to him Jesus.
So I want to move to the Old Testament sacrificial system and what role that has to play in our understanding of what Jesus accomplished on the cross.
As the New Testament presents this is an arrangement established graciously by God to take care of Israel's sin and impurity. It was a dangerous business having a holy God live side by side with an impure and unrighteous people in the tabernacle and then later in the temple. And so there had to be atonement made for sin. And God arranged this Levitical sacrificial system to accomplish that. Now, in one sense, the pastor is right in saying the blood of these animals didn't really take away sin. This was a conventional arrangement that God had set up. with a foreshadowing and a view to Christ's eventual sacrifice that would then finally remove sin once and for all.
And so when Jesus identifies himself as the suffering servant, even when I was kind of interested to read about John the Baptist declaring, "Behold, the Lamb of God that takes away the sin of the world," Jesus being compared with the Lamb, what role, how does that work with the Old Testament sacrificial system that was set up before?
Well, some of these sacrifices in the Old Testament, like the Passover sacrifice, to allay and avert the wrath and judgment of God. When God saw the blood of the Passover on the doorframes of the Jewish homes, the angel of death would pass over them and not strike them down. And so the Passover sacrifice was a way of expressing this, well, the technical term is propitiation of God, averting his wrath, justly meted out on sin, and protecting those who offered the Passover sacrifice. So Jesus choosing the Passover as the time of his public declaration of messiahship was no accident. You have both the Levitical animal sacrifices offered for sin and impurity, and then you have the Passover sacrifice offered to allay the wrath of God. And Jesus wraps all of these together in this Last Supper, which symbolically represents his impending death for the sins of the world.
So one of the questions that often gets raised in these types of discussions, because it's such a deep doctrine, right? We're talking not just about our personal sins, but we're talking about cleansing. We're talking about payment being made, punishment being taken. We're talking about the wrath of God being satisfied. There are so many different elements that come together to form our, a fully orbed view of the atonement. And so one of the questions that often is raised is why can't God just forgive? Why did his Jesus' death have to be sacrificial? Why can't God just say, as a holy decree, I declare all sins forgiven and no sacrifice needs to be made?
Many of the church fathers, as well as Thomas Aquinas and Hugo Grotius, these church fathers would say God had good reasons for doing it that way. By doing it through the atoning death and passion of Christ, it illustrates God's hatred of sin and also the depth of his love, the extent to which he would suffer on our behalf to win us, is to say that God's holiness and justice demanded punishment for sin rightly deserved. If God were simply to blink at sin, then he would not be perfectly just. And it seems to me that God's justice is just as essential to his nature as his love is. And so some way needs to be found whereby the love of God and the justice of God can both be fully expressed without compromising either one. And that's what is achieved through the substitutionary atonement. At the cross, the wrath and the love of God meet as we see God himself, out of his love for us, paying the penalty for his own justice and thereby satisfying the demands of justice on our behalf. So they meet at the cross, the love and the justice of God. In both civil law and criminal law, in the Anglo-American justice system, the punishment of a blameless third party for the wrongs committed by someone else is a widely accepted and common practice. It goes under the title vicarious liability. And in the law, blameless third parties can be found vicariously liable for the wrongs and even the crimes of someone else, even though that blameless party did not commit those wrongs or those crimes. And so I quote from numerous court cases to show that vicarious liability is a well understood and widely accepted practice in Anglo-American jurisprudence. It was shocking for me to discover this. And the doctrine of the atonement is that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. It is the love of God that motivates the atoning sacrifice of Christ. So the sacrifice of Christ is not needed to motivate the love of God. Quite the opposite. The love of God motivates God to take on human flesh and to give his life in a supreme act of self-sacrifice in order to satisfy the demands of God's justice. So it's God's justice that demands punishment for sin, rightly deserved. The wages of sin is death, the Bible says. It's a capital offense. And God would not be perfectly just if he did not exact the demands of justice. But because he is loving, he does not exact the demands of justice from our hand, but rather he exacts it from his own. He pays the price himself in the second person of the Trinity, Christ, on the cross. In their demand for justice and their championing the rights of the oppressed and the abused, and yet saying that God doesn't need to be just.
Yeah.
That he doesn't care about the victims of these sins or these crimes. The wrath of God is perfectly appropriate. He ought to be incensed with the evil that mankind has perpetrated upon others. And for a perfectly just God to exact the demands of justice is an expression of his perfect holiness.
Yeah.
God help us if God is not just.
Right.
Our only hope is the wrath of God.
Wow.
Was that it is an expression that God is perfectly just and therefore can be depended upon to do the right thing and not be a capricious and arbitrary God like the God of Islam, for example, who is not bound by any sort of internal justice.
Wow.
The atonement is an expression of God's self-sacrificial love, where rather than demand justice at our hand, he becomes incarnate and pays the penalty for sin that his own justice had enacted. And so once we understand the doctrine of the Trinity and the voluntary self-giving sacrifice of God himself, that they interpreted Jesus' death through the lens of the Levitical animal sacrifices and the Passover sacrifice. Indeed, that's the way Jesus saw his own death. Just read the narrative of the Last Supper. So that's true. And it's true that God doesn't need the blood of sacrifices. That's right. But people did. That is to say, people needed to be cleansed of their sins and to satisfy divine justice. And so God graciously provided this arrangement of the sacrificial system of Israel to provisionally deal with their sins until the ultimate Lamb of God should come, God himself in human form, who would die to pay the death penalty of sin that we deserved and therefore put away all of the animal sacrifices that had been provisionally offered up until that point. That Jesus was unjustly accused and condemned by the Sanhedrin and then by Pontius Pilate and the Roman authorities. And so in Isaiah 53, one of the striking features of the righteous servant of the Lord is that he is taken away through a miscarriage of justice. He is unjustly punished for what we have done. And yet, on the other hand, it is God's will that this happens. It was, as you quoted, it was the will of the Lord to crush him, to inflict him with pain when he bore our sins. And so this arrangement was both the will of God, the voluntary self-giving sacrifice of Jesus himself, as well as the unjust act of human agents. And anybody who cannot see that there can be a kind of double agency between God's providence and sinful humans, I think has simply failed to understand properly God's sovereignty and providence over the world. These are not mutually exclusive.
I think also, as I've thought about this, it seems there's also, for people who so quickly go to these types of conclusions, there seems to be a lack of a recognition of their own personal sinfulness. And the only reason I say that is because I know how desperately I need the sacrifice that Jesus made on the cross, and because I know that I'm a sinner. And I think sometimes, as in more cultural Christianity type environments, as personal sin is downplayed, you're beautiful just as you are, you're enough just as you are. These types of messages, it can almost, if you really thought that, well, yeah, you would think that the blood sacrifice of Christ on the cross would be horrific, because you don't realize how desperately you need that.
Yes. You remember I said earlier that for thinkers like Thomas Aquinas and Hugo Grotius, they thought that God chose the passion of the Christ freely to do it that way, because it is such a demonstration of how much God hates sin. It was our sin that put Jesus on the cross. I am responsible for that. And so I think you're quite right that this is nothing else ought to bring home to us a deep sense of contrition and repentance for our own evil and wrongdoing, and then a kind of gratitude to God for the tremendous grace that is shown in giving his own life and suffering an incomprehensible punishment in order to redeem me. So you're right. This really, I think, gets right at the heart of the Christian faith, the Christian message.
But in the more general sense of standing the racket or footing the bill, then of course it is a matter of common experience that when one person has got himself into a hole, the trouble of getting him out usually falls on a kind friend. Now what was the sort of hole man had got himself into? He had tried to set up on his own, to behave as if he belonged to himself. In other words, fallen man is not simply an imperfect creature who needs improvement. He is a rebel who must lay down his arms. Laying down your arms, surrendering, saying you are sorry, realizing that you have been on the wrong track and getting ready to start life over again from the ground floor, that is the only way out of a hole. This process of surrender, this movement full speed astern, is what Christians call repentance. Now repentance is no fun at all. It is something much harder than merely eating humble pie. It means unlearning all the self-conceit and self-will that we have been training ourselves into for thousands of years. It means killing part of yourself, undergoing a kind of death. In fact, it needs a good man to repent. And here comes the catch. Only a bad person needs to repent. Only a good person can repent perfectly. The worse you are, the more you need it and the less you can do it. The only person who could do it perfectly would be a perfect person, and he would not need it. Remember, this repentance, this willing submission to humiliation and a kind of death, is not something God demands of you before he will take you back, and which he could let you off if he chose. It is simply a description of what going back to him is like. If you ask God to take you back without it, you are really asking him to let you go back without going back. It cannot happen. Very well then, we must go through with it. But the same badness which makes us need it makes us unable to do it. Can we do it if God helps us? Yes, but what do we mean when we talk of God helping us? We mean God putting into us a bit of himself, so to speak. He lends us a little of his reasoning powers, and that is how we think. He puts a little of his love into us, and that is how we love one another. When you teach a child writing, you hold its hand while it forms the letters. That is, it forms the letters because you are forming them. We love and reason because God loves and reasons and holds our hand while we do it. Now, if we had not fallen, that would be all plain sailing. But unfortunately, we now need God's help in order to do something which God, in his own nature, never does at all: to surrender, to suffer, to submit, to die. Nothing in God's nature corresponds to this process at all. So that the one road for which we now need God's leadership most of all is a road God, in his own nature, has never walked. God can only share what he has. This thing, in his own nature, he has not. But supposing God became a man, suppose our human nature, which can suffer and die, was amalgamated with God's nature in one person, then that person could help us. He could surrender his will and suffer and die because he was a man. And he could do it perfectly because he was God. You and I can go through this process only if God does it in us, but God can do it only if he becomes a man. Our attempts at this dying will succeed only if we men share in God's dying, just as our thinking can succeed only because it is a drop out of the ocean of his intelligence. But we cannot share God's dying unless God dies, and he cannot die except by being a man. That is the sense in which he pays our debt and suffers for us what he himself need not suffer at all. I have heard some people complain that if Jesus was God as well as man, then his sufferings and death lose all value in their eyes, because it must have been so easy for him. Others may, very rightly, rebuke the ingratitude and ungraciousness of this objection. What staggers me is the misunderstanding it betrays. In one sense, of course, those who make it are right. They have even understated their own case. The perfect submission, the perfect suffering, the perfect death were not only easier to Jesus because he was God, but were possible only because he was God. But surely that is a very odd reason for not accepting them. The teacher is able to form the letters for the child because the teacher is grown up and knows how to write. That, of course, makes it easier for the teacher, and only because it is easier for him can he help the child. If it rejected him because it's easy for grown-ups, and waited to learn writing from another child who could not write itself, and so had no unfair advantage, it would not get on very quickly. If I am drowning in a rapid river, a man who still has one foot on the bank may give me a hand which saves my life. Ought I to shout back between my gasps, "No, it's not fair, you have an advantage, you're keeping one foot on the bank"? That advantage, call it unfair if you like, is the only reason why he can be of any use to me. To what will you look for help if you will not look to that which is stronger than yourself? Such is my own way of looking at what Christians call the atonement. But remember, this is only one more picture. Do not mistake it for the thing itself. And if it does not help you, drop it. The perfect surrender and humiliation were undergone by Christ. Perfect because he was God, surrender and humiliation because he was man. Now the Christian belief is that if we somehow share the humility and suffering of Christ, we shall also share in his conquest for death, and find a new life after we have died, and in it become perfect and perfectly happy creatures. This means something much more than our trying to follow his teaching. People often ask when the next step in evolution, the step to something beyond man, will happen. But on the Christian view, it has happened already. In Christ a new kind of man appeared, and the new kind of life which began in him is to be put into us. Why is God landing in this enemy-occupied world in disguise and starting a sort of secret society to undermine the devil? Why is he not landing in force, invading it? Is it that he is not strong enough? Well, Christians think he is going to land in force. We do not know when. But we can guess why he is delaying. He wants to give us the chance of joining his side freely. I do not suppose you and I would have thought much of a Frenchman who waited till the Allies were marching into Germany and then announced he was on our side. God will invade. But I wonder whether people who ask God to interfere openly and directly in our world quite realize what it will be like when he does. When that happens, it is the end of the world. When the author walks onto the stage, the play is over. God is going to invade, all right. But what is the good of saying you are on his side then, when you see the whole natural universe melting away like a dream, and something else, something it never entered your head to conceive, comes crashing in? Something so beautiful to some of us, and so terrible to others, that none of us will have any choice left. For this time it will be God without disguise, something so overwhelming that it will strike either irresistible love or irresistible horror into every creature. It will be too late then to choose your side. There is no use saying you could choose to lie down when it has become impossible to stand up. That will not be the time for choosing. It will be the time when we discover which side we really have chosen, whether we realized it before or not. Now, today, this moment is our chance to choose the right side. God is holding back to give us that chance. It will not last forever. We must take it or leave it. But do not let us go too fast here. The moral law does not give us any grounds for thinking that God is good, in the sense of being indulgent or soft or sympathetic. There is nothing indulgent about the moral law. It is hard as nails. It tells you to do the straight thing, and it does not seem to care how painful or dangerous or difficult it is to do. If God is like the moral law, then he is not soft. It is no use at this stage saying that what you mean by a good God is a God who can forgive. Only a person can forgive. If it is pure, impersonal mind, there may be no sense in asking it to make allowances for you, or let you off, just as there is no sense in asking the multiplication table to let you off when you do your sums wrong. You are bound to get the wrong answer. And it is no use either saying that if there is a God of that sort, an impersonal, absolute goodness, then you do not like him and are not going to bother about him. For the trouble is that one part of you is on his side and really agrees with his disapproval of human greed and trickery and exploitation. You may want him to make an exception in your own case, to let you off this one time, but you know at bottom that unless the power behind the world really and unalterably detests that sort of behavior, then he cannot be good. On the other hand, we know that if there does exist an absolute goodness, it must hate most of what we do. That is the terrible fix we are in. If the universe is not governed by an absolute goodness, then all our efforts are in the long run hopeless. But if it is, then we are making ourselves enemies to that goodness every day, and are not in the least likely to do any better tomorrow, and so our case is hopeless again. We cannot do without it, and we cannot do with it. God is the only comfort. He is also the supreme terror, the thing we most need and the thing we most want to hide from. He is our only possible ally, and we have made ourselves his enemies. Some people talk as if meeting the gaze of absolute goodness would be fun. They need to think again. They are still only playing with religion. Goodness is either the great safety or the great danger, according to the way you react to it. And we have reacted the wrong way. That Christianity simply does not make sense until you have faced the sort of facts I have been describing. Christianity tells people to repent and promises them forgiveness. It therefore has nothing, as far as I know, to say to people who do not know that they have done anything to repent of, and who do not feel that they need any forgiveness. It is after you have realized that there is a real moral law and a power behind the law, and that you have broken that law and put yourself wrong with that power, it is after all this, and not a moment sooner, that Christianity begins to talk. When you know you are sick, you will listen to the doctor. When you have realized that our position is nearly desperate, you will begin to understand what the Christians are talking about. They offer an explanation of how God can be this impersonal mind at the back of the moral law, and yet also a person. They tell you how the demands of this law, which you and I cannot meet, have been met on our behalf, how God himself becomes a man to save man from the disapproval of God. All I am doing is to ask people to face the facts. And they are very terrifying facts. I wish it was possible to say something more agreeable, but I must say what I think true. Of course, I quite agree that the Christian religion is, in the long run, a thing of unspeakable comfort. But it does not begin in comfort. It begins in the dismay I have been describing, and it is no use at all trying to go on to that comfort without first going through that dismay. In religion, as in war and everything else, comfort is the one thing you cannot get by looking for it. If you look for truth, you may find comfort in the end.
Human death in the Bible, forgive me, we're in a hurry. So, but basically, as far as I can see, the Bible knows three kinds of death. It knows about physical death, it knows about spiritual death, and it knows also about eternal spiritual death. Now, of course, when we come to the New Testament, I always think it's a bit like the difference between walking in a wood, with a shadowy moonlight, the sort of the Old Testament Sheol, it's a very shadowy place. And then suddenly you come to a very stark contrast between life and death in the New Testament. It's as if you now come in the same wood in sunlight, everything is much more contrasted. And there, of course, death looks much more like an enemy to be overcome. Jesus raises the dead, Jesus weeps at the tomb of Lazarus, and we go on to Paul, where, of course, death is a sting that Christ has released us from. Jesus has come to free those who all their lives were held in slavery by their fear of death. So death involves fear. Now, contrast, so that's physical death. Spiritual death, then, number two, an idea, I guess, that appears in the Old Testament in embryonic form, and then is absolutely rampant throughout the New Testament. Paul's whole exposition of sin and the law in Romans, of course, centers are all around spiritual death and so forth. All those passages I don't even have to go through here. And then we have the third type of death, which I guess we can call the second death. That phrase used 4 times in the book of Revelation, this eternal separation from God, which Jesus speaks of in Matthew 10:28. Do not be afraid of those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather be afraid of the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell. And then that whole theme followed up in the book of Revelation until finally that second death itself is sort of thrown into the lake of fire, which is the second death. So that's death in the Bible in a very brief abstract. So physical death, temporary, not to be feared by believers. Spiritual death, separation from God, put right by repentance and faith to God, leading to the assurance of salvation and resurrection to the eternal life. Only death to be really scared of, as far as I can see in the New Testament, is the second death. We should be afraid of that. People should be afraid of that. But of course, Christ frees us from that fear. Now, minds, there's a lot of death going on in the world, as well as a lot of life. So we're living in this very dynamic world. Huge amount of coming, huge amount of going. We're on this great sort of escalator, and which is moving on, and everyone's on that escalator. And the dead are constantly making room for the living. Without that, of course, there would be no space on this planet again very soon. Pain is an essential property of biological life. Every organism, of course, has its way of recognizing and responding to its environment, and feeling pain is this inevitable consequence of sentience. And it appears that as brain complexity and awareness of the environment increases, so pain increases with that as well. As Hans Rolston remarks, the evolutionary process could be titled perversely, the evolution of suffering. And yet, clearly, pain for us is essential for our survival. If we didn't have pain, we would be walking around with broken legs and munching on broken glass and all kinds of other things which we would simply ignore. And we've already said that mutations are essential for our biological diversity. If we all vary in this room by about 1 every nucleotide base in our genomes, the genetic alphabet, 1 out of 1,000 genetic letters of the alphabet and so forth. That's what gives us our diversity. And of course, without that diversity, there wouldn't be any evolution. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be talking about this whole sort of question. We would be actually clonal, of course, if we had identical genomes. But at the same time, as we were thinking, it's that same genetic variation which is also the cause of cancers and of genetic diseases and so forth. So inevitable consequences of living in a carbon-based life world. Just to give you a little inkling of that, this is a study which was published recently. Actually, it was the first sort of systematic study of looking at all the cancerous mutations in a specific collection of genes that encode a collection of enzymes called kinases. There are 518 kinase encoding genes. They were analyzed from 210 different cancers. They identified, this group who was looking at this identified 1,000 mutations, and 158 were identified as actual drivers of carcinogenesis in those particular cancers. So this is a huge element within the whole process of cancer. In anthropic accounts of the fine-tuning of the physical constants of the universe, we often hear of Fred Hoyle's discovery of the precise resonances in carbon that had to exist, without which you would not get the synthesis of carbon from helium via beryllium in the dying moments of exploding stars. So in a sense, you could say that not only carbon-based life is tied up with that whole anthropic principle, but also carbon-based death as well. Biology really is a package deal. Physical death is part of that deal. Is that the fall brings in spiritual death. It does not bring in physical death into the world. But I want to just say a few words, next 5 minutes, just to look at the whole, if you like, dark face of providence, the question of theodicy, and just revisit, just for a few seconds, this deep problem, really, of natural evil and the way that evolutionary biology relates to that. You'll all be familiar with Leibniz and the way, really, he put the whole theodicy question on the map as a sort of philosophical and theological question back in the 18th century. I always try and echo people like my old colleague from Oxford days, him John Byrne, also known as Paul Phidias, who actually lost his own son under very tragic circumstances. This was written, in fact, before that terrible event happened, when he writes that no argument finally convinces, we cannot rationalize God or fully explain suffering and evil. And there's a similar quote there from John Hick from his sort of classic book on the subject. I don't think, of course, that means we should remain silent about the matter. Everyone struggles with this whole issue of natural evils and how we relate to those as we're thinking about evolutionary biology. So a few very brief thoughts just to get discussion going, really. I suppose what we can do, what we all do in thinking about theodicy is, or people's approach to it is reflected by their understanding of the omnipotence of God and really how far that omnipotence extends. And so you have a great sort of spectrum of views leading on this left-hand side, as it were, to what I call the laissez-faire God at one extreme, the God of process theology, who essentially lets the world, I guess, sort of basically do its own thing. And in this view, God, of course, deliberately restricts himself. He restricts his omnipotence in order to allow the created order to be itself and to express its own freedom and so forth. And you get this view also by those promoting the idea of kenosis, only meaning, referring to, not Philippians 2 so much, as the idea of God restricting himself in this way that I just mentioned. And I guess a good representative of that position is Jack Howard, the Catholic theologian, who has this idea of God letting the creation be itself out of love, willing, and I quote, willing to risk the disorder and deviation that actually occur in the evolution of cosmic beauty. And so the perceived advantage for constructing a coherent theodicy, of course, is that now God is no longer directly responsible for the ills of the created order, but instead its order and deviation, to use Hart's phrase, is a consequence of giving creation its freedom to develop. Now, as we move over to the right, as it were, we get the more less laissez-faire, the more controlling, if you like, the more God in control type of theologies on the right-hand side, where, of course, God is viewed very much as faithful in creating and sustaining the properties of matter that will have those properties, because God's faithfulness means upholding them, and this is part of what we mean when we talk about God's creation. And so God is in no sense denying his own nature in the creative process in this view, but rather, as Colin Gunton states, there is no suggestion in the Bible that the act of creation is anything but the joyful giving of reality to the other. And so it's a much more a view which emphasizes God's sovereignty over the whole of the created order, and I guess the more Calvinist of those amongst us would be up the right there somewhere. So we're reminded of this wonderful quote from Austin Farrer, who, a theologian from Oxford of a previous era, when he said, "Poor limping world, why does not your kind creator pull the thorn out of your paw? But what sort of a thorn is this? And if it were pulled out, how much of the paw would remain? How much indeed of the creation? What would a physical universe be like from which all mutual interference of systems was removed? It would be no physical universe at all." Quite interesting to meditate on that, I think, very perceptive comment. And that brings us then more to the right, if you like, in the spectrum. Left and right have no political connotations, by the way. They're just purely on the screen. Okay? But on the right here, of course, we have a God who does have set intentions and purposes for the world that are being and will be fulfilled through the created order. So John Hick's veil of soul-making comes into this account, where God creates, if you like, a tough world. It's a world where moral and spiritual growth is possible. It's a world in which there is pain and death and plenty of challenges to our comfort and well-being, in a world it's, in a word, it's more like, I would say, a boot camp than a vacation camp. Okay, so Christians, I think, have this idea, the world is a vacation camp. Well, in this view, then, the world looks much more like a boot camp, somewhere where really dependency upon God's grace is the only safe option. But, of course, there's a strong eschatological element to this view where God is preparing the new heavens and the new earth, where there will be no more pain or suffering, and ultimately the whole created order will be redeemed and all its best aspects brought in to the fulfilled kingdom of God. And new here, as my theologian friends always like to point out, of course, is the Greek kaini, new in quality, not neos, which means not having existed before. And I think it's this tension of the present evil age with the age which is to come, the fulfilled kingdom of God, that brings out most clearly, to my mind at least, the evil of natural evil. Not evil in the sense that it's a consequence of moral evil, but rather in its contrast with the fulfilled kingdom of God in which Jesus will finally be Lord. So Jesus confronts illnesses in the New Testament accounts not because they're the immediate consequence of any personal evil, as he makes clear, not because of sin, but because of eschatological incompleteness. They're not part of the future kingdom. And you just get so many verses, don't you, about his healing being linked to the coming kingdom and so forth. So I guess the really big theological puzzle for us right now is why the cost in terms of suffering and disease and death really seems to be needful to be this high in order to bring about God's new redeemed family by freely willed response into this new heavens and the new earth. Maybe this is the only way in which there can be creatures who can respond freely to God's love, and the costs are part of that whole perspective. So I think we're a bit like scientists at the moment with quantum theory. From a utilitarian perspective, quantum theory works perfectly well. Schrödinger's equation always works. But if you try and visualize quantum mechanics, you'll end up with a headache. We simply have no way of really getting our heads around the deep mysteries in quantum mechanics from the point of view of actually visualizing it. Well, maybe one day in quantum mechanics we will have more of an understanding in such a way that we will be able to get our heads around it, but that doesn't seem to be likely very soon. And that will be the same, with the theological package as well. Missing elements, and once those are known to us, perhaps not in this life, but in the age to come, it'll make perfect sense. Just a few missing bits of data. This is where my story from getting lost, that, of course, I had read my map instructions today as having to turn off the 401 West at exit 427. Yeah, it's not exit 427, it's highway 427. Okay, so a little bit of missing data can be very important. So there was I merrily and completely, relaxed, sort of heading. I thought it was a bit of a long way, actually. Where is this exit 427? And then suddenly exit 427 wasn't there, and we got to exit 431, and then I knew something was badly wrong. Okay, so, but one little bit of missing data can completely change your whole perspective of life, and so forth. So, and I think that's maybe the way it is in some of our theological conundrums as well. We do know how precious we are to God. You came from the Lord Adam, and the lady Eve, said Aslan, and that is both honor enough to erect the head of the poorest beggar. Maybe just close with a meditation from Diogenes Allen, who's, I think was at Princeton Theological Seminary. Through Christ, he said, it is possible to understand how the Father's love is present in all things, even in suffering. Suffering can be regarded as a mark of our distance from God because we are subject to the cosmos simply by being creatures. Yet depending on a person's response to suffering, a person can be in contact with God through their suffering and in suffering. To be in touch with the reality God has made, even when it is a painful touch, is to have indirect contact with Him who is above it and who is above all else, love. Insofar as it is contact, it is good. Insofar as it is painful, it is not. But what a difference when the same pain results from the grip of a friend and not the mindless grip of nature. I think that's quite, it takes, I'll leave it up, it takes a little chewing over and thinking about what I think is a rather fine kind of commentary about this rather ambiguous situation in which we find ourselves as believers, trusting in that loving God, and yet, of course, so often having to face this very deep problem of suffering. I mean, my hope is in the coming again of Christ, in the second coming, when we better be ready, you know. So it's sort of linked to that, really, and the ushering in of the new heavens and the new earth.
Holmes, if you believe God exists, why is life such a struggle, particularly in evolution, where you see an enormity of animal suffering, uncountable billions of animals dying horrible deaths?
Life is a struggle. One way I often phrase that is to think of a cruciform creation. And as I interpret evolutionary history, that struggle is creative. And you can't have the rich genesis of life on Earth without this struggle. You look at an animal, it has legs, ears, teeth, it has eyes. All of those features of life were created in the struggle for adapted fit. I don't think that in a world in which there's no challenge, there can be any creativity. So now I'm interpreting the struggle in evolutionary history as being creative and necessary for the genesis of life on Earth as we know it. Why would I call that a cruciform creation? Well, when I read my scriptures, I can start with the Hebrew Bible. The name Israel means he who has struggled with God. So the idea is God's struggle with humans, humans struggling with God in Hebrew history is a prominent and central feature, and it's a creative dimension already in the Hebrew scriptures. And when we get to the Christian scriptures, Jesus' life is a struggle, and Jesus is creatively becoming God incarnate. God is struggling to bring about salvation on earth. Now, those kinds of struggle involve struggle against moral evil, struggle against sin, if you like. But now when I look at life on earth, the larger process of creativity, I see them both as struggling through to something higher, continuing in the religious life, but going on for millennia in evolutionary history. So I would think that the way of nature is the way of the cross.
This is natural evil, for the sake of humanity to be a mirror. It seems to me that even our understanding of evil, we understand evil by the evils we see in nature. I mean, could we fully appreciate evil if we didn't have examples of vipers and parasitism and things like that? I mean, nature gives us wonderful metaphors for the evil in our heart.
Horrible, ugly heart with which I was living. Take a look at your heart. You know why? On the day you see your heart as desperately wicked in need of a Savior, you could become an answer rather than just another question. Description of my condition, the provision for my malady. This is the only answer in the world that offers you a Savior. The only answer in the world that offers you a Savior. Some years ago, I had the privilege of speaking at the United Nations Prayer Breakfast. They asked me to speak on the search for absolutes in a relativistic culture. Now, that's a tough subject for anywhere. And especially in the early hours of the morning, at just about before breakfast, to speak to people from so many countries and walk very cautiously, it was a toughie. You can't come in your face. You have to take about 16 minutes or so, 15 minutes to talk in terms of general understanding, and the last 2 to 3 minutes bring an answer. from the Christian perspective. Evil, justice, love, and forgiveness. I said, you talk about evil empires when you get together here. What do you mean by that? You look for just society. What do you mean by justice? You leave your loved ones back home and you are here and you miss them. You know what love is all about, especially when you miss your loved ones so much. And then some of you are gonna blow it, you'll make mistakes, and you'll want to be forgiven. Evil, justice, love, and forgiveness. I said I have just 2 or 3 minutes left. I want to ask you this question. Where in the world did these four converge at a moment in history? Where did evil, justice, love, and forgiveness converge at a moment in history? I said, can I take you to a hill called Calvary and show you the person of Jesus Christ, who shows you the evil in your heart and mine, who was just and the justifier, who loved us so greatly to give himself for us, and who said, Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they are doing. The person of Jesus Christ. You know what? When I finished that talk, as the ambassadors lined up, one of the ambassadors came to me and he said, Mr. Zacharias, I come from an atheistic country. I don't want to be here. My president commanded that I come here. And every day I wake up and I wonder, what am I doing here? Why am I here? He said, today I have found my answer. I came here to find God and to find Jesus Christ in my life. Forgiveness is so easily spoken of. You ask a Buddhist or a Hindu, what do you know about forgiveness? You know what they'll say to you? Karma, karma, karma. I pay my debt. I have to pay. You ask a Muslim, do you know you're going to enter paradise? He'll say, no, I'm never certain. My good deeds will have to outweigh my bad deeds. These are not pejorative statements. These are doctrinally legitimate statements of what they believe. You pay, you pay, you pay. Christ offers you forgiveness by paying the penalty himself. And so the elementary school teacher writes this. He came to my desk with a quivering lip. The lesson was done. Have you a new sheet for me, dear teacher? I've spoiled this one. I took his sheet all soiled and blotted, gave him a new one all unspotted, and into his tired heart I cried, do better now, my child. I went to the throne with a trembling heart. The day was done. Have you a new day for me, dear master? I've spoiled this one. He took my day all soiled and blotted, gave me a new one all unspotted, and into my tired heart he cried, do better now, my child. God's forgiveness is his provision for you and for me. How the various other worldviews deal with suffering. There are no answers there. There are no answers there. But you turn to the gospel writers and you turn to the teachings of Jesus, who reminds you and me that he took our suffering, took our wounds, took our transgressions, and not only that, how he equips us, how he empowers us, how he indwells us in order to be able to walk through this lonely life and through this journey. You may be feeling some pain today. I don't know what it is. It may be a relationship that is just broken. It may be lines you have crossed. It may be physical maladies that you're nurturing. It may be financial struggles. It may be your home that you're weeping over and struggle to find some positive responses in a time like this. Suffering is a real part of life. We feel it again and again and again. Prior to my first back surgery, after I injured my back, I remember the days I would sit in my car and pull over into a parking spot and put my head on the steering wheel and just cry my heart out with the agony with which I was having to live, and traveling wasn't helping me any. Pain is a terrible thing, and you take that pain into your heart, it becomes almost unbearable at that point, and life is punctuated by suffering. But I want to tell you something. that no other worldview will give to you this response. I want you to listen to me very, very carefully. This is written by James Stewart of Scotland. Brilliant thought. It is a glorious phrase that our Lord led captivity captive. The very triumphs of his foes it means he used for their defeat. He compelled their dark achievements to subserve his ends, not theirs. They nailed him to the tree, not knowing that by that very act they were bringing the world to his feet. They gave him a cross, not guessing that he would make it a throne. They flung him outside the gates to die, not knowing that at that very moment they were lifting up all the gates of the universe to let the King of glory come in. They thought to root out his doctrines, not understanding that they were implanting imperishably in the hearts of men the very name they intended to destroy. They thought they had God with his back to the wall, pinned and helpless and defeated. They did not know it was God himself who had tracked them down to that point. He conquered not in spite of the dark mystery of evil, he conquered through it. He conquered not in spite of the dark mystery of evil, he conquered through it. Through the process of suffering, you realize how finite you are and how desperately you need the very presence of God to carry you through. The hymn writer Annie Johnston Flint, who was orphaned early in life and then later on had rheumatoid arthritis, lost control over internal organs, became incontinent, blind, and cancer invaded her body. Her biography is called The Making of the Beautiful. Orphaned, incontinent, arthritic, cancerous, blind. She wrote many hymns. One of them was this: He giveth more grace when the burdens grow greater. He sendeth more strength when the labors increase. To added affliction he addeth his mercy. To multiplied trials his multiplied peace. When we have exhausted our store of endurance, when our strength has failed ere the day is half done, when we reach the end of our hoarded resources, our Father's full giving has only begun. His love has no limit, his grace has no measure, his power has no boundaries known unto men, for out of his infinite riches in Jesus he giveth and giveth and giveth again. As I talk to you, there's a gentleman who may be listening right now, stunned a few days ago to find out he's got a tumor in his brain that may be inoperable, with his young family. And I was talking to him on the phone just 2 days ago, and as he wept, he said, Ravi, I'd love to live a little longer. I really would love to live a little longer. But as I'm here talking to you, I want whatever God wants for me, and want him to walk through this valley, through this shadow, as I walk through these dark days. I don't know what you're going through, but I want you to know Christ in you is that hope for glory. Christ in you that can turn the darkest disappointments into his appointment to conquer, not in spite of it, but to conquer through it. So here it is, he describes your condition, provides for your malady, provides equipment in suffering. This is critical that we understand that the resurrection is not merely a motif, how it defines all of history. So the first thing I want to say to you is precisely the transformation of just even 3 lives, forget the others. Peter, the fluctuating, ever impulsive Peter. He said, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus said to him, flesh and blood has not revealed this to you, but my Father who is in heaven. But as soon as that was said, and Jesus told him about the cross and what lay ahead, Peter wanted to have nothing to do with that. Here he goes again, fluctuating. The transformation of Peter, so that he was willing ultimately to be crucified upside down and take the leadership of the church and carry that message and tell you and me to always be prepared to give a reason for the hope that is within us. And remember what he said. He had been witness to some great scenes. He had seen the transfiguration of our Lord, the whitest white that the eye could ever see, the brightest light that the eye could ever see, so that he fell flat on his face when the transfiguration took place as he was blinded. And when he got up, he says, Lord, let's not go down there. He didn't want to go back to that darkness anymore. And Jesus said, no, we've got work to do. And Peter is the one who said, but now we have the word of the prophets made most certain. He gives us the written word to carry. He had seen the resurrected Christ, not merely the transfigured. Secondly, Thomas. Thomas, who said, I'm not going to believe until I reach on the side and feel that side and feel those hands. Jesus presented himself to him. Thomas went to my homeland. My ancestors come from the state of Kerala, which is where Thomas set foot on Indian soil to present the gospel to the Indian people. After he felt the side and touched the hands, he looked at him on his knees and he said, Ho kuriosmu, ho theosmu, my Lord and my God. Saul of Tarsus, who was persecuting and killing the Christians, he gets a glimpse of this risen Christ and ended up writing 1/3 of the New Testament. All three of them had one thing in common. They all saw the risen Christ. All three of them had another thing in common. They paid with their lives. Just 3 lives. Think of all the 1,000.
Trying to draw on multiple experiences of quite extreme suffering, both sort of out there further afield in the world through, volunteering in Islam in East Africa, but also through the experiences of people I know who've experienced sexual violence, child abuse, the murder of a child, all kinds of loss of family members. And it causes you, I think, whether you have a sort of deep, profound religious faith or whether you're uncertain about what you believe, I think an experience of suffering does cause you to question to really try and look at some of the harder forms of suffering that we face and see whether the Christian faith has anything to say to that. And also I wanted to draw on the experiences of women, but I think that a woman's experience of suffering does also have something to add. And I think actually the Bible uniquely gives voice to the suffering of women in a really profound way. So I wanted to sort of draw that in but I think sometimes we have a tendency as people of faith to create a sort of blob called suffering, lump it all together and then try and apply an answer to it. And I wanted to break down the different experience of grief. If you lose a child or you lose a parent, the grief you go through when you experience loss is different from the suffering of a woman who has been raped or has experienced being hunted and then abused by a man. And that is different from the experience of systemic injustice where you're caught up in 5 generations of multiple layered suffering. And that's different from an experience of kind of natural evil. You might experience some sort of random disaster, and all of that is different from the suffering of mental illness. So I'm trying to say, okay, yes, we need to approach this philosophically and intellectually, but do the answers that Christian faith offers, do they actually specifically apply to these different multi-layered personal experiences of suffering? We'll have heard someone say, don't ask the question why, just have faith. And that is probably the least helpful answer you could hear if you're struggling with depression or considering ending your life. Or they might hear some sort of guilt-inducing, well, you're going through this depression because you didn't have enough faith, or if you're considering suicide, then there's something wrong with your faith. Questions about mental health. I mean, part of my job is that I kind of go around and try and engage with people's questions about Christian faith, and especially young people. And that question about what does God think about suicide has come up I think in the last 2 years in every event that I've done with young people.
Oh.
It's at the forefront of people's minds. And that's obviously really worrying. But having a student here at Oka who grew up in one of the largest slums in East Africa, it was called Kalere. It's a slum in Kampala, and getting to know her and hearing her account of what it is like to be a girl child in that specific environment, and the massive scale of sexual exploitation, and seeing all that she's doing. And what is it in you, and what is it that you are recognizing in a person from the Batua people, or that I'm recognizing when I see an 11-year-old girl in Kalere? I have no evolutionary predisposition to care about, that whose survival actually doesn't impact me or my children. What is it about their situation that actually causes me to be upset or disturbed? Why does justice matter, and why does a person matter? And as I've sort of explored that question, I've begun to think that our instinct to cry out for justice on behalf of a human being, even someone that we're not directly connected to, says something about what we believe a human being is. And if we're coming at this from an angle of not believing in God, so maybe a materialist or a naturalist worldview, how do we account for that if human beings are, we're just the collection of atoms, we're the stuff of our body? How do we account for that sacredness that we seem to be perceiving in another human being's life? And the Christian story actually can account for that. It says that human beings are created in the image of God, that whether we believe in him or not, all human beings' life is sacred because it's marked by God's image. And then, of course, as I look at Rachel and I go and work alongside her, and I took my children to go and be with the children in the slum as well, and to experience absolutely extraordinary love, what I would call divine love, being poured out into the lives of these young girls and young people. That impetus to do something, to care, to bring change, to seek justice for the girl child in Uganda, for her is driven by a love for God, God's love for those children, and that belief that their lives really matter, and so it's worth her investing her life in them. That actually our cry for justice points towards God, not away from him. A British situation where there was a tower block in London called Grenfell Tower, and it was social housing predominantly. It was a tall building, and the building had sort of cladding put on the outside of it because it's in one of those strange neighbourhoods in London where there's a lot of wealth around, but there are pockets of deprivation. And to make the building look nicer, basically for the rich people down the road, this cladding was put on. But unfortunately, the cladding actually had an effect of fire accelerant. And so when the building caught fire, the fire took hold and a lot of people died, including children. And it was utterly devastating. We all watched it on TV. And through a sort of various circumstances, my husband, who's a pastor, was invited to come and lead a kind of, I guess, public act of commemoration and worship on the Sunday morning. So the fire started on the Thursday night. And, so we're talking about just a few days. So we're standing outside, over 1,000 people came to this. We did it in the street, actually, outside. And it was just unbelievable. Lots of people who had relatives and children who died in the fire were there. And so we're there, and a psalm is read, Psalm 147, about how God is close to the brokenhearted. And then psalm goes on, someone's just reading it out, and bear in mind, most of the people there would not be churchgoers, wouldn't be people who would particularly read the Bible. But this verse comes in that psalm which talks about how the wicked will be thrown to the ground. And the reader was continuing on to read, but the whole crowd erupted in applause at this idea that there might be accountability for the wicked.
Mm-hmm.
And standing, looking at a smoking building in which, you know, in a modern Western democratic society, people have burned to death, partly as a result of being poor, there was this overwhelming sense that we wanted justice, that people wanted accountability for what had happened. And that was for people who felt personally connected, but for everyone. And I found that extraordinary. It went beyond empathy. There was a deep sense that what has happened is wrong, profoundly wrong, that the loss of life was deeply and profoundly wrong. And to me, the description of a Hebrew poet from, you know, thousands of years ago, that just resonated with people who didn't have a particular predisposition to believe in God and weren't religious, was really interesting. And it spoke to me of how actually our anger and our outrage, even at God, in the face of the injustice that we see in the world, is described by the Bible, and it is also accounted for by a Christian way of seeing the world and what it means to be human, that we're not just a collection of atoms and cells, we haven't just evolved to experience pity or empathy, but that actually life is sacred and it really matters when life is taken away. And so that instinct for justice, where I'm not really trying to say that empathy or our feelings about a particular incident make them wrong. I'm trying to say that our human reaction to great injustice, including that of those we have no evolutionary predisposition to care about, points to something more deeply true about reality, that certain things are actually wrong, whether we regard them as wrong or not, and that a violation of a human being or someone being burned in a fire because of great profoundly wrong, whether we feel pity about them or not. And this sort of also relates to something else, that before Christian morality, the idea of not being cruel to someone else just wasn't around. That the desire to not be cruel is a sort of heritage of theistic Christian and Jewish inheritance. So we kind of take it for granted, but when we look at other worldviews or other systems, so for example, in the 1940s here in Britain, people like C.S. Lewis and Dorothy L. Sayers were working in a context where there's a whole different set of assumptions about what good and evil are, who you should empathize with and who you should not. And Sayers, for example, noticed that that a kind of British way of looking at the world was quite different from what Nazism was proclaiming, that there was still this idea of something good in Nazism, but it was a will to power. And it was the idea that mercy and charity were effeminate and that war was more desirable than peace. So at the end of the day, I suppose I'm trying to say that it's not so much what our individual feelings are about a certain situation. It's about whether morality actually exists in objective terms, and whether our instincts as human beings are pointing us towards that there's a coherence to reality about what we feel about it and what it actually is. And that's pointing us towards God, rather than, empathy or pity in a particular situation that one person may or may not feel, and you need to show them a film to make them feel it more, and that therefore makes it more wrong. Say that you have alternative ways of looking at this question. We could look through an Eastern mindset, through that lens of karma, where people get what they deserve, that there's this sort of inherent justice in the universe, and so when we suffer, we draw the conclusion that we've done something to deserve it. Or we can look through a materialist worldview where there is no God, and that the suffering that happens it's random, it's meaningless, it's down to chance, perhaps down to the strong eliminating the weak as well. You could throw that one in there, but we can't really ask why. We're just here, it just is. And so even that instinct to ask why is sort of suppressed by those two alternative ways of looking at the question. So I would want to start by saying that I think that the Bible is unique in actually encouraging us to ask why, including how can you let this be happening, God? Where are you? Why are you taking so long to answer our prayers? You know, how has the world gone so wrong, and do I even believe in you? All of those questions are actually articulated in the Bible. So I think that's a sort of interesting starting point. And then the way that the Bible sort of approaches this is to present a case, if you like, that God actually does exist, and that God is loving, and that he's created a world in which love is possible. And he's created human beings in his image. We've talked about this image of God theme, but I think this is the sort of one of the centrally unique assertions of the Christian faith, that human life is uniquely precious and sacred because we bear the image of God. And that means that we have the capacity to love, and that means the capacity to choose. One of the stories I tell is when I was 15, I had a friend who was 15, and she came from a different cultural background. And one day her parents told her, we found the person you're going to marry, and they'd arranged it, and he was going to be brought in from outside Britain to marry her. And I remember the conversations with this girl as she thought about her life, and she thought, I want to please my parents, I want to be in my community, I want to be accepted, but I have this very deep feeling that I am capable of love and of choosing somebody. And the idea that you would get married to someone you've never met and then have sex on your wedding night, basically against your will, was utterly terrifying to her, and she actually decided to escape that relationship. Her cousin had done the same thing 3 months before, and the family had found her, knocked her down in the street with a car and taken her out of the country, and she'd been married off against her will. So from a sort of female teenage perspective, the idea that love and choice are actually integral to each other is something very powerful that I know to be true in the deepest place that I know of in my in my inner person. I know that love cannot be compelled. And I think that idea is really central to the Bible's explanation of the world that we live in, that God makes a world in which love is possible. We're not robots. We have choice, and therefore we have the ability and capacity to love, which actually brings all of the beautiful and meaningful experiences that we have access to as human beings. But unfortunately, it also entails the pain and suffering that we see. And so the Bible then describes reality that you and I experience, where terrible things do happen to people who don't deserve it, where there are all these consequences to human selfishness. It doesn't deny that reality, but there's this kind of undergirding explanation of how it can be as it is. Why doesn't God just intervene if he's a loving father and stop all of these things happening? And I think ultimately the answer to that is that if he did that, that would actually remove our volition, and it would ultimately remove love from the world. And so we we don't have a God who presses the delete button and the reset button constantly. And we also don't have a God who remains distant from this suffering world and sort of observes it with either empathy or pity. You know, in Christ, he ultimately enters the suffering and is prepared to do that himself.
Is that in an ironic way, we often judge Christianity's failings by the fact that we've inherited its values, by the fact that we judge when Christianity gets it wrong, because we hold this particular value system that itself has come from our Christian heritage. So there's this kind of interesting like loop that's going on there. And to some degree, the very fact that you're got a problem with God is partly because of the Judeo-Christian society you've been brought up in, which kind of says this isn't the way the world should be.
About Camus and whether there's kind of purpose in life. And it just struck me that John's gospel talks about Jesus saying, in him was life, and that life was the light of all mankind, of all people. And I guess for the Christian, we are offered the prospect of relationship with the source of life and an experience of life in this dark world, in the real world where all these terrible things that we've been talking about happen. But there's a sort of exquisitely beautiful prospect that a loving God does exist and has actually revealed himself in the person of Jesus, and that you and I can experience relationship with him that Jesus describes as akin to being born, like coming to know God and experiencing that capital L life is like being born all over again. And if that is true, then life really is worth living in multicolor or multiple dimensions. And it is worth pursuing the question of whether that is actually true, whether God does exist, and his offer of relationship with us. And I think that the fact that Jesus chooses willingly to suffer and to go through the most excruciating pain known to man in the ancient world, but also to identify with us. You know, the Old Testament calls him the suffering servant, that integral to who Jesus is direct experience of horrific pain and shame and abuse and betrayal and all of the different kinds of pain that we can go through, and that God's love is expressed and demonstrated through Christ's suffering. I think that's something really beautiful and something deeply true, both historically and evidentially, but also existentially, that it's a truth that resonates with what it actually means to be human, to come back to what love actually is. And whether love is possible without freedom, and so love entailing freedom, and therefore love entailing the possibility of pain, is the reality we are in. And it's the reality that God is then prepared himself to step into, that he is prepared to actually suffer, not just observe suffering, not just diagnose it, and not just even empathize with it, but to actually enter it. And that, I think, really undergirds the reality of that statement that God is love. You know, he is actually prepared to bear the cost of love, which is pain, himself. Jesus giving his life, but that is not imposed on us. That forgiveness is not imposed on us. And so it's a bit like, I was trying to think of an analogy, and I wondered whether the analogy of adoption might be helpful. A child becomes the daughter of my friend because my friend makes that choice and the courts grant that adoption. So she doesn't need to choose to be adopted, you know, or choose to adopt that child every single day. That relationship that is established in that moment of adoption then goes on from that day forward, but it's predicated on that choice, on that decision that was made. And so I think again, to go back to the analogy that Jesus uses of what it actually means to come to know God is like a birth. When we mentioned my twins before, my first experience of birth, I went into hospital with my husband. There were 2 of us. When we left, there were 4 people. It's like something ontological happens. It was very, very profound and real. And that's the image that a Middle Eastern 30-year-old single male chooses to use to describe what it means to come to know God and to have eternal life, which is ultimately talking about heaven. So the loving relationship that begins, that goes on, because Jesus says, when you're born again, eternal life starts now. That ontological change has happened, and then it transcends our death. We go to be with him in heaven. And so that loving moment, that covenant, if you like, happens as a result of choice, and then it's not actually undone by an exercise of will in eternity, but choice is nonetheless utterly essential to it actually being possible. There's a philosophical problem with that, because we're comparing existence with non-existence and saying one would be better. We can't really do that. And another analogy we might use is, again, birth, the decision to bring a child into the world. You've done it and I've done it, and we made a choice out of love for our partner and love for that future child to bring a child into the world. But you and I both know without a shadow of a doubt that baby that we had will suffer and will die. And yet we went ahead. In other words, love did not stop us bringing life into the world. It did not stop us going ahead and creating that child. And on one level, we can never know how and why God did it, but we do know how and why we did it. And I think that is a picture. If we bear the image of God. We haven't really talked about church or experiences of church or kind of Christian culture, but one thing I would sort of want to encourage you to explore is kind of God beyond the American church scene that you may have experienced, and to continue to be open to him existing, him loving you, him loving your children and family, and the possibility of relationship with him through Christ.
You see, instead they came to know a God who the psalmist said was close to the brokenhearted and would save those whose spirits was crushed. A God who cared about justice and freed the Israelites from the bondage of the Egyptians. A God filled with compassion who literally wept at man's misery. A God who chose an enslaved people to be his people. And a God who wasn't aloof but could intimately understand their suffering because his son, Jesus, suffered a great deal as well. So let me ask you all a question today. What picture of Jesus do you have right now? You see, we often have this misconception that Christianity is just another religion filled with a bunch of do's and don'ts, a bunch of things to check off, and just a bunch of rules to adhere by. But that couldn't be further from the truth. You see, most, if not all, of the other world religions say, if you obey, then you'll be accepted. But Christianity says something different. You see, it says, since you are accepted, then you will obey. You see, we don't have to do anything to earn Christ's love. So perhaps through this talk and the couple that came before me, the true Jesus is starting to come into focus for you. But suppose you're still questioning who he is. Well, you're not alone. You see, Jesus asked some of his followers in Mark 8:29 the same question. You see, they were taking a stroll to a village, and Jesus asked them 2 questions. The first one he asked them was, well, who do people say that I am? And they gave a couple of the more popular responses around town. And then he asked, but who do you say that I am? And Peter responded in saying, you are the Christ. You see, Jesus had revealed enough about himself to them so that they can understand who he was, and those same revelations apply to us today. Through his own words about himself, saying things like, I and the Father are one, and using phrases like Son of Man, these all attested to someone with divine authority. His actions of healing and forgiving sins, something that only a God could do, and his fulfilled prophecy that he would die and rise from the dead. See, Jesus places an immense value on all of us by coming to earth to live among humanity and to sacrifice himself for us. You know, my friend and colleague, Abdul Murray, he says it like this. He said that if a thing's value is determined by what someone is willing to pay for it, then Christ paid an immeasurable value for each one of you on the cross. And I think this is the ultimate challenge to past and present questions about equal value and dignity of all of humanity. Regardless of race, of any ethnicities, Jesus sacrificed his life to bring justice for all.
The natural law would tell you if evolutionary theory is taken as a metaphysical proposition, nature is read in tooth and claw. That's exactly where naturalism takes you. Darwin mourned the fearsomeness of what would happen if we take this scientific theory and put it into moral postulates and metaphysics. That's where we would end up. So I end up with one statement for you. You can smile, but you're invoking a moral framework that naturalism doesn't give to you.
Can we talk later?
Yeah, well, I'd love to talk later when I get some time. I'd love to talk later, but here's what I say to you. If you go to Gandhi's home in India, you'll see a banner written by an atheist, Bertrand Russell. And here's what he said. It is doubtful that the Mahatma's attempt would have succeeded except that he was appealing to the conscience of a Christianized people. Here is the testimony of an atheist applauding the success of a pantheist because of the beliefs of a theist. It is doubtful that the Mahatma would have succeeded except he was appealing to the conscience of a Christianized people. That is why Mahatma Gandhi carried a New Testament with him all his life and quoted from it, "Your aspirations are noble, which are not justifiable by naturalistic assumptions. They are only justifiable in a transcendent moral framework." And that I'd be very happy to talk to you about, and we'll find some time to do it before we go.
There is no excuse ever for hatred. There is no excuse ever for bigotry and intolerance and prejudice. We are to love as God loved us.
We don't need any guns. We don't need any bullets. We don't need any physical ammunition. We have a power. All we need is to pick up the ammunition of love. Take in our hands the weapons of justice. Then put on the breastplate of righteousness and the whole armor of God and just start marching.
There's something wrong with human nature. What is it in the nature of men that causes men to lie and hate and cheat, steal and lust and have pride and bigotry and intolerance and racial intolerance? What is it that causes men to have these terrible things down inside of them?
The problem of the world tonight is sin.
To help bring about love in the hearts of the people, I believe that the answer to our great moral problems, our social problems, lies in the gospel of Christ and in the transformation that he can bring.
But the fruit of the Spirit is love.
By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, in that ye have love one to another. That is a supernatural love given to you by God when you receive Christ. Jesus said, "Follow me. Come and change the world with me."